I'm a brand manager, and my ClickUp looks like this.
I'm a project manager. My ClickUp looks like this.
I'm a product manager, and my ClickUp looks like this.
When everyone uses AI, everyone starts sounding the same. Same caption, same jokes, same personality. Quillbot Humanizer restores your voice.
Write like you, not like AI.
The interview question that decides everything. What AI tools do you use? If you say Chat GPT, you're done.
Stop. Please stop using ChatGPT like it's Google. Get AI certified in 28 days and
it allows you to focus on your meetings,
so I'm over
not
40
your notes. It captures everything.
Too, and I
from
just
action
got
items
AI certified
to key
in less than a
decisions.
month.
And after every call, you get a clear summary. But where it really goes to the next level is that it's the only
One
AI
program
notes.
Changed everything. I didn't quit my job or spend thousands on courses. Instead, I joined the 28-day AI challenge.
What if I've never worked with AI before?
Perfect. This challenge is built for people over 40.
Yeah.
A simple learning routine that fits your life, not disrupts it, and the best part, you're AI certified at the end.
So when does the program start showing results?
In 1 week, you'll feel unstoppable.
Yeah.
In 2 weeks, you'll have your strategy. In a month, you'll wonder why you didn't start sooner. Tap the screen to join us.
never do anything for ourselves anymore. We don't. Like a real adult hang. We're doing birthday parties, trying not to get the neurovirus. What the? This is why we need a spa weekend. Is that Mel?
I sense a great deal of stress in all of you.
My boss is calling me again.
This whole spa thing is such a scam. You're supposed to walk out of here all centered and chill. Do I look chill to you?
Not really. 1212. Good morning, all. It is 9:30. Good morning, all. We are ready to start the day's proceedings. Please make sure that your devices Please make sure that your cell phones are silent. Thank you. Good morning, all. It is 9:30. We are ready to start the day's.
Good morning, Ms. Sildo. Good morning, Ms. Sigals-Nube. Good morning, Mr. Adams.
Morning, Chair.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Chair, we continue with Mr. Adams' evidence today, his testimony.
Were you done with having Mr. Adams itemize everything that was in his Section 27 referral?
Not yet, Chair. There's been a turn of events.
Okay.
So before we get to that, before we continue with that, there is a matter that Mr. Adams wants to address about him going to Orlando to go and register the cases in Orlando. He wants to address his version that he gave to us yesterday, and then we'll take on the next development, Chair.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Adams?
Very good morning to you, Commissioners. Commissioners, there are actually, in actual fact, excuse me, Advocate, two points that I'd like to address. The one is that I was wrong in my testimony that I called the gentleman that I know as Elvis when I was at the police station. I was close to the police station, and he told me he was at a tire shop and he was expecting me much later. And I said, must I meet you at the police station? And he sent me his location and said, no, come to the tire shop. And we arrived at the police station together. That's the one. The other thing is that after I played in my mind yesterday the testimony of General Sentimule, of Lieutenant General Sentimule of the South African Police Services, I just want to clarify something on my side. It was General Sentimule's testimony at the ad hoc committee that my dockets, well, I need to stop referring to it as my dockets, but the dockets, the case dockets that I had opened at Grand Central, it was her professional opinion that they did not belong in Pretoria. And as a matter of fact, General Sentimule says, and I have the recording of it, that in actual fact my cases were sabotaged, and that is why I had such a strong opinion on that issue yesterday. So I just wanted that on the record. It was a little bit overwhelming yesterday because I must tell you I was underprepared yesterday. So please excuse me for that. And I hope that this commission understands what I'm saying in the spirit that I'm saying it. Thank you.
Can I just address the first one so that we can be more detailed in what you're saying? Your evidence was that you went from the airport to Orlando on your own. What you're telling the commission today is that you met Witness G just before you went to Orlando.
Yes.
Okay. Correct? To the Orlando police station?
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, if we are more detailed about it, it was in a maroon Mercedes-Benz Vito that you went with him?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And was it just the two of you?
There was another person with him, ma'am.
And that person was also from crime intelligence?
I do not know.
Okay.
I was under the impression at the time that he worked at Orlando police station. I did not know that the man was from crime intelligence. But when I give you further information later, then you will understand that I now understand that this is a really wide net. But we'll get to that.
Yes, thank you.
Can you just, what happened to your Uber? Because I had understood from yesterday's testimony that you Ubered from the airport to the Orlando police station. What happened to your Uber if you met people at a tire shop and you used the Mercedes-Benz vehicle to go to the Orlando police station?
I asked the Uber to redirect Commissioner Kumalo.
Thank you.
Okay. And then on the second issue about General Sentimule, I know you showed me the clip from her ad hoc testimony. The point that you want to now make is that your stance that General Jacobs had interfered with your dockets comes from General Sentimule's evidence before ad hoc.
It was my opinion at the time that the dockets were in Pretoria unlawfully. I've never ever spoken to General Sentimule. So when she said that at the ad hoc, I felt vindicated because she is in actual fact the custodian of dockets as far as I know. And her testimony, it gave me credibility. So I'm just trying to explain. I'm not trying to argue with you or the commissioners. I'm just trying to put you in the picture as to where my head was and where my opinion is. So if General Sentimule is wrong, then I will accept that. But that is what was said. And that is where I felt vindicated. Which is why I walked into this room with such a strong opinion of that issue.
Okay, but now that we have gone through the timeline regarding your complaint to the minister and what happened from the 1st of November, do you accept that General Jacobs was entitled to have the dockets with him because he had been mandated to investigate from the minister's office?
Yes, ma'am. To respond to that, General Jacobs was fully within his right to investigate, but according to the general, not to confiscate the dockets. She uses a very strong word in there, and I'm not saying that that is the case. I'm just saying that my understanding is that General Jacobs should have had access to the dockets, but the dockets should not have been moved.
The original shouldn't have been with him,
Yes,
so he should have had copies or
that is my understanding.
Okay.
Maybe for purposes of our record, you should set out what it is that General Sentimule said.
I'll just ask Ms. Poe to find the recording for me, and then we'll do it. You said...
I can request it quickly. I think I can get it a bit quicker, if the person is online.
It's a clip that you had showed me yesterday, so if you can just maybe forward that clip, yeah. So we'll deal with it later. Thank you. Then if we can short circuit another issue, it's a minor issue, but we're going through it one by one because, like I say, we have come to some compromise on certain things. Is that correct, Mr. Adams?
That is 100% correct, ma'am.
Okay. The other issue is...
Just before you start,
yes.
The statement that you required, I've received it, but I don't know how to send it to you. Can I hand you the phone?
No, we can... can you WhatsApp it to one of the attorneys?
I have nobody's numbers.
Okay. We'll arrange for it.
Thank you. Sorry.
That is regarding his case against the IDAC officials.
Thank you. Excuse me, Commissioners.
I think it is insofar as you will recall, and we do need to address it, although you and I have discussed it, but we do need to address it in public. It's the issue of the recording of Ms. Ramsami's, the consultation that was held on the 6th of January 2025. You confirmed that you've listened to the entire recording. You have given us certain clippings that you had wanted to play. You're not married to the idea necessarily of playing it, but it's on condition that should there be something that I wish to play and you then would want to play a clipping as well.
I'm actually asking the Commission, after consulting with my attorneys last night, that we will be reporting Ms. Ramsami to the LPC and also be laying criminal charges against her. That we do that. My request is that from my side we do not play the recording because we will be asking for it lawfully because we're going to pursue that. But I want to just correct myself in that it was not Advocate Ramsami that introduced herself as advocate. She was introduced to me as advocate by Chief Investigator Perumel. So I got that little fact mixed up, and I asked the Commission to understand it was almost 2 years ago.
No, that's fine. And we won't deal with what steps you say you want to take insofar as that is concerned. But insofar as the arrangement that we had regarding the recording, you confirmed that you've listened to the full 2.5 hours.
I have, ma'am.
Yes. And then there are aspects that you had given us, certain sections that you asked to have played. Do you still want those to be played, or is it...
No, ma'am. The 4 or 5 points I asked for, we will play it in court. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. And of course, that doesn't mean that the Commission's evidence leaders won't play what they wanted to, but it may very well be that in engaging with you, you will accept what I'm putting to you, having now heard the recording, and we won't necessarily have to play the recording to corroborate what I...
100%.
Thank you. Then, Chair, the question that you had asked about the Section 27 affidavit. Mr. Adams was given access to the hard copy files yesterday afternoon. He's had a look at what's we know as being file 2, page 512 to 516. And I think he wants to address you on that. Shall we go to 512 to 516?
Which file is that again, Advocate?
File 2. Yes, it's the IDAC file, 512 to 516.
I have it, Advocate.
Okay, so you've had an opportunity now to have a look at this document, which on page, if we go to page 516, there's a signature there.
Yes, Advocate.
And you'll see that your surname is spelled incorrectly. Do you see that ADM is?
Yes,
Yeah.
Advocate.
And the Commissioner of Oaths is Felicia Solomons,
That
which you
is
had mentioned yesterday, is a councillor that you are familiar with, you're friendly with.
Yes, Advocate.
Okay. Now, do you want to address the commissioners on this 512 to 516, your signature, whether that is your signature, and the document itself?
Advocate, these appear to be my signatures, but I cannot believe that I did not mention the PKTT in my Section 27. This is one of the reasons why I went to open the case, the statement of which I gave you. I have the case number. I haven't supplied you with that yet. I have the case number right here. This is very concerning. And just to save time also, I have laid a case against Chief Investigator.
Mr. Adams, I get it, but let's take it step by step because I know there's other things that we've spoken about that you also want to address in order to place your full version before the Commission on certain other affidavits. Let's just deal with this Section 27. You say you would have mentioned the PK, the one that you prepared, because you prepared the Section 27 affidavit, that was your evidence, and you only prepared one.
I only prepared one.
Okay.
I mean, I was busy with it. I printed one. I wasn't happy with it. I did it again. But I only gave them one. The other one wasn't even signed.
And it was Mr. Perumal.
It was Mr. Perumal.
And the one that you gave to Mr. Perumal, you are convinced had reference to the PKTT and the forklift expressly.
Ma'am, if you listen to my testimony, I was explicit about the forklift. So I don't understand how it's not in here because I put it in here.
Okay. And you only handed one affidavit to Mr. Perumal in November of 2024?
Only the one affidavit, but in the envelope, there was the minister's email.
And that email is the letter that we looked at yesterday. You're saying it's an email? Was it an email or was it a letter? What are you referring to?
I'm Diamakar right now because as you can see, I mean, even in my Section 27.
No need for onsok Diamakar.
No, I'm saying
Go to page 57 of file 2, your file 2.
Oh, just a minute. You said you were explicit about the forklift, and you were explicit about PKTT as well, weren't you?
Yes, Commissioner. Right. Excuse me for what I'm about to say.
Yes.
I'm starting to feel like a madman with what these people are saying about my paperwork. That, if you understand, because it's been a while ago, but I know I put that in there. I know, and that is why when Ms. Ransami mentions it, I'm agreeing with her on that. With everything else I disagree, I agree with her on that.
Thank you.
Page?
If you go to your annexures, file 2.
Thank you for that. Yes, ma'am.
So page 57. I
am on 57.
These are the, I think the It's actually page 58. So there's this email that you sent to the minister.
Yes, ma'am.
Page 58. You will just, so you recall that there's this email that you sent to the minister.
I do, ma'am.
Then you told us about an email that the letter from the minister, which comes on the 11th, dated the 11th. That's in file 9B. So you can take file 9B, page 4004.
Excuse me, just 1 second. I'm not seeing it there. 400.
4004, 9B.
Yes, ma'am.
This is the letter that we dealt with yesterday from the minister's office, dated 11/11/2024.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you keep referring to an email, and we understand that to be a covering email, which you said you would share it with us. You still haven't, but we can deal with that. So are you saying that email was in there with this letter, or was it just the letter?
The email was in there. I printed the email.
Okay, not this letter.
No, not this letter.
But you've seen this letter before we dealt with it yesterday.
Yes, I think I've seen this letter before.
Okay. Now, do you have access to that email now?
Ma'am, what I can do, and I can promise the commission this, that as soon as I get to Cape Town, I'll take my laptop to Parliament. I'll print and I'll send you the email, because again I was asking Sakina this morning, do we have a copy? They said no, but as you and again it's me and this laptop, but I can have it. I can submit this. That I have that email. I do have that email.
And what did that email say? That was on the 11th of was it also the 11th of November?
Yes.
The day after you sent the email to Mr. Nkabinde.
Yes, ma'am.
And what did that email say?
The email essentially said that this matter has been referred to the IDAC.
Okay. So basically what's set out in this letter.
Essentially, ma'am.
Okay. And it was addressed to you?
It was.
So it said, Dear Honorable Adams.
It was addressed to me.
Okay. And it said this matter is now being, your case dockets, this matter is being referred
Essentially
to?
it says this matter has now been referred to the IDAC for investigation.
Okay.
Something like that.
And you had included that email together with your section 27 when you gave the envelope to Mr. Perumal?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Can I put this file away?
Yes, you can put 9B away.
What about us, Ms. Nube?
9B you can put away. I just wanted to show him the letter to establish whether that was what was in his envelope.
What page do you want me now?
I think Commissioner Baloy wanted to ask you something.
You say you will look through your computer to find that email. The affidavit that you say must contain the forklift complaint and the PKTT complaint. Did you type that on your computer?
On my computer, on my desktop, yes.
Okay. Can you check that as well, whether you don't have a copy of that affidavit?
I can check if I saved it. I could possibly have saved it, Commissioner.
Yeah, I would expect you would have saved it.
I will
because
check.
It was an important document.
I will check.
Okay. Even if it's unsigned.
It wouldn't be signed, but
yes.
if you understand what I'm saying, Commissioner Baloy, it's a referral letter that I'm typing and I'm handing over, and I'm thinking that's the end of it, and then all of this comes out. So.
All right.
Can you please help us understand? You typed it in your laptop?
No, on my desktop.
On your desktop?
Yes, sir.
On your own?
On my own.
You then printed it, and then you went across the hall to Ms. Solomon's.
No. I'm struggling with that. Sorry, Commissioner, finish first. Sorry.
Yeah. No, I'm trying to understand, because at the end of the last page, Ms. Solomon's put her stamp there, and she commissions the affidavit. So I'm trying to understand whether you went to her with the print document and you signed in her presence. Is that what happened?
I had printed it at my house.
Yes.
And then I either went to my office or to her house. I'm unsure of where it was.
Okay. But you were in her presence?
Yes.
And you signed in a presence and she stamped it?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay, we'll get to whether it's this one or a different one. I will leave it there for now because I will allow Ms. Ngube to continue with her questions.
So on 512 now, file 2, that's where the affidavit starts.
The way file 2 as well.
File 2, I'm busy with file 2 now, 512. Oh, he's file 2. Yes, you can put his file 2. Do you have IDAC file 2, exhibit file 2? Not your annexures, yeah. Page 512.
512.
That's the section 27 affidavit.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you say you typed this affidavit, or what you think is this affidavit, except that you say there was definitely PKTT and forklift mentioned in that affidavit that you typed and signed.
Commissioners, it is unthinkable for me that I would not have put that. It is in there. It is unthinkable. Like, there's many things I have not been sure of because of time lapses. That's not one of them. I'm convinced it was in there.
Okay. Now, when we look at the initials on 512, FS, and then there's a signature there, is that also you and Ms. Felicia Solomon's? Does that look like your signature?
Look, I can't speak for her, but that is my signature.
On each page, so 512, 513, 514, 515, and then the last page, 516.
That is my signature.
Okay. And do you recall how many pages yours was? Was it this many pages?
I did not count, and I hate to guess because if I'm one page out, but at this, I didn't count the pages. I did not.
Because I'm looking at the formatting and all of that of this affidavit compared to what you submitted to us, your 64-pager. This is a very formal, it's aligned, it's very different to what you submitted to us on your 64-pager. Do you accept that?
I accept that.
Okay. And you saying nobody assisted you with the formatting or anything. You want us to believe that you did this formatting?
I had days with this. I had what felt like hours with that, if you understand what I'm saying. If I had more time to prepare for this commission, my submission to this committee would have looked very different.
Okay. So when you say you had days with it, when did you, because you get the email from Mr. Nkabinde on the 11th, when do you start with the affidavit? When do you speak to Mr. Perumal?
I spoke to Mr. Perumal, I think it was 2 days later. So when I say days, it's not that I had a week. It is in actual fact that I wasn't pressured. With my submission, I was under extreme pressure. I had to find annexures. I had to look for dates that I couldn't find. I had to backtrack. I had to think of things. I put things in my affidavit that I took out afterwards because it was totally wrong. The pressures were different, ma'am.
And it's a 5-pager compared to a 64-pager, I guess.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. And
do you have any preferred font type, Mr. Adams?
I normally open the laptop and whoever worked last on it, that's the font type I'll use, Commissioner.
Okay.
Okay. Now,
not the laptop, sorry, the desktop, sorry.
The heading, referral to IDAC for investigation in terms of Section 27 of the NPA Act, capture of the Crime Intelligence Division by senior police officers, that is yours. You drafted it. You knew it was Section 27. They told you it's a Section 27.
When I was discussing the Section 27 with Mr. Perumal, I was taking notes because I didn't know what a Section 27 was. When I asked him, he said, look, it is like an affidavit. Right? You put your evidence on, but on top you make sure that you say referral to IDAC via Section 27. He said, make sure you say that.
Okay. So if you had, and we'll go through the affidavit again, if you had the affidavit ready for him, what was the purpose of having the meeting in Cape Town? And was it on the 21st of November? When was it?
Ma'am, you know, I like I say, I'm terrible with dates, and it's actually in my affidavit at the beginning that My date and timekeeping is terrible. So if you say it's the 21st, I'll accept it as the 21st.
I'm not saying it's the 21st. I'm looking at the date of your affidavit.
The affidavit.
Yes, so the date of the affidavit is 21 November 2024. When would you have met Mr. Perumal? Because you said you had the affidavit ready.
I'll tell you now.
And that would have been in November.
I'll tell you now, if you give me. Oh, can I confirm? I can confirm.
That's fine, you can confirm it later, but it would have been in November.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and it would have been after you've prepared the affidavit, because you say when you met him, you handed him the envelope, and that was the first time you met him.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But you had discussions about what needed to be in the affidavit and all of that. So you meet with him. I know you said City Lodge or something like that. Advocate Ms. Ramsamy said that Mr. Perumal had complained to her when they went in January to say that there were limited hotels available in Cape Town, and he was upset that they had to meet a Member of Parliament at a Formula One. You say it was a City Lodge. Was it Formula One or City Lodge?
No, I don't think it was Formula One. I think he's wrong.
Okay. Yeah.
Let me put it to you like this. If I'm wrong, it's the hotel right opposite the airport.
Okay.
But I don't think that's a Formula One. I'm convinced that's a City Lodge.
Okay, it's immaterial. I just want to make sure that we're talking about the same consultation. So you met him at the hotel?
At the hotel.
And he's with Mr. Pariachi?
We were sitting down. Mr. Pariachi walked over. He introduced himself to me. And I think he had someone else, but I didn't watch him because I was busy with Mr. Perumal, but he wasn't part of the meeting.
Okay. And you then, what is the purpose of the meeting if you have the affidavit ready? What's going to happen?
What happened was, as I was speaking to Mr. Perumal, he said to me, we'll be in town soon. So what you can do is you can give me a little of the background of what you have, and you can give me the 27 referral. And that is what happened.
Did he say why they wouldn't be assisting you with the 27 referral? Did they say it needed to come from you without their assistance, or what was the...
There was no mention of the assistance at all. All he said is we can't touch it without the Section 27.
Okay, we can't touch it without the Section 27. Okay. And so you then give him the envelope. How long is the meeting?
It was less than an hour, maybe 40 minutes.
Okay. So not a lengthy...
No.
Okay. And what are you discussing?
I'm telling him about the forklift, and I'm telling him about Major General Madondo's security clearance. And I'm also telling him about other things that I've heard, and I'll try to get evidence of it, but unfortunately didn't. Or in this case, as I said here, fortunately didn't. And that was the nature of the investigation. And after I left, I was actually stupid about it, because I asked myself, you didn't even ask to see his ID, as in easy IDAC, but you've given him the referral. But when I met him at the NPA buildings, I realized, okay, it's kosher.
That would have been in January.
The second meeting?
Yeah.
Second, yeah, that.
Okay. So can we just go through the... I know it might be a difficult exercise because we're talking about you did this in November 2024, but let's try. So we are on page 512, paragraph 1. What you say in paragraph 1, that is all you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then we have paragraph 2, it's where you're referring to SAP's crime intelligence is in jeopardy, and you mention your growing concern that the head of crime intelligence, who is General Kumalo, Lushaba, Madondo, and other crime intelligence officers were busy with the systemic capture of the crime intelligence division. That was part of your affidavit?
I've even said that in Parliament already.
Okay. Then paragraph 3, my suspicion about General Kumalo and others became more clearer when I found an envelope pushed under my office door at Parliament which contained some crime intelligence procurement documents using secret funds of crime intelligence and vetting documents. Do you remember phrasing it this way?
That is me, ma'am. This is me.
Okay. Now, we know this reference to crime intelligence procurement documents. Are you referring to the forklift?
The forklift.
Okay. But you say you would have mentioned forklift itself.
I would have mentioned the actual forklift. I would have mentioned it, ma'am.
Okay.
Look, like I say, it's 20 months ago. I wouldn't be able to quote this thing verbatim even if I read it, but I would have mentioned the forklift. And again, this is why I sit with a case number now.
And you accept that there's no reference to forklift in this one?
None.
There's no reference to PKTT?
I went through this thing last night, scratching my head the whole time.
Okay. Now, insofar as I want to show you what Advocate Ramsamy says she recalls was in that Section 27 affidavit that she saw on the 6th of December, the 6th of December, 5th of December, 2024, when she was preparing the 2813 application. And I've asked for her statement to be sent to you, so it's Statement 1 of Advocate Ramsamy, and it is on page 15.
Oh, there. I thought it was coming up, yeah. Thank you, Mabut. Page 15?
Yes, of her statement, paragraph 36. So she says, I have not seen the Section 27 affidavit after 6 December 2024 after I returned it to Advocate Johnson. What I recall of its contents is based on my memory, but as the Commission will see, there are certain contemporaneous recordals by me that somewhat corroborate my recollection of the contents of the Section 27 affidavit. For convenience, I will deal with the Section 27 affidavit that I was given on 5 December 2024, which she says is the only one that she saw, compared to the Section 27 affidavit that was flighted before the Commission in tabular form. Now, when she talks about the flighted one, it's the one in front of you, 512,
yes, ma'am.
because we don't have the one that she says she saw on the 6th of December. But she says the one that we have at page 512 to 516 is not what she saw on 6 December 2024.
Ma'am, Advocate, I'm leaning towards her here because there's things that are not in here. I don't know if someone wanted to minimize something for someone, but there's things that, and as you might have noticed, Commissioners, I don't have the best memory, but let me be adamant about this. There's things that I know I put in there.
I only got to hear today. You've said it repeatedly today that your memory is failing you for the first time today.
So, Commissioner, you must understand what a miserable pensioner I'm going to make one day.
Okay, so let's go to page 16, which has the table. And if you look at the first table, that's the Section 27 affidavit that she saw. And the second column, that is what you have in front of you at 512 to 516. So she says the one that she saw at number 1, it referred to your Orlando case numbers and the Valeria case number. And the one that's now on page 512 to 516 refers to the Cape Town case numbers. And there's no mention of Orlando and Valeria.
I don't think I would have put the Orlando case numbers in. I don't remember that at any rate. I don't. You
don't think you would have put the...
I don't remember doing it.
Okay. So
I can, let me attempt to help you, Advocate. I'm okay with the first page. I don't think there's anything wrong there.
Are you talking about page 512 now?
512.
Okay, of file 2. Yes.
But let me also be somewhat on the fence about this. I'm not going to say that she's wrong or that she's lying, but I don't remember that.
Okay, so just insofar as the case numbers are concerned. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
You probably would have put in the case numbers.
Can I ask for permission that if Commissioner Kamalo, see, I want to blame you now, Commissioner
No,
Madlanga,
don't worry. Many others have made the same mistake.
if indeed Commissioner Madlanga releases me today, that I be given an allowance to make a supplementary, because I'm going to go sit and think about all of this. It's going to be very hard for me to just yes, no, yes, no. It's 20 odd months ago. Will I be allowed that?
Let's see how things go. I can't make a decision about that.
Thank you, Commissioner.
You see, if you go to, just briefly, you don't even have to go to it, the docket for the Cape Town, the front cover, the case number is 1653. And in your document, it's missing the 1, so it's 653 instead of on page 512, that's section 27. So I would imagine that you would have gotten your case numbers right, but I also would imagine because you were under the impression that your Cape Town case dockets had been intercepted, you would rather refer to the most recent cases that you had lodged, which would be the Orlando and Valeria.
I accept that I missed the 1 in the front, but the Cape Town case numbers to me were more pressing, because in my head, those had disappeared. So if you understand what I'm saying, Advocate, for me that was the more pressing issue.
Okay. So then can we go back to her table and we'll see how far we can get. She says at item 2 that Major General Madondo failing a polygraph test while seeking security clearance was specifically mentioned, whereas in the one that's displayed here, 512 to 516, although vetting is mentioned, it is in a different context and no mention is made of a polygraph test. Now, do you recall if you would have said that Major General Madondo failed the polygraph test in your section 27?
I know that I verbally said that to the investigator on the day we met at the hotel. I'm going to struggle now because I know I mentioned vetting in here.
But you don't recall the polygraph?
I must be honest. I want to say yes, but I must be honest, I can't recall.
Okay, and then 3, she says allegations of procurement irregularity within crime intelligence regarding the procurement of a forklift. And she was adamant that the word forklift was in that affidavit.
Yes.
Are you also
I'm leaning
adamant?
towards her.
Okay.
I don't want to say I'm leaning towards her, but I'm leaning towards her.
So you say you pretty certain that you would have said forklift?
Ma'am, I would bet the last cent in my pocket that I said forklift. I said forklift.
And also because those were the documents that you had. The forklift was documents that you were given to you. Okay. And then at number 4, she says multiple allegations of alleged criminal conduct by the political killings task team, such as the procurement of vehicles, excessive budget for laundry using the Secret Service account. Do you recall that?
Ma'am, this is even clearer to me than Easter. Because even at Parliament, and you can go check the recordings, I was gunning them about the R500,000 a year laundry bill for the PKTT, that they're spending 10,000 Rand a night per officer at 5-star hotels. I was at war with the portfolio over that. It would have been in my section 27. I mean, if nothing else, Commissioners, that if I'd given you a one-pager, that would have been in there.
Okay. And then 5, vehicles that were procured for the PKTT being used by the former Minister of Police, Mr. Cele, for his personal use.
That I know I spoke about. I don't want to lie, sit here and tell you I did it. I know I mentioned it. I did not have evidence at the time. So please just allow me to be a little bit ambivalent about that one.
Okay. Then the last one, number 6, purchasing of hotels or lodges and or properties using the Secret Service account.
Can I just take a minute, just a second? Advocate, will you allow me to leave a question mark there?
Okay.
Thank you.
So, in actual fact, you can't assist us as to whether this 512 to 516, you say you're certain that you mentioned forklift and PKTT and these allegations, but you don't know what this document is in, because there's some of it that was contained in what you recall handing over to Mr. Perumal, but some things that should be in there, allegations that you recall were in there, are not in there.
Advocate, if I can tell you honestly, I'm probably the most confused person in this room right now, because this is making me question my own sanity right now, but I know I put those things in there.
Okay. And what compounds it is that you confirm the signatures on the pages?
Yes, I can't speak for Councillor Solomon's. I can't speak for, but these appear to be my signatures.
Okay.
So,
can I just check, Mr. Adams? You say you don't recall. What could you have been saying about the PKTT in your affidavit? That must be clear. You must be clear about that.
I can tell you what I said about the PKTT.
Yes.
And I'm not going to mention the officer's name because I believe cases are being withdrawn today. But there was one gentleman who was a driver, who was promoted from a driver, which I believe to be a sergeant, to a lieutenant colonel. He skipped various ranks. And that, I know I mentioned that. I asked to look into that. I asked.
You see, you yesterday you said that among other people that you discussed with is Professor Miss Dihas and Miss Mashale. There had been discussions about the stuff that eventually forms part of your complaints. And I think it's a valid question. If you say you're not sure about what you said in that affidavit, or whether what Miss Ramsamy has summarized, whether that is what you said, you surely must be able to say, here's my complaint that I had at the time about the PKTT. That I would expect you to remember. The same with the buildings, where she says your complaint include the Secret Service fund being used to get buildings. I would expect you to remember clearly and say, I could never have said that, because the first time I heard about it was long after I had filed my affidavit. So I'm struggling with that you don't remember things as specific as that. And to remember, I'm not saying to you, you did put it in the affidavit. I'm even allowing for you saying, I could never have said that. I could not have spoken about the laundry expenditure in their budget, because it's not material that was within my knowledge in November.
So.
Yes, you may.
Oh, I thought...
I've raised two things with you. The one is the buildings, the properties being bought, and the other is about the PKTT expenditure. And if you have already dealt with the PKTT laundry expenditure, I'm happy to leave it, and you've given an answer. But the purchase of the buildings, you must remember whether you knew or didn't know, or had a gripe about it by November 2024.
Commissioner, the reason I'm not saying that I did is because I want to be sure. If I tell you that it's in there, like, for example, the forklift, it's supposed to be in there. But with the buildings, I know I had a hell of a fight about the buildings, but I'm not sure if I... And let me tell you, Commissioner, I'm again leaning towards Ms. Ransami, but I can't nail it and say yes. But I am strongly leaning towards what she's saying here.
Thank you.
I want to raise a few issues with you, Mr. Adams. I don't remember if I greeted you. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Looking at this affidavit on 512, you say the one that you provided to IDEC made mention of the PKTT and the forklift, right? And we can see that this one does not? Please don't nod, please answer so that...
I'm acknowledging as you speak,
Yes,
sir.
the
So that's for myself.
Yes.
Sorry, I thought you were still talking.
No,
Sorry,
that is fine. So this affidavit we're looking at then cannot be the one that you gave to IDEC on the 21st of November 2024, because according to you, the one that you gave to IDEC had in it PKTT and it had a reference to the forklift. Now, the follow-up question is, where does this one come from? The one that we're looking at, if it is not the one that you gave to IDEC in November 2024, where does this one come from?
I think Andrea Johnson is best placed to answer that, sir.
But it has your signature.
That is what, it's making me feel like I'm insane.
Yes.
If indeed I was part of whatever's going on here, I would sit here and own this is my affidavit. Yes, no, I did not mention PKTT. No, I did not mention the forklift. But this thing, this is not everything I put in there.
Did you do 2 Section 27 affidavits?
I did not sign the one because I wasn't happy with it, because I put in words like heister instead of forklift. This is not what, Chairperson, I hope you understand why I went to Wellington Police. Because I was in Wellington on the day this madness was happening, when I saw these things and I thought, no man, none of this, I'm going to lay a charge.
Now, in October last year, this is important. In October last year, the people at IDEC, according to the emails that we have seen, were looking for a Section 27 affidavit, and they could not find it. But when this commission sought documents from IDEC, this is the document that was given to the commission. And it raises serious questions about IDEC and you, Mr. Adams. And the question in relation to you is this: did you, after October 2025, sign a Section 27 affidavit and backdate it?
No, Chairperson. And you will understand why later. You will understand why later.
Yeah. Now, can you come up with a sensible explanation why we have before us an affidavit that you say is not the affidavit you signed in November 2024?
Chairperson, someone has altered this thing. I don't know why. I don't know how. Someone has taken out information that I wanted in here. Information that I'm passionate about. Information that landed me in Pietermaritzburg prison. I can't answer that, Chairperson.
How do you explain your signature? I can understand if somebody forged a document, as you allege, or they did something sinister. Advocate Ngube took you through every page and asked you if those are your initials, and you confirmed that those are your initials. Now, if this is not the document that you signed on the 21st of November, 2024, where do those initials and the signature on the last page come from?
Commissioner Kumalo, I humbly submit to this commission that the IDAC must come and explain this.
No, they cannot explain your signature. All I want is you to explain your signature. They can explain other things. They can explain why what you say was in the affidavit is not there. But for now, I want you to focus on the signature, which you say is yours. Unless you say to us that is also a forgery.
I am leaning that way, and I think it is. But I don't want to make accusations. But this, advocate, sorry to say, look, I have a scribble of a signature, as you can see in my affidavit also.
But do you
I would assume somebody tampered.
Do you remember initialing this document that we see in front of us?
Advocate, if I was not aware of the fact that I included words like forklift, PKTT, in my document, you could probably tell me this is my document, and I would agree with you if I was just flipping through it.
Forget about the content. Do you remember initialing this 6-page document? I think it's 5. Do you remember initialing this 5-page document and signing the last page?
Not the one before me, Advocate.
Not the one before
Not the one before me. Not the one before me. There's been alterations made to this document. This is not the one that I submitted.
So you say somebody you don't know who altered this document?
Chairperson, that is clear from where I stand. Unless I've gone mad, unless I'm misreading the thing that I typed, but I'm not mad. I know it was in there. These are two things that, as I say, passionate about. I've been fighting it, and it's not there, and it makes no sense. It makes no sense. I don't know why they would want to take it out.
Do the charges that you say you've laid against IDEC relate to this affidavit as well?
Chairperson, at the time when I see it, I don't think that I've gone through this affidavit. My charges relate to the way they handle my case. But when I speak to the investigating officer, this will certainly be one of the things that I raise.
All right. Thank you.
Then can I take you to what Mr. Rapesu said he recalls was in the section 27, and that is on page 7 of his statement. We've also asked for those files to be given to you.
Okay.
We can check.
Thank you.
Do you have it, Mr. Adams?
I have it, ma'am.
Okay. So you'll see paragraph 21, the section 27 referral ISO, and the section 27 that served before the commission. He says, I record at the outset that I browsed the section 27 referral quickly and did not read it in full. I did not reach the last page and I did not see who the deponent was or how it had been commissioned. What follows is my best recollection. The section 27 referral I saw dealt substantially with the political killings task team, which I refer to as the PKTT. As best I recall, it referred to the PKTT being accommodated at a lavish hotel and to the cost of their laundry, to lavish motor vehicles said to have been purchased from a slush fund and used by the former Minister of Police, Bheki Cele, and to properties and hotels in various provinces, including KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng. I recall a reference in Gauteng to the Midrand or Kyalami area. Do you recall any of that before I continue?
The only thing here that I would actually, let me just make sure, sorry, ma'am. The only thing here that I would actually contest is the issue of Minister Cele, because I did not have evidence of that. And the hotels, of course, which I'm, but
sure.
He's essentially, he's the man is not, he's not wrong. He's not wrong.
Okay, then he says, it also dealt with political killings. In that regard, I recognize the name of a person, one Sergeant Dumisani Dlamini, whom I knew as he had been a witness of mine during my earlier service in KwaZulu-Natal, and I recall mentioning at the briefing that I knew him. Do you recall that?
I don't think that was in my submission, ma'am, but I know that he and I spoke at length about Sergeant Dlamini, who was locked up, and he actually agreed with me that that man doesn't deserve prison. That's another one of those things that I'm busy with, but I don't think I would have put it in my affidavit. I don't think so.
Okay.
We spoke about it at length. I mean, I'm sure you heard the recording where his name comes up, and you obviously have heard that I'm invested in that, but I don't think I put that in there.
Okay, you don't think that you had it
I
in there?
I think maybe Mr. Rapesha is also remembering the conversation and thinking that. I don't want to speak for him, but I don't think I put that in there.
Because he says he remembers mentioning it at the briefing, and the briefing that he's referring to is the briefing that the team had on the 6th of December 2024, so before he met you.
Their briefing.
Okay. Their briefing, their internal briefing where they were discussing your referral. Because remember, your referral comes through, the team gets assembled, the Section 2813 is approved, and then Advocate Johnson calls a team meeting. So that's the first meeting of the investigating team and prosecutorial team. So he's referring to that briefing.
Can I answer you like this? He's the last one between the two of us to have seen the affidavit, if I may answer you like that. So I'm not going to argue with him from a point of certainty, but I wouldn't understand why I'd put that in there, because that was a totally separate fight. It was a totally separate fight.
But it was something that you were passionate about, and it had to do with the PKTT.
Yes. Actually, now that you put it like that, I might have mentioned him, but can I?
It's fine. I'm not going to press you for an
No,
answer.
it's just, I don't want to disagree with him, and because he might actually be right, but I don't want to disagree with him.
Yeah, I think I'm basing it off what you say is that it is something that you were passionate about. You discuss it at length at the meeting of 6 January 2025, insofar as the PKTT is concerned. And he then says it was in it, and he remembers discussing it at the briefing session and telling the team that he knows Dlamini from his work in KZN.
Yes, he told me that, that Sergeant Dlamini was a witness, that he believed the man to be innocent, and that was basically that kind of conversation.
Okay. Now, unless the commissioners want to ask anything else regarding the Section 27?
Mr. Adams, during the tea break, can you please call your office, ask them to find the affidavit, the one that you signed and had commissioned, not this one which you disclaim. Can you please get them to send that document from your desktop or from your computer?
My desktop is at my house, Commissioner, not at my office. That's where I work from at night because I'm on the road all day. I can. My wife gets home at 3. Look, I'm gonna try my level best to get it for you because this thing is irritating me like you won't believe.
Why we wanted that to happen today is because your testimony is going to be finalized today.
Commissioner?
So we wanted to engage with that document whilst you are in the witness stand.
Yes, Commissioner, I understand that. And if I have the document, I'm even willing to come back because I'm more than willing to avail myself if you have another date for me. I understand you're also working under time constraints.
Yeah, please try. Let's see if you.
Let's see what you can do during the tea adjournment.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Before you move on.
So I'm still going to be here after tea time.
It depends on you.
Mr. Adams, you are certain that you submitted only one affidavit to IDEC, one Section 27.
I handed that document to Chief Investigator Perumal. We never spoke about the Section 27. Again, I'm confused, Commissioner.
And you say this was in Cape Town when you handed it to him. So Ms. Johnson would have been incorrect when she said, because this is what she testified, when she said you delivered your affidavit, your Section 27 affidavit, to their Pretoria office at reception.
No, she's lying.
Okay.
I'm telling you categorically that she's lying.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. But you were in Johannesburg or in Gauteng in November, correct?
I'm in Gauteng every month. I don't know if that helps you, but I'm in Gauteng a lot.
No, I'm being specific here because you said that you met with the IGI in November.
Yes, ma'am.
And when would that have been?
That I can confirm. I can't lie to you about the date, but I was at his office.
Okay. I just want you to see whether it would have been after 21 November, because your affidavit is dated 21 November, or whether it was before, because in your affidavit you say in that same week you met with the IGI, so that would have been, I think it was the first week in November.
Sorry, you mean the statement?
In your statement, yes. In your statement that you submitted to the Commission, you said that you met with the Office of the IGI in November.
What I can do is I can tell you that the IGI's logbook will tell you exactly what time and date I was there, but it was the same week. It was the same week.
And then. So you say you didn't drop off any affidavit at all at IDEX offices?
No, ma'am.
Had you ever been to IDEX offices?
I was asked to sign a, what do they call the thing? The introduction to something?
The preamble?
I was asked to sign a preamble, and what day, I can't tell you, but it was maybe a few weeks later. And I told them, I'm in Pretoria on this day, I can do that for you then. And as a matter of fact, the camera footage will tell you that on that day, I didn't even get out the car because I was running late. And so I called Chief Investigator Perumal. He met me at the door. I read through it, I signed it, and I drove off.
Okay.
What's the preamble to what?
To my statements, my A1s.
After your January meeting?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That's what I was going to ask. But that would have been in 2025?
Yes, probably. I would. There I couldn't help you, but that was the only time I ever went near their office. I've never been inside.
Well, we're trying to figure out when it would have been. It would have been after your meeting with them in Cape Town on the 6th of January.
Yes, ma'am. Definitely.
Okay.
Definitely.
The reference on page 32 of your statement, if you can perhaps just go there.
Maybe before, if you're moving off completely.
My own statement, ma'am?
Commissioner Baloy has a question.
Yes. Can we then safely is it safe to assume that this affidavit at 512, the one that you have difficulty with, that you would have read it if it were your affidavit, because it bears your signature, you would have read it if it was given to you. You would have read it before you signed it, before you presented it to Ms. Solomons to sign for you, and having read it and seeing that there is no reference to the forklift complaint and the detail of the PKTT, that you would have taken issue with that if this was your affidavit? Because those were important issues for you.
Advocate Baloy, I promise you that if I look at the pages as I flip past it, it looks like mine. But there are details in there that I know I put in there. And I don't know to what end they were removed, but they were in there.
And you're certain that if this is your affidavit, then the forklift and PKTT allegations were removed from your affidavit?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Ms. Ng.
Thank you. On page 32 of your statement, which is file 1 of your files.
There's no page 32 in here, ma'am. In the 28.
In your statement.
Yeah. File 1. Oh, witness bundle. Sorry. Another witness bundle.
Be your statement bundle, actually.
I think that's a witness bundle. Small witness bundles. Oh, wait. I think I got it. Oh. Yeah. 30?
32.
Paragraph?
Paragraph 245.
Yes, ma'am.
You say, I was contacted by the Office of the IGI in November 2024 during my efforts to have my criminal cases investigated by SAPS. An inquiry was made about the cases that I had lodged and asked whether I would attend their offices in Pretoria because the department had an interest in the cases that I had lodged with SAPS. During the same week, I visited the IGI's offices where I spent some time explaining the nature of my concerns. But you don't give us a date of when in November that would have been.
I'm sorry if I'm frustrating the work of this commission, but I'm terrible with dates and times. And when I went to the IGI, it was a simple appointment to express my concerns, hand over the document. Because in the phone call, his office asked me, do you have the documents? And I said, yes. Would you share it with us? I said, yes. So it wasn't a beacon that I can remember the date. If you're understanding what, it was just a meeting and that's the end of it.
Do you not keep a diary, Mr. Adams? As a public official and a member of parliament, I would assume that you keep a diary either because you claim for your travel expenses or you need to account for where you are during public time. Do you not keep a diary that sets out where you are? I mean, a meeting with an IGI is important enough for you to diarize it and know that on this date I must be at the IGI's offices and what was discussed there. So do you not keep those things?
Excuse me.
Yes.
I generally, I save my appointments on my phone, and that device has left me. And the other reason that I wouldn't bother with a book diary is because I don't claim from Parliament, not a cent, ever. So if I have a meeting, let's say with you tomorrow, Commissioner, it will be on my phone for 9 o'clock with a reminder. But I don't write down in the book that I'm going there and I'm going there for travel claims and that. I don't get involved in that. Okay. And again, I apologize for frustrating your work because it's even frustrating to me. But like I say, the IGI's logs will tell you which day and which time I was there.
Mr. Adams, I just want to move on to another topic that I want to close off. There's a...
Before you do that. Mr. Adams, the conversations and meetings with the IGI, you said in the ad hoc committee that the IGI himself called you. You recall that was your testimony? Because in your statement, you say, in this statement that we are looking at, in 245, you say you were contacted by the office, which could be anyone in that office. You do recall that in the ad hoc committee, you
yes,
said Mr. Faisal himself did call you.
Yes, ma'am.
And when he called you, had you had any prior contact with him? Did you know who he was? Had you met him somewhere? Had someone ever referred you or mentioned him to you?
I had heard of the office of the IGIMM, and I actually made a mistake at the ad hoc, to be honest with you. When I'm writing it down a second time, I realized that. And I said to myself, but at the ad hoc, anyway. So what happens is I get a call from the office of the IGI. It was a female, I can't remember her name. And she told me the IGI had asked her to make contact with me.
But how could you make that kind of mistake, that it's the IGI himself that called you? It's a very specific person. It's a head of office and who holds a very important position. How could you possibly make a mistake that he called you?
It is, in my estimation, Commissioner Beloy, it was a very stupid mistake to make, a rudimentary one, but it was not intended to mislead anyone because the call was from the IGI, but via his office. So I did make it. It was a very stupid, a casual stupid mistake. And I do own it. I accept that. And as a matter of fact, as I was writing my statement, I knew the contradiction, but I put down what actually happened.
But if you pick up the contradiction, why are you not explaining it in your statement? Because it is quite a serious allegation or fact, if it happened, that the IGI himself called you. That's very important. And if at the time of drafting your statement, you realize that I made a mistake, why are you not correcting that in the statement?
I didn't think of the affidavit, my affidavit to you, as being something that, well, it shouldn't contradict what I said at the ad hoc, but I made a mistake at the ad hoc. And in hindsight, and with what you've taught me now, I should have actually corrected myself in the affidavit.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry about that, Commissioner.
No, you don't. It's okay.
No,
I guess we'll have to make our conclusions about it. It's difficult, I must say, speaking for myself.
And that's why I apologize, because I'm giving you extra work. I'm sorry, Commissioner.
It's very difficult for me to accept, let me say, to accept that nearly a year later, in your statement to us, you say, oh, I made a mistake back then. When I said it was the IGI, and one has to decide what do we do with that, because you either lied to the ad hoc committee, and that's the impression you left them with, and or you're lying to us now when you say I made a mistake back then. One of these two institutions must hold you to have lied under oath. You accept that?
What I do accept, Commissioner, is that I made a mistake in front of the ad hoc committee, and I'm here admitting to the mistake and owning up to it and telling you that this is the correct version. I didn't. There's nothing in it for me to say anything like that. I made a genuine, stupid, sloppy mistake, and I own it. I own the mistake, and I apologize to you for giving you another conclusion to have to reach.
Well, I know you say there's nothing in it for you. I want to suggest one possible explanation is you might have now realized, oops, I shouldn't have said that in the ad hoc committee. I shouldn't have disclosed that it's the IGI himself that called me, because it is problematic that the IGI would have called you and you would have to explain that conversation. How did it come about that he knew to contact you? So you might have belatedly realized that is problematic and I need to fix it. That's one possible explanation.
No, definitely, Commissioner. And
okay, you accept that. Okay, all right, thank you. Lastly, before we leave the Section 27 affidavit, and I accept that you have difficulties with it, as you have described it. In that paragraph 1, you express that you do not trust General Patekile. You do remember that was your position on day 1. So somehow, whoever may have doctored or interfered with your original affidavit at IDEC to create this, which, do you have it in front of you?
I have it in front of me.
Yes. Whoever might have rewritten your affidavit seems at paragraph 1 to have gotten it right, because you say you didn't trust, they say you said you don't trust General Patekile, and that's something that you repeated. That alone seems to suggest, well, this is your affidavit, actually, still, because there are things that are common to what you have said in the box and what is contained in here. What do you want to say anything about it?
There is so much about this affidavit that I would say yes. I'm questioning the parts that were omitted. If you understand what I'm getting at, Commissioner. The easy thing would be, yes, this is my affidavit. No, Ransami is mad, she's afraid. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that there's things that something's not right here.
Okay. And when you say you didn't trust General Patekile, what is the basis for that? Especially, and I want to limit it to when it comes to the handling of dockets. What history did you have that creates a basis or a reasonable basis for you to hold him in distrust?
I've always had a very cordial relationship with the General. I mean, the General would call me, well, I would call him more often, excuse me. So when I'm told that the provincial officers come to collect your dockets and that's not their job, they're not supposed to, I'm under the impression that the head of the provincial office knows about it. So I didn't trust him with that. It's not that the General did anything to me personally, but something was wrong in the provincial office, and I decided not to speak to him further about that.
So it was not because there's a history that made you, with him, that made you distrust him. It was just about these dockets.
I have lauded General Patekile when he's done right, and I have criticized him when I felt he was wrong, but it was always fair in my view. When the man does right, but just on this one issue, I thought I couldn't trust him on this.
Okay. Thank you.
But if I understood what you said in your evidence yesterday, it's that it was more his response to you when you told him what you had been informed about your dockets, and he said he's going to investigate it, and you weren't happy with his response. You didn't mention anything about not trusting him.
No, ma'am. I was stating the mood in the room, if you will, that I wasn't happy with his response. But the mistrust began as soon as I heard it was the provincial office. It was not a case of Patekile as anything. It's just I don't trust him on this issue. If I'm helping you there with the answer.
Yes, but you didn't know that the files had moved yet when you called him. remember the note on the diary shows that the files moved to the PC on the 31st. You said you called him on the 30th of October.
I'm confused.
And he said to you he's going to investigate.
I'm confused. I understand what you're saying about the notes in the OB entries, if you will. Did I call him?
Remember, you said you didn't get your CAS numbers. You didn't get your CAS numbers.
Yes, ma'am.
And then you get told by General Lincoln that your dockets are being intercepted. He didn't tell you that they'd been transferred.
No.
Yes. You called the PC, and you're not happy that with his response.
Yes, ma'am.
That's what you say. So
yes,
that's what I'm saying. Your sequencing is out.
No. So essentially, not happy with his response and mistrusting him on the issue is essentially the same thing for me.
Okay, so you mistrust him because of the response that he gives you. What?
Yes, ma'am. I expected more urgency on something like that. I did, and therefore I mistrusted him.
But I think you accepted yesterday that his response there was nothing wrong with his response to you.
That was yesterday, ma'am. This thing was written 2 years ago. Yesterday I accepted that, you know what, I was in a rush. This thing wasn't written yesterday. So just to put it, this is once I'm getting my time sequence right. But on that day, yes. After being schooled yesterday for the first time, I own it, yes.
Okay, I think when you do that, when we engage you like that, then you must accept it. You must say, look, I was wrong here, so that we don't have this, because now every time it's going in circles, we confront you with an allegation in your statement. You stick to it, even though the day before you had conceded the point.
No, my time sequence was wrong. As you said it, you were right, but I didn't have the understanding. So, yeah, I accept.
Okay. Then I want to just go back before we go to the next topic. There's an issue that we dealt with yesterday, again, regarding your time, your sequence. And it's a media clip, because you do quite a few of those. So there's a media clip that we want to play, and then I want to engage you on what you said in that clip.
Been contacted by the IDAC.
Oh, let's pull it.
I've been contacted by the IDAC. I'd given the file to the IDAC. I was then contacted by the Inspector General for Intelligence. I gave him what I had left. And now I'm getting calls from people claiming to be policemen, wanting to meet wherever. And I said, you know what, where are you from, Johannesburg? I'll come to Johannesburg. I'm more than happy to meet you at your office. I never got a return call. Mkwanazi must not be selective in how he presents information, sir. Here's my thing. I've already given my disclosure to the IDAC. Do I need a parallel investigation? I think not. I don't know who to trust right here. This is the sad part.
Mm-hmm. So you do confirm, though, that investigators did call you to try and get more information. You just didn't trust them because you were not sure if they were legitimate.
I'd already handed over my file to the IDAC. I didn't want to meet another investigator because I didn't know who was covering for what. I didn't know who was...
Okay. Now, that is incorrect. I'm putting that to you. Can we go to, so that I can take you through the chronology again on this aspect. Page 3856 of 9B. 3856. The person, the police officer that you're referring to there is Colonel Philip that had called you, right? That you say you didn't trust. Get 9B, page 3856.
Thank you, sir.
Do you have it?
I do.
Okay. I want you to remember your evidence yesterday on page 3856. Mm-hmm. The table there, you said You don't dispute the table, what's set out in that table. Now, on the 2nd of November, he does the introduction. We've been through that. 3rd, you have engagements with him throughout the beginning of November. And you'll see that the last engagement is on the 9th of November 2024. Mr. Adams indicated that he has eventually addressed the challenges at his residence and will call Colonel Phillip by the end of the week to confirm when he, Mr. Adams, will be coming to Joburg. 15 November, outgoing call to Mr. Adams, no answer. So the last engagement would have been 9 November. At this stage, there's no IDAC, if we are to believe the email from you sending the email to the minister on the 10th of November, the minister's office, on the 10th of November, and Mr. Nkabinde responding on the 11th, and the letter saying that IDAC must investigate. We've been through that. All of that is 10 and 11 November. So when you say in that clip that you were already engaged with the IDAC when Colonel Phillip called you, that's not true.
Can I just see the date on that thing, man? Because I'm
Which
actually
date?
Of that clip, please.
Of the clip with Clement.
Yes, please. Just the date. I don't need to see the clip. I've kind of got a frame of what.
See if we have the date of the clip. But
okay, if you can.
I think the more important thing is what you're saying in the clip about the history.
No, I understand that. And I'm just trying to think what I was doing or thinking at that time.
Okay. We'll try and get the date for you.
Or alternatively, commissioners, may I make a supplementary after consultation with my attorney about that one, if at all possible?
Can you just please keep a running list of all?
No, there's only two. Only two. I won't flood the commission.
Just in case.
No, I won't flood the commission. No.
There was one and now there's two.
It's only two.
So
I'll stop right there.
It's on that basis that I said just keep a running list, and then at the end you raise those with us, and a decision will be taken.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. Can you just tell me what that is marked as so I can write it down?
I'll get the date for you, but of that clip. What I want to address with you is what you say in that clip is that when Colonel Phillip called you, you were already engaged with the IGI and with IDAC. That can't be, because Colonel Phillip's engagement with you ends on the 9th of November. By the 9th of November, there's no IDAC. IDAC only comes in on the 10th, actually on the 11th, because you write an email to the minister on the 10th of November complaining about the fact that your case won't be, you want an independent investigator, right?
100%.
So that is incorrect what you're saying in that clip.
Yes, on the face of it, I will accept that, and that is why I'm asking just for time, just to pick, because it's the first time that I see the clip in this context.
Okay. What I want to know is, are you sure that your engagement with IDAC only started after your email to the minister and the minister's letter to IDAC?
I can confirm that, ma'am.
Okay. There was nothing discussed prior to that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And with the IGI, was it a parallel process? So when Colonel Phillip called you, were you already engaged with the IGI?
I'm actually now, and this is maybe where the IGI's logbook is going to be very important, thinking that maybe I should request what date I was there, because from what I'm saying there, I'm now not convinced that I met the IGI afterwards. If you understand what I'm saying.
Afterwards when? When you say afterwards, you need to give us a point in time.
So my version of events of 2 years ago is I met with IDAC and then the IGI. I'm just questioning myself now if it happened that way. So that's why I'm saying I'm going to apply for permission from the IGI's office just to tell me what day and what time I was there, and then I'll be able to give you a proper supplementary, if that's okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Now, with the IGI, that wasn't your only engagements with the IGI. In 2025, there's further engagements because you wanted a copy of the IGI's report.
Yes, ma'am.
How did you become aware that the IGI was investigating crime intelligence?
I was the complainant in the matter. I had handed him some of the documentation that he had, and I would I would email him to ask if there's been any updates. And then one day, brazenly and out of frustration, I asked if the report, no, he confirmed that he concluded his report. His report was with the minister. I asked if I may have a copy of the report. He said no. I emailed the minister. I asked the minister if he'd bring the report to the portfolio. The minister never replied. Now it's at this stage, and I'm sorry to be speaking so long on limited time. It's at this stage, I'm thinking if the minister doesn't want to share this report or to deal with whoever's been doing what, if any findings have been made, then the minister's part of it. And that of me was, luckily I didn't say it to anyone. It was a blunder. It was a massive blunder.
Then the minister is part of what? What are you?
Of the cover up in my head, in my view.
Which cover up now? Because you're now with IDAC and you're with the IGI. So there's you were aware that both were investigating. Did you think that your complaints were being investigated by the IGI and IDAC, right? You were running the IDAC process as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, why would you think that the minister is involved in the cover-up?
In my view, if there is proof of corruption, I felt that the place that it must be mentioned is in the police portfolio because that's where it was raised. So I'm emailing the minister to ask him if he's going to bring the report to us as a committee, and the minister never responded. And to me, that was a little bit offish.
But didn't you first ask the IGI for a copy of the report?
Yes.
And then the response was that they completed the investigation.
No, if I'm right, I was first told the investigation is complete. The report is with the minister. Then I emailed the IGI, said, am I allowed a copy of the report? And he said no. And then I emailed the minister and asked him if he'd bring the report, because now I know I'm not allowed a copy, but if the minister will bring the report to the portfolio.
Okay, so, and did you eventually get to the report?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
To this day.
The minister's office didn't respond to you?
His office didn't respond to that email.
Okay. So you are the complainant in that?
Yes,
the
ma'am.
IGI process as well?
I am.
Okay. And that also started in November of 2024?
Like I said, yes, but I'm just going to ask them for their logs to confirm the day I was there.
Do you know if the office of the minister had any involvement in your complaint to the IGI being initiated, well, whether it was investigated at the instance of the minister?
It was not mentioned to me, and I didn't ask. I wasn't told that the minister's instruction. No, I wasn't told anything like that.
Called by the office of the IGI, surely you must have asked, how do you know that I have a complaint about crime intelligence? They must have told you some background to, we are calling you, we've heard you've laid a complaint, whether with IDAC or whoever, and this is where we know it from, and you want to verify that you're speaking to the right person, surely.
Thank you, Commissioner. When I was speaking to this lady, she gave me an office number, she gave me an address, a physical address, and that to me was okay. And when I got there and I was introduced to the IGI, Mr. Faisal, it actually occurred to me, I asked him, how did you know about this? And he laughed and he said, we are intelligence. And I wasn't gonna question deeper than that. I don't know if they saw it on social media, because I made a big brouhaha about my dockets going missing. I don't know, and as the advocate infers, did the minister's office get involved? I can't answer that.
So when you flew up to Pretoria, you knew that you're going to be meeting the IGI himself, because
No.
he met you.
No, I was
and
invited
handed
to
you
his
over
office. I was met at security. A lady came down to me to fetch me at the gate. She took me into a room. The IGI was sitting and having coffee. He told me, our advocate governor is just a few minutes late. If you'll have a cup of tea with me. We sat, we just started sipping the tea when the advocate came. And he said to me, right, she will be handling you. But I had explained to him the nature of my concerns. And I was taken into a room with advocate governor, and everything else flowed from there.
And you say at that point, the only body that had the complaint, your complaint, was the minister's office. At the point when you get this call?
Yes.
From the IGI's office?
The minister's office and the National Commissioner's office. No one else knew about it.
When did you inform? You're mentioning the National Commissioner's office for the first time, unless I have missed it. When and how did you put your complaints as we have them now and as you put them to the minister? When and how did you put them to the National Commissioner?
I'm just trying to gather my thoughts on that issue, but I know I sent an email to him complaining about you're making me think now, did I send that email? No. The email refers to me speaking to the minister where I tell him your National Commission is not helping. I only sent it to the minister's office. Sorry, Advocate Paloy, I almost sent you in the wrong direction. Thank you for the question.
So at the time that you get a call from the IGI's office, the only people who are sitting with your complaint is the minister's office?
Only the minister's office.
Okay, thank you.
Can you just clarify this? After the letter from Mr. Nkabinde, let me not say from the minister's office, 11 November 2024, and they told you that they'll be referring your complaint to IDEC.
Yes, sir.
Did you have any further engagements with the minister's office regarding the crime intelligence issues and PKTT issues?
The only one was I became aware of a rumor, and it's only a rumor, I'm not throwing shade at anyone, that there was a plot or plan to arrest the minister if he tried to, what's the word? To do away with the PKTT. That was a rumor that I heard. I called Mr. Nkabinde that day, the morning, and I said, are they really going to arrest the minister? Because as everybody knows, my feeling is still the same. The PKTT is overfunded, the AGU is getting too little. I said to him, are they arresting the minister over the PKTT? And he said, listen, we've heard. I don't want to say too much, but we are taking it seriously, but the minister's done nothing wrong. That was the only discussion I had with him.
Let me ask it differently. After you submitted your Section 27 affidavit to IDEC, did you go back to the minister's office to say, I have now submitted my affidavit to IDEC?
No, Commissioner Kamara.
You did
I did not.
And you did not say to them, I have now met with the IG's office?
No, Commissioner, that I didn't do.
So they don't know what you did after you received the letter of 11 November 2024?
What I did is I told the police portfolio that I'd met with the IG's office, and I'd handed in the documents.
No, I'm focusing only on the minister's office.
No, not with the minister's office.
So they don't know that you submitted a complaint to IDEC?
No.
Or at least you didn't tell them?
Let's put it like that. Yeah, I didn't tell them.
But you knew that the minister's office had asked IDEC to investigate your matter?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Chair, I see it's 11:01. Shall we take the...
Let's adjourn and resume at 11:30. And please, the desktop issue and your 27 affidavit.
1. All right, it's 29 minutes past 11. Please, let's make sure that we keep our devices on silent, quiet. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank
Mr.
you, Chair. Chair, Mr. Adams did attempt to access his desktop in order to get the affidavit if it is there. Unfortunately, he's unable to because his wife is not available to assist him with that. We've agreed that he would include it as part of his supplementary because I understand she can only be if it exists.
I've not granted him
Yes.
permission yet to file the supplementary.
Subject to what you say, Chair, if it does exist at all, because he doesn't know.
I think. Mr. Adams, you are afforded an opportunity to file a supplementary.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner, if I may, just so that you know, because I didn't want to speak on camera, I think you and I had a chat about where my wife would be on Friday, Commissioner Madlanga.
I'm not sure.
No, just. Oh, sorry.
I doubt that. I think all we've done when we meet outside will just be to exchange greetings and pleasantries. I don't remember that kind of detail anyway.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Adams, there are two clippings from the recording that I want to play. The one relates to the opening of the dockets, just to go through what it is that you told IDAC at the time. And the second is what you had spoken about earlier about the threat that was made, that you heard, the rumor that you heard that the threat was made by General Mkonazi for Minister Mchunu, that he would be arrested if the PKTT is disbanded. I'm not so much interested in what you say, what you communicate to them, but what Mr. Perumal says in response to that, okay? So can we start with and Chair, I think you will need the headphones that were, and just check if you have a pair.
I do, thank you.
I think this portion is audible, but it's easier to have the headphones on. So this is a recording after introductions are made, and Advocate Ramsamy asks you about what happens from the time that you receive the documents.
So we're working on that one personally.
With regards to that, how does this information reach your table? Let's start there. With the housebreaking situation with Lushaba. Lushaba, hey?
Yeah, Lushaba.
I was given the files up on the office. I read through it. I couldn't believe what I was doing.
You didn't try to make any attempts to trace who dropped the file off or anything?
There are no cameras in it. So that was a
And you're still in possession of that file?
Yes.
Yeah, the documents. Yeah, no, we have them.
Yeah. I made copies, but I've given really good what the content of the file.
Full names is Fadil Adams.
I don't have the second names.
F-A-D-I-E.
That would be my IDs, like giving me the second names. So just keep it simple.
Did help.
So I'm not going to agree with investigating.
Okay, when did you receive it?
It was roundabout, not too wide, roundabout the first of the
2024.
Couldn't tell you the exact date. I sat on it for a few days, but I couldn't believe what was in it.
What steps did you take after sitting on it for a few days?
I mentioned it to Jen Cameron, who's the chief, and I also questions in portfolio, and nothing came of it. Which convinced me that something went wrong. Actually, advocate of what matter is not
You can just call me Drew. October. Okay. Drew is fine.
I'm more comfortable with that.
Really?
So encourage me to tell the truth.
Okay. What steps did you take after asking the questions at Portfolio and not receiving any?
I went to Kansas the police station. Take one second. I laid the charges there. I was then reliably informed that the docket had been collected or disappeared. I then went to Orlando police station, laid a charge there.
Okay, one of the questions we will be asked is, when you found out about the Grand Central, you then left the entire province and went to Ikasi and opened the document.
Because if it disappeared, the Grand Central would disappear, which is kind of wrong.
Okay. So you had no faith in opening it within the province? Okay. What steps did you take with regards to going to Orlando? You booked your private vehicle, you took
the flight.
Okay.
With my following ticket.
Mm-hmm.
I know this is what I know, and I know the charge.
Who did you go with?
I went alone.
Do you have any contacts at Orlando? When you opened the dockets in Grand Central, how did you get hold of the CAS numbers? Did they SMS them to you?
Yes, the SMS thing. No, I didn't receive SMS.
No SMSs. Okay. So how did you get those CAS numbers?
No, the case numbers I provided the video with was from the Orlando police station, because when I got there, I learned something. I said I wouldn't be in the police station until I received the SMS notification.
Okay.
I'd been contacted by the IDAC. I'd given
Mr. Adams, you now heard the recording. Now, this is the independent entity that you want to that must investigate your matter. So I'm hoping that you would have been open and honest with them about it, because it's an entity that hopefully at that stage you didn't have misgivings about, because this was the independent body, correct?
As far as my memory would allow, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, you do correct yourself when you give the date when you initially found the documents, and then it is put to you.
Oh, sorry. Ms. Sigels-Ncube, I heard, and I think it's the case, in fact, with my co-commissioners. I heard Ms. Ramsamy quite well. But it wasn't the case with Mr. Adams.
With Mr. Adams?
Yes. Can you perhaps just summarize what Mr. Adams says?
Will do, Chair.
Advocate, excuse me, Justice Madlanga, Commissioner Madlanga, if you could just speak up, I'm struggling to hear you.
Oh, sorry about that.
Thank you,
yes. I was saying I had difficulty hearing you. I could hear Ms. Ramsamy quite well. So I was asking Ms. Sigels-Ncube to please summarize what you say.
I was hoping someone...
I would hear bits and pieces here.
I was hoping someone who was also struggling to hear me. Thank you.
Yeah.
I heard it quite clearly, but it could be because I heard it, played it on my own system rather than through this. So Ms. Ramsamy asks you, let's start with the Lushaba matter, and she says, how did you get the documents? And you explain it was you found it under your door. And she then asks you, what did you do with it? You said you mentioned it to Mr. Cameron, and you asked questions at Portfolio Committee, and nothing came of it. That's what you say. And she then says, and then what did you do? You say, I went and laid a charge. And she asked you, when did you get the documents? You say 1 November, around about 1 November initially. And you say, but I don't really remember the exact date. She asks you, what did you do? You say you lodged, you sat on it for a few days, and then you went and you opened a case at Grand Central. Then as you telling her that, you say to her, actually, advocate, I'm wrong about my date. It was in October. It was in October. Then you say, you continue, and then later on you say early October. It was early October. She then asks you, you say you go and open it at Grand Central. Did you get the CAS number? And you say you then found that your dockets had gone missing, or you were told, you were informed that your dockets had gone missing. And faced with that, you decided to go to Johannesburg and you opened up dockets there. Then she asked you, with regards to that, what did you do? How did you make those arrangements? Did you book your own vehicle, your private vehicle? You said you flew with your parliamentary available flights. You went and you opened the cases, and then she says to you, one of the questions you're going to be asked is, you left a whole province to go to Ikasi to go and open up these cases. Why would you do that? And then you explained because your dockets had gone missing in Cape Town. And then she asks you, regarding those arrangements, who did you go with? And you said, I went alone. And she said, do you know anybody in or at Orlando Police Station? Do you have any connections there? You say no. And she asks you, how did you get your CAS numbers at Grand Central? And you say it was SMS, and then you correct yourself and say, actually, I didn't get those numbers, but I learned something when I went for the Orlando ones. I waited until I got the number, the CAS numbers, and that's where it ends. Does that accord with what you heard yesterday? Because it would have been clearer.
As you say it now, ma'am, it's like I'm hearing it, yeah.
So I just have a few questions regarding that. You say in the recording, you correct yourself and say early October. I had asked you yesterday and you were firm that it would have been late October. I'm going to ask you again about that time period, because one of the things you say to her is you sat on it for a few days before you opened the case. In your statement before the commission, you say you got it 2 days before you opened the case in Grand Central, which we know is the 29th of October. So which is it?
I'm not understanding the question, ma'am.
In your affidavit before the commission, you say you got it, you got the documents, you received the documents under your, on your floor of your office, 2 days before you opened the cases at Grand Central. Yes. The cases at Grand Central were opened on the 29th of October. That is inconsistent with receiving the documents early October, as you said to her in the recording, and sitting on it for a few days, and then going to Mr. Cameron and asking questions at Portfolio, and then going to Grand Central. So the two are inconsistent.
Yes, ma'am.
That's why I'm asking you again, now with the benefit of having listened to the recording, when did you actually receive the documents?
I'm convinced that it was late October. It wasn't early. I think I made a mistake when I spoke to her, ma'am.
Okay. If it was late October, was it 2 days before you laid the charges at Grand Central?
Yes, ma'am. In my recollection, it was 2 days. I didn't sit with it long.
Okay, because in the recording you say to her, I sat on it for a few days.
A few days, yeah.
And you say you'd mentioned it to Mr. Cameron.
Yes, ma'am.
And you say that you asked questions at the Portfolio Committee. So when would that have been?
I almost think that the sequence is wrong. I laid the cases and then ask questions at the Portfolio. I would ask the Commission to understand that this is just a conversation with the prosecutor, and I'm just giving her the information as she's asking the questions. I'm not taking notes. I didn't check my phone. I'm just relaying to her as she's asking questions. And, for example, early October, I know it wasn't early October. Sorry, ma'am.
Okay. Well, this part is important because you know from the recording that one of the pertinent questions that she asks you is it's important to know what you did with the information before you laid the charges. And because she says to you, you have a duty to report, not just to open cases. Right? And you say, well, I spoke to Cameron and I asked questions at the Portfolio. So you were very adamant that before you opened the cases, you did ask questions at portfolio and you did mention it to Mr. Cameron.
Yes, ma'am, that is what the recording says. That is what I say. But it wouldn't have been possible because the portfolio meeting would only happen like the next week. So I consider what you say and I accept what you say, but I think my sequence is wrong.
Yeah, but you know, having listened to the full recording, that conversation or that topic comes up at least 3 or 4 times in that recording, and you are consistent with, in fact, at some point when she's assisting with the wording of your statement, she says, you went to Mr. Cameron, you went to the portfolio, you asked questions, and you got shut down. You recall that part of the recording, which
Yes,
says
ma'am.
you got shut down.
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't object to that part of it, but let's leave that aside. What follows from that is that Mr. Perumal says that we should exclude that from your affidavit. Do you recall that? Because they didn't want to necessarily then get Mr. Cameron involved in the loop of things, and they didn't want to then have the defense ask for parliamentary minutes and all of that. You remember that part of the recording?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay. So it is significant that was what you had communicated to them, because they wouldn't know that you've got your dates mixed up or your sequence mixed up. And it's an important aspect, because she's saying you can't just simply have gone to open the cases. You should have reported, because you have a duty to report. And an important part of that reporting is Mr. Cameron, mentioning it to Mr. Cameron, and asking questions at the portfolio. So I'm asking you again, is it that you lied to IDAC, or did you lie to the ad hoc and to this commission about that? Because it can't be a mistake. It can't be that you were confused about the timeline.
I wouldn't say that I lied to IDAC because I had no reason to. I think I just gave them the wrong information as it just came out as she was. Like I say, if I had my notes, if I had taken notes, I wouldn't have made that mistake. It's just me and my dates and time frames, and that's what I struggle with. One of the things I struggle with, rather. And I will tell you honestly, I didn't remember Mr. Perumal's comment until I heard it yesterday. And at the time, if I think back, I thought it was just a case of an investigator just wanting a clear-cut case pertaining to what's in front of us. But as things have unraveled at this commission, I don't know anymore.
Yeah, I will accept for purposes of our engagement that you weren't aware of what Mr. Perumal's motives were necessarily with this.
No, ma'am.
But you were aware that he did have an ulterior motive or another motive in addition to investigating your matter, because he says it when you guys are discussing the threat made by General Mkwanazi, right? I want to play that recording next, but I want to ask you again, Mr. Adams, insofar as whether or not you raised the issue with the parliamentary committee before you went to Grand Central. What is your version? You didn't do it before?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
No, ma'am.
Okay. And the reason you didn't do it, is it what you told ad hoc, that these things just don't go anywhere when you raise it at that committee?
If I may, ma'am, I know that you're trying to get done and you have another witness.
You know I'm trying to do what?
I know that you're trying to get done because you have another witness.
No, I don't have another witness. I have enough time for you.
Okay, so when you raise things at the parliamentary portfolio, I mentioned the 100 million rand drugs, which goes away. I mentioned the hotels. I mentioned the security clearances. Nothing is ever done. So when you hear me say it in that recording, it's because whatever you bring to Parliament, no one is held accountable. And that was my frustration in the room again.
Okay. And did you know at any point in time after your engagement now with IDAC on the 6th of January 2025 that they were also approaching Mr. Cameron to get an affidavit from him for purposes of the investigation?
No, ma'am.
Mr. Cameron didn't discuss it with you?
Mr. Cameron would never tell me something like that, ma'am.
Why not?
He's my biggest, well, not, I wouldn't say my biggest critic, but it's an opposition thing. He would never tell me something like that.
But you are the A1 in all of these matters, and there's a statement by him in one of the dockets. Were you not informed about that?
No, ma'am. I was not. I was shocked when I heard this. I was not told. I was not kept informed. I was given scant information regarding the progress, but that wasn't one of the statements made.
Okay. And just then to confirm on another aspect from the recording, you told IDAC as well that you went alone to Orlando Police Station.
When I say alone, ma'am, I mean that I went without anyone from Cape Town, none of my support structure.
No, Mr. Adams. She asks you, do you have any connections at Orlando Police Station? So she was very specific on a follow-up question, and you said no. That was the opportunity for you to say to her, actually, there were prior arrangements made. I was meeting somebody there who had made arrangements for me. Because she found it as strange as we do that you would go to, like she says, Ikasi to go and open these dockets.
If I may respond, ma'am, a man that you meet once is not a connection. Not from where I'm at. And also, it is a connection, and I'm sure you can speak to the spokesperson afterwards. A connection in terms of where I'm at is generally something that you're doing, I would say, unlawfully, which is not the relationship that I had with Elvis on it one day. That's not that, and that is my considered view of the situation. As a matter of fact, I tell you today, no, it's fine.
Okay, forget the meaning and definition of a connection. When you're asked the question, who did you go with, or did you go alone? There's only one answer on your facts. It is, I went with somebody else, even if you didn't want to disclose who it was. And especially because on this morning's explanation, where you revise your position of yesterday, you say you went to a tire shop and you met, I think you call him Elvis or something?
Yes, ma'am.
Elvis. You met him at a tire shop, so you went wherever you had slept, you went to Elvis's store, and then you went with him to Orlando. That is, you didn't go alone. The answer to the question, who did you go with, could never have required you to speak to from Cape Town. It speaks about that morning. Who were you with? And if you say, I was alone, that's a falsehood.
I accept that, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you.
And in your statement before the commission, you also did not disclose that part.
No, Commissioner, I did not.
Why is that? Why would you not disclose it? Because you are now testifying in the commission. Forget about IDEC and the recording. You are now before the three of us, and you are explaining the circumstances under which you ended in Orlando. And you don't mention this crucial information that, in fact, you went to a shop somewhere and you were driven in a Mercedes-Benz to the police station. And presumably you left the station in the same Mercedes-Benz and you went somewhere with these people before eventually you went back to the airport. Why would you not disclose something which is so important to what we are investigating?
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner, this is not an excuse, and I'm not offering it as an excuse. But I wanted to add much more to my affidavit, but the time constraints, and that is actually something that even as I will admit to you, as I was going through my affidavit, wanting to add more information, that wasn't at the top of my list, but as you frame it to me, it should have been in there. But I asked the Commission to understand that I did ask for a later date because my supplement, my affidavit would have a lot more. There's information in here that some of it pertains to your scope, some of it doesn't, but that I wanted to put in here. And unfortunately,
Mr. Adams, you had an extra week. Remember, you submitted an affidavit late Sunday evening. You came here on Monday. We couldn't deal with your evidence. You were given a week and a half to come on Wednesday this week. So you had a week and a half to add this. You must have known all along that the reason you are being called to this commission is these cases that you opened in Cape Town and Orlando and how IDEC took over your case. So That is crucial information that you did not mention in your statement. And even as you were giving evidence yesterday, you did not mention it until you were confronted with it and you had to correct your evidence this morning. Now that is problematic.
I understand your situation, my situation, Commissioner.
But is there any reason why you did not mention it yesterday? Let's assume for a moment you did not have time as you were preparing your statement. Yesterday, when you were going through your statement, what is your reason for not mentioning that actually, when I got to Orlando, I contacted Elvis, we met somewhere else, we then traveled to the police station together?
It was an oversight on my part, Commissioner. It was, like I said, I was underprepared yesterday, and I admitted that, and I actually asked the advocate for an extra day, and I was told I wouldn't get it. So I was not prepared as you would want me to be, or as I would want to be. And for that, I can only apologize.
Can I suggest that it's not the subject of an oversight when you sit and say, I took an Uber from the airport to Orlando. You can't the following day say, oh, I went to Elvis's tire shop the following day, and we traveled together in a maroon motor vehicle, Mercedes-Benz. There's no oversight. It's a completely different story. And as you told it yesterday, that I took an Uber and I landed at Orlando and I met Elvis there, you would know as you're telling it that, but that's not what happened. You've conjured up a story. You've come up with an explanation what happened that day. It cannot be an oversight, this change of your story. You chose to tell a version. The best you could do is to say, I don't have any recollection of that day, and try to make sense of what I did. That's why I told you a different story. It's not a matter of oversight. And I want to put a proposition to you, but do you want to comment on what I've said now before I put my proposition to you?
No, Commissioner, I don't want to comment.
What I want to suggest to you is, when you look at what you tell us happened, the facts of General Lincoln at the airport, he's the one that said go to Orlando. When you are at the airport, he's the one that said to you, call this number. And this happens to be a crime intelligence person who, as Commissioner Khumalo pointed out to you yesterday, happens to be the same person that dealt with Mr. Mkhotsi, Mr. Matlala. There's that connection. And you tell us, General Lincoln gave you his contact details, you know he's a crime intelligence person, or even if you didn't know, you meet him at Orlando. Those facts suggest you knew this cannot be disclosed. These facts of how all of this came together, you knew it can never be public. That's why you don't tell people, I had this from General Lincoln. Remember yesterday you were asked, did you say who your source was? And you say, no, I did not. It's because you knew you couldn't, if he's your source, including that he's connected to you with these people. And I want to suggest to you that that's why you did not tell the truth about how you land up at Orlando, including who you went with. It's because you understood this could not be disclosed because of the people that are involved with it. Do you want to comment to that? That's my view of why you have told us the story that you have.
If I may comment on that.
Yes.
I understand how the dots could be connected, Commissioner. And if indeed Elvis is involved with, I heard he was involved with Brown. If he was involved with Cat, I was the loudest member of Parliament screaming for the cancellation of that Medicare clinic 24 tender. I promise you now, you will not find me anywhere near that man. So what I'm saying...
Discount Mr. Matala for my proposition for what I've put to you. Discount that I've mentioned him. Let's work with how you say your source is General Lincoln about the loss of your dockets. He's the one that says go to Orlando, and because It's him that's saying that. You have no reason to doubt him. You get to the airport, he says to you, contact this person. This person comes and takes you to the police station, and you believed that all of that was because General Lincoln is involved, all of that is good because he's a man of integrity, as you say.
Yes, he was, Commissioner.
Yes, and what I'm suggesting to you is you understood from those facts, if that's what happened, you understood from those facts that it could never come out that your source was General Lincoln. You told us that yesterday. You understood that. You also understood that you couldn't disclose that he's the one that connected you with Elvis, right? You understood that. It's all clandestine. That's let me use that word. And you understood and appreciated that can never be disclosed. And that's the reason I'm suggesting to you that is in fact the reason that yesterday you gave us a different story about how you got to Orlando, and you changed it today, and you changed it today because you were confronted with the facts that were going to be put to you. So it's not oversight. It's a deliberate decision to tell a different story from what actually happened.
Not to be argumentative with the commissioner, but that is not how it happened. But I do understand your inference. I won't argue with it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thanks, Ms. Nui.
And there's a further individual, it's General Khan as well, that witness G is connected to General Khan as well. You're aware of that now? You say you weren't aware at the time.
I am aware of that now.
Okay. If I can ask you to go to file 9B, page 3920. And this is probably also one of the reasons, Mr. Adams, that Commissioner Baloyi is putting it to you that you didn't want to disclose that witness G accompanied you to Orlando. So it just tell me if you have 3920.
I do.
This is a letter from General Khan's attorneys, and it is addressed to one of the recipients. I think it's Ms. Mbele or Mr. Mbele, but it's CC'd in there is General Mbuso Kumalo. And it regards a request that was made by General Mbuso Kumalo to interview or see General Khan while he was in hospital. And the attorneys address a letter to them to explain what the arrangements will be regarding visits to with General Khan by SAPS officials. And the letter says, we confirm that we act on behalf of Major General Feroz Khan. We have been copied in on the exchange below. As a solution, we propose that subject to our client's medical condition and the professional views of the attending medical team, any visits to our client must be facilitated through witness G. We have requested that witness G facilitate such requests as he is more readily available to respond in person and that he is or should be familiar with members of SAPS. Our reservation regarding the appointment of the PKTT is being addressed with the acting national commissioner. Now, there's also an affidavit by witness G where he says that although he works with General Khan, he has a close friendly relationship with him, considers them to be friends. And this is the same person that's escorting you to Orlando Police Station, right? To go and lodge criminal charges against, amongst others, the Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence, right? And does it not so transpire that one of the concerns or one of the allegations that you made was that somebody like General Khan was being overlooked in favor, and General Kumalo was being favored for the position of Divisional Commissioner when there were other more qualified or qualified generals within crime intelligence, one of them being General Khan?
Yes, ma'am.
That's correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. So you can see why we are saying to you that the reason why you didn't want to disclose that witness G was the person that escorted you is because of this close connection that he has with associates of the minister who you complain about your investigation, which the minister, office of the minister escalates, and insofar as General Khan is concerned, where you are raising issues that he potentially has been overlooked for the position of divisional commissioner, which General Kumalo got. Correct?
May I respond?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. I note the email. It genuinely has nothing to do with me, but I will assist you. I will try and assist with the assertion you've made. My complaint about policemen being overlooked had everything to do with security clearance. I was asking questions as to why people who didn't have security clearance became heads of provinces, heads of crime intelligence, and as a matter of fact, I think it was the National Commissioner that said, and this is more than a year and a half ago, so I'm saying it loosely. He said, Adams has issues with everybody and their security clearance, but he doesn't speak about Khan, who skipped a rank. And my reply was, give me the evidence and I will lay a charge. That evidence never came. I'm not acting for Khan. As a matter of fact, later down the line, it's unfortunately not in my affidavit, but I'm going to say something that, but I just want to, when we get there. What I'm saying, I do understand the complications, and I'm understanding clearer than ever how wide this net is. And I'm understanding that while I'm trying to lay charges so that we can start fixing the SAPs, there's a game being played behind me that I still don't fully understand.
Okay, but did you know that General Khan also deposed to an affidavit in one of your cases?
In one of my cases?
Yes.
I was never told this.
You were never told?
Never.
Okay. Now,
when you raise the complaint, and it's only because you've mentioned it now, it's not anything that I would have asked questions about. When you raise the complaint about General Khan, such as General Khan, being overlooked when people without security clearance are appointed, did you know or did you inquire about his own security clearance? Because the testimony that we've had so far suggests he also doesn't have security clearance.
Ma'am, last night people went on TV claiming that I didn't know Andre Lincoln, and I said to myself, I'm not going to mention my brother anymore. But I just want to. I mean, his wife went on TV and confirmed that we were friends and that we were working together against corruption and gangsterism. But I just want to say to you, I don't have the names right here. General Lincoln told me 7 of the 9 PCs don't have security clearance. Madondo will never have one. Kumalo has one now. This was the discussion because his concern and my concern was our SAPS is run by people who for whatever reason cannot get security clearance.
My question is about General Khan.
No, I'm getting there. So I specifically asked him, what about Khan? He said, last I checked, he had one.
Okay. Thank you. The evidence before us suggests he also doesn't have security clearance. So this is yet another case where General Lincoln gave you an incorrect answer.
It could well be, ma'am. And as I say, I'm quoting him loosely. He said, last time I checked, he did. But what I'm saying is, if General Khan does not have security clearance, he doesn't belong in the office either.
Thank you.
Okay, and then just finally on this aspect, how long did you know Mr. Nkabinde at the time that you complained to the minister on the 1st of November?
The very first correspondence I ever had with Cedric Nkabinde was when he replied to my email. And he called me from an office line, maybe a day or two later, and asked me if I was happy with the progress made, with his responses. And I said, yeah. And he said, take my cell number if you need me after hours. But I never used it until one specific day, and you're going to play that recording later. That was the first time I actually used his cell phone.
Okay, that's when you use a cell phone, but I think you are wrong on your sequence again, because remember I took you to your email of 1 November 2024 at 8:21, where you addressed the email to the minister himself. And then I say to you 4 minutes later, the email is then addressed to Mr. Nkabinde. So how would how did Mr. Nkabinde know to send, for you to send the email to Mr. Nkabinde? How did you know to do that? And that's when you said you received a call. Yeah, so it wasn't a day or two later.
All of our email addresses are on the parliamentary phone book. If I punch in your name, your email address will come. So I found out who the minister's staff was. And also the other person that was looking, no, I'm lying, no.
You are lying. You said yesterday that
I am lying.
Yes.
No, my sequence is
and
here.
I wasn't even trying to catch you out in a lie. I was just correcting you.
If I may, ma'am, sorry. It's because I'm being flooded with paperwork here. That's why I'm correcting myself. I'm lying. The first time I spoke to Nkabinde, I got the response from Nkabinde was, I'm not going to steal. I emailed him or did he email me?
You emailed the minister on the 1st of November, the minister himself.
Yes.
And I said to you, how did you know to then email Mr. Nkabinde 4 minutes later to forward that same email? And that's when you said you got a call from Mr. Nkabinde to forward it to him.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that was the first time, the 1st of November,
yes,
not 2 days later.
Sorry.
So you're saying that is the first time that you spoke to Mr. Nkabinde?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how did the relationship progress such that by the time you meet on the 6th of January 2025 with the IDAC guys, you're able to tell them about what Mr. Nkabinde told you about the threat made by General Mkonazi?
I will happily tell you that. I received information and it seemed too far-fetched to be true, until I spoke to certain people who said, this is a concern. And I think you're going to play I don't know if you're going to play the recording, because I don't want to.
About the threat?
Yeah.
Yes, I'll get to that. There's one part where you use very colorful language. Well, you use it in both, but the first one, it's not as audible. I had to strain my ear for it, but I could hear the colorful language. I'll rather play the second one, please? But I can't protect you from what you said there as well, but it's less than the first one.
And I'm asking that if we can even edit it out. My mother's watching.
Okay, tell your mother to switch off now, because I can't edit it. Okay. Yes, you can explain the relationship and then we'll get to the recording. Okay. How the relationship
There was no real relationship. And I'll tell you why I only called him on that day is because I have, at the best of times, maybe 50 people on my WhatsApp. People are free to use my parliamentary number. There's no WhatsApp on there. But as for WhatsApp, it's a very intrusive thing. So I did not call him. I took his number, but I did not call him.
Okay.
Are we playing now?
I'll play it now, Jay.
May all sensitive viewers or listeners please switch off or stop listening at this point, please.
Thank you, Jay.
Mommy, please. Do we need headphones?
And that includes Mama Adams.
That's perfect for me, thank you.
These are the same.
My brother, Manson's telling me there's something about the threat to arrest the minister or something.
Yeah.
From who is it coming?
The Commissioner of KZN.
Mkonazi.
To arrest who he wants to arrest?
He wants to arrest him for disbanding the political killing staff.
But he can't do that.
This is awful. He told Central Chief of Staff, I will release the fuck up if you disband this unit. That is, doesn't even between 6 other people, we are not 9. That unit is important for this little people. Because that's the unit that's used to terrorize people.
We're going to teach them.
It's like the new flag bus.
They'll get proper members.
No, this is the new flag bus unit. Let me tell you that.
They'll get proper members.
I'm struggling to get that boy out, that Lamini boy out of prison. But,
So just to summarize what is being said, you tell them, and can I just preface this by saying when you first tell Ms. Ramsamy and Mr. Rapesu about the threat by General Mkwanazi, you in fact don't really know General Mkwanazi. No. You struggle to even get to who he is. You mistake him for somebody as a general in crime intelligence. And Mr. Rapesu is trying to get the name out of you, and he says, who is it? Is it somebody that's national? And you didn't know. That's correct. So as at 6 January 2025, you didn't really know General Mkwanazi?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So by the time you repeat the threat to Mr. Perumal, the reason why you know it's General Mkwanazi is because Mr. Rapesu asks you, is it General Mkwanazi? And you say, yes, that's the one.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you're relaying to them that Mr. Nkabinde told you that General Mkwanazi called him, Mr. Nkabinde, and said that he's going to effing arrest Minister Mkhunu if he disbands the PKTT. Correct?
If I may. I had heard the rumor that very morning that there was a plot to arrest Minister Mkhunu. Now, I've made it very clear to anyone that will listen that while I have my differences with the minister on the issue of disbandment of the PKT and the strengthening of the AGU, I support the minister. And what the rumor was going around, and I have a screenshot of it somewhere because someone sent it to me, but by the next morning it had gone countrywide. It was that General Mkwanazi, no, I don't know if General Mkwanazi's name is on there, but the PKTT is going to arrest Senzo Mkhunu if he tries to disband it. So I called Mr. Nkabinde and I said to him, I'm hearing rumors that probably aren't true, but they are concerning. And he said to me, General Mkwanazi called me and told me that they will arrest the minister if he attempts this. And I was shocked because I genuinely believe that in spite of everything said about the suspended minister, that he's a more than decent man, and I was upset about it. So that is my answer.
When you first tell Mr. Rapesu and Ms. Ramsamy about the threat, you actually refer them to, you say to them, can I tell you something that I'm not supposed to tell you? And you say to them, and this is why Ms. Ramsamy actually asked that it not be played, that part, because you were saying it's off the record, but you were the one that actually wanted that part to be played when you gave us the clippings. But in that record, that clipping, you say to Mr. Rapesu and Ms. Ramsamy that I want to tell you something that I'm not supposed to tell you, but the minister, Minister Mkhunu is freezing CI positions, right? Now, why do you say that you're not supposed to tell them that?
Because General Lincoln asked me to tell nobody. He said Senzo is cleaning up.
Okay, but by the 6th of January 2025, the disbandment letter that was sent by the minister to the National Commissioner was already public, and one of the directives from the minister to the National Commissioner was that the post should be frozen. So it wasn't a secret. So it seems to me that you weren't referencing the letter. You had information other than what was contained in the letter. And now you're saying it's because General Lincoln told you, which means he had inside information.
Ma'am, you know, I've got a voice note here that I will not play, but I will play it to you.
Then don't tell us.
No, because I don't want to drag that man any further. I don't want to harm his family, but General Lincoln had deep information within the SAPS because of the respect people had. People would complain by him, and he'd give it. If you understand what I'm saying, he and I would sit and we see how we could source it. So I'm not talking about this particular issue. I'm talking about issues on the whole. So for me, when the man asked me, keep this tight, Senzo's cleaning up, this was good news, even though I didn't know what Senzo was doing.
Yes, I'm interested in that part because it seems to me that what you're saying to us is that General Lincoln had information about what the minister was going to do which was something outside of the official letter that was communicated to the National Commissioner, because if it was something that was already public, you wouldn't need to say to Ms. Ramsamy and Mr. Rapesu, I'm going to tell you something I'm not supposed to tell you, because by then the letter is public. Everybody knows about it.
That's what I say, ma'am. That is exactly what I mean. That's exactly what I know. And that's why I don't think I expand any further, because I've got nothing else to add.
So General Lincoln didn't tell you how he knew that Minister Mkhunu wanted to clean up?
Out of respect for him, there are things I didn't ask.
Okay.
There are things above my pay grade. But I must state for the record, and I don't want to mention my friend anymore, that the respect I had for that man, I never questioned anything about him.
Okay.
I think, Mr. Adams, the more important issue maybe on this topic is you have brought General Lincoln into things that we consider questionable, as in him being on your evidence, him being involved in things that he had no business to be involved with and to discuss with you as a friend and member of Parliament. And on this last conversation, that here he knows what the minister is planning to do, and if he were here, we would have had to ask him the question, what business and in what capacity you're retired. So I appreciate that you express, and I don't quarrel with the kind of respect for him that you express, but I don't know that you realize that you've brought his name into matters that are of concern, not only subject matter to the Commission, but who in fact was involved in what looks like machinations. You've involved him, you've invoked his name in that way. I just want to draw it to your attention that that's the effect of your testimony. And if we accept it, maybe let me say, if I accept your testimony that implicates him, everything that you have said about him, I would, alone, I'm not implicating my co-commissioners, I would conclude on what you have said about him, that he was part of the shenanigans that have created and resulted in, among other things, the prosecutions of General Khumalo that we now know IDEC is dealing with them the way that they do, or the National Prosecuting Authority. I would have to conclude that he was part of the machinations and he had knowledge into the minister's decisions and reasons to dissolve the PKTT and the other decisions that the minister has made, because that's how you've implicated him. He's feeding you information, he's sending you to meet with people clandestinely that you're not able to disclose because you understand you cannot disclose these things. It's a consequence of your testimony, how you implicate him. Do you want to comment?
Please, ma'am, if I may. This man had retired from the SAPS. He lost both his legs. He was an amputee. He sat in a wheelchair. He'd get in that wheelchair, find his way to his car, and meet me in Manenberg or Lavendale to stop gang violence. He was passionate about cleaning out the SAPS. I understand 100% the consequences of what have happened since I opened those cases, but my affidavit said General Lincoln told me, walk away, son.
Importantly,
what I'm trying to say is that this man had no ulterior motives.
Yes, he may not have had, and it's still a debate that must be had whether we accept what you say about him. But I'm saying if I accept that your testimony about him is correct, that he told you this, he connected to you and all of that, if I accept that, then it creates the impression that he was part of, he involved himself in business and affairs that as a retiree, he had no business to be involved with. He had no business to get involved in telling you that, oh, the minister is cleaning up He had no business to know that. You understand what I'm saying to you? Because he's not in force. He's not in the force, in the service.
I will concede that.
You understand that?
But I just want to state it on the record. That man had no intentions that weren't good, and thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms.
Mr. Adams, then can we go to the topic of your A1 statements? And I had prepared extensively on this, and you came. I had prepared extensively on this, and you came to me this morning to say that you want to tell us about these A1 statements before I interrogate you on it, which is on page 3475 of file 9.
File 9 or 9B?
I think it's 9, normal 9.
Thank you.
Just 9.
That's fine. Thank you, sir.
3475.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Let me first identify the documents. So the first one, it's separated by a page. 3475 is where the affidavit starts, and it says A1 bracket 1, and then you'd have to go to 3478, which is the second page of the affidavit. Do you have it?
Thank you. I'm unsure if we're going there, because I'm going to save the Commissioner a whole lot of time.
Yes, but I first want to identify them so that the commissioners know which affidavits you're talking about when you tell them what you want to say.
3475?
3475 and 3478.
Last time, Mr. Gersnube, we had to correct the second page. It should be 3476.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Yes,
Okay.
Advocate.
So then the next one is at 3479. Chair, you will tell me if I'm still correct, because I'm working off the electronic version. 3479 and 3480.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. And then 3483 and 3484. That's the third one.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you confirm the signatures that on the pages that we've identified?
There's also 3485?
No, that's the supplementaries, Commissioner Balwe. These are the A1s. So you want to tell us whether it's your signature on those pages that we've dealt with?
Those are my signatures.
And it's commissioned by Mr. Perumal on the 6th of January 2025.
Yes, ma'am.
And it says, in my presence at Cape Town.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, tell us about these affidavits.
Commissioners, thank you, Advocate. Mrs. Ransamy is right that this is a deviation on these affidavits, but they are commissioned on the same day, on the date as said. However, what has transpired in this committee, it has become obvious to me that Advocate Johnson was working with a brief, and that I was seen in this respect as a pawn. This is why I have laid the criminal charges against the IDAC and Dylan Perumal. And if it is okay with the commissioners, and I will consult my attorney and the investigating officer, who I intend to see this week, and we will, if it is lawful, I will give you my affidavit that will be presented to the NPA. Because what happened here, from here on in, and I do not wish to talk about it here, not on a public platform, from what I know now, it was wrong. False pretenses were used. And from here, I'm not saying what happened before. I'm not saying hotels weren't bought without tax monies. I'm not saying any of that. But right here, I think 30 years of prosecution experience was thrown around. Certain things were done, and this is why I have laid the criminal charge with the IDAC. Against the IDAC.
Well, let's just take it step by step. These are your affidavits.
Yes,
It was commissioned by Mr. Perumal on the 6th of January 2025 in Cape Town.
Yes, ma'am.
But not during the consultation that was held with you, Mr. Rapesu, Ms. Ramsamy, and Mr. Perumal on the 6th of January 2025.
I'm going to give the Commission one final statement on this before I invoke my right, not to remain silent.
Well, you don't, according to you, you've laid the criminal charge, so you won't have to invoke any right. And we don't know whether it's under investigation. You've just lodged it. So I am going to ask you to explain to the commissioners what you've said.
Yes.
And I want you to be very careful with what you say, remembering that you are under oath now regarding this.
Yes.
And I have given you ample opportunity to have a look at the document and confirm that it is your signature. You took the file home with you as well, and you confirm and you remember that this was commissioned by Mr. Perumal in your presence on the 6th of January 2025.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You can tell us the circumstances under which that occurred.
Some hours after my consultation with Ms. Ransamy, Mr. Perumal and Mr. Rapesu, Mr. Perumal called me. You could see he was pressured, or you could hear, because he spoke as fast as I do. And he said to me, I've submitted your A1s to the auntie, he said. I said, who's the auntie? He said, the ID. I said, okay. He says that the ID is not happy with the way we structured this thing. She wants it broke. She wants your case broken into 4, and she says we must add a little bit more meat. I said to him, when do you want to do it? He says, I'm flying out tomorrow. It was late. He said, but if you want to come to my hotel, I have a printer. I said to him, no, I've got a printer at my house. If you want to do it, otherwise we can fix the affidavit next week. He said, no, man, I'm under pressure. Mr. Perumal came to my house. He was in conversation with the advocate for a long time.
When you say the advocate, you're speaking about Advocate Johnson.
Advocate Johnson. I wasn't part of the conversation, but I could hear her speaking to her. She seemed very agitated. He seemed very nervous. This was commissioned at my house in Cape Town. However, it is different from the A1s that were signed in the office.
You mean the supplementary affidavits that were signed during the consultation?
During the consultation. As of now, Commissioners, I do not want to say anything that may jeopardize something that I have laid a criminal charge against. I would ask that we move off this topic. I am more than happy to speak to my attorney about it. And if indeed my assistance is sought, I'm happy to offer it.
No, Mr. Adams, part of what we are investigating is any impropriety that IDEC may have been involved in. And at face value, it appears that that's exactly what happened here. So we would want to get to the bottom of this, and you will have to answer any questions that relate to this aspect. And as Ms. Sigels-Ncube said earlier, the fact that you have laid criminal charges against IDEC should not affect that. That is asking questions and you having to respond to those questions.
Okay, if I have that understanding, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Mrs. Sigels-Ncube.
Thank you, Chair. You say that that Advocate Johnson and Mr. Perumal were in conversation. Why, and what was he doing? Was he drafting while he was talking to her? How did the affidavits come about?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he come with it finalized and
No,
what
ma'am.
happened?
It was typed out at my house, printed at my house, signed at my house.
Okay. And this...
Sorry. You say in that session he was speaking to Advocate Johnson. How did you come to know
I
that
recognize the voice even after hearing it here. It's the same voice.
Okay. So you
It's the same
recognize from her voice. All
And
right.
he was calling her, and she was calling him. It went back and forth as they were typing. I personally at the time saw nothing wrong with it. The auntie wants the case broken into 4 because they're going to do it in sections. The auntie wants more information. And at the time, thinking nothing of it until things are mentioned and said here. If you just throw your mind back a little bit, Commissioner, that's the stage where I demand to come and testify.
Okay. Thank you.
It's not that Mr. or Chief Perumal's phone was on speaker. It's just that it does happen with cell phones that if the person's phone volume is high, you can hear even if it's not on speaker.
No, the phone, I can confirm the phone is not on speaker, but I couldn't hear the conversation, but words come out.
Yeah, okay. So the volume was high enough for you to hear the voice?
Yes, I was sitting on his left-hand side. He was the one in front of the computer.
Okay.
So I'm not a voice specialist or analyst, but my belief is that he was speaking to Andrew Johnson.
All right, thank you.
Can I just ask a question? There's a preamble which accompanies this A1 statement, and it's dated 6 January 2025. And you signed it. When did you sign it?
No. I flew up to Joburg to sign the preamble, sir.
Was it on the 6th or on a different
No,
date?
it couldn't have been on the 6th.
It couldn't have been on the 6th?
Couldn't have been on the 6th.
So why did you put the date of the 6th on that document?
Was the date on at the time when I signed it?
Yes.
Now, if I can have a look at that, please.
Can you put it up in file 3680, IDEC file?
There's one.
Is it also in
There's also,
file 9?
yeah, there's 3481.
3481.
3481. Oh, no, it's fine.
3481.
3481.
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Adams, look at 3481, please.
Yes, sir, I see this.
Is that your sorry?
That is my
signature. You signed it on the next page. 3482. Sorry.
3482.
Yeah.
That is
your.
That's my scribble, but the date is not my handwriting, and I would not have allowed this.
So you did not put that date.
I think
there
this
of
date
6
was put
January.
in retrospectively.
So when you signed it, it did not have a date.
I don't think it had a date, sir. I think I mentioned it earlier that when I went up and I told him I'll come to Pretoria, I was running late, and I called Mr. Perumal and I said to him, "Can you meet me in the parking? I need to go." And came down. I just read through it and I signed it.
And is it not possible that the affidavits Ms. Ngube was taking you through, you also signed them on the date that you signed this preamble?
No.
And for me, I want to leave the issue of the affidavit to Ms. Ngube, but why did you not tell the ad hoc committee this? You knew the ad hoc committee was probing Advocate Johnson on the very issues we are discussing, the referrals, the charges against General Kumalo and others. And she was being asked about the Section 27 referrals. You were there. You know that committee members even asked for these documents. So why did you not mention it to the ad hoc committee? Because you were there as a committee member, but you were also called as a witness to testify on these very issues. And then in your statement to this commission, you have a section where you set out the headings that you're going to be dealing with. And the subheadings specifically refer to the issue of the affidavits that you signed and you deposed to. Why do you not mention this late night call and this late night affidavits and the commissioning of affidavits at your house? Because you must have heard Ms. Ramsemi's evidence, and parts of her evidence upset you so much that you gave media interviews on them. And your first shot at her in this commission was to criticize her for calling herself an advocate when she was not an advocate. So you knew about these issues. And I know I've said a lot, so my two questions are this. Why did you not mention this to the ad hoc committee? And why did you not mention them in your evidence in chief?
If I may, in the ad hoc committee, there was never a mention of more than one Section 27. It was only said that she had classified it, which I thought was a bit iffy, but I didn't make much of it. And they didn't really go into the statements. And again,
Ms. Adams, I'm talking about the conduct of IDEC.
Yes.
if you were at the ad hoc committee and you know that the conduct of IDEC was improper in the sense that after you had deposed to affidavits, somebody came to your house late at night, had a call with Advocate Johnson, and they wanted your affidavits to be changed. That's the part that I say, why did you not mention it at the IDEC? The conduct of IDEC.
I will tell you, Commissioner, for me, the conduct of IDEC now, if I look at I'll go back to there.
Please pause there. That night, when Mr. Perumal came to your house without his two co-investigators, and he said to you, the madam or the advocate does not like the affidavits you have prepared. They want to give you different ones. They come to your house and you do that. Did you at the time think that was proper?
I didn't think it was normal, but I didn't think it was out. I wouldn't say, I didn't think there was anything excellently wrong with it.
So my question is, why did you not bring that conduct to the ad hoc committee's attention? When you know that the very issues the ad hoc committee was investigating is the conduct of IDEC in relation to these cases.
I will be honest with you, Commissioner. I need IDEC to succeed. I needed these cases before the court.
So you were willing to do anything to help IDEC succeed, however improper their conduct?
Not anything, Commissioner, but there are things that I was willing to almost close my eyes to get the end result.
Let's leave ad hoc. Before this committee now, before this commission, you have subheadings where you're saying, I'm going to deal with the issue of the affidavits and some of the things that Advocate Ramsemi has said. Why do you not mention that Perumal came to your house, and while he was at your house, he was speaking to Advocate Johnson, and in that discussion, they wanted your affidavits to be changed? Why did you not mention that?
At that time, Commissioner, I had not yet seen these, and I had laid the case against Perumal and IDEC.
Mr. Adams, you don't have to see these things to know what happened. I mean, you've given us detail about how you went to the minister, how documents came under your door, how you did a Section 27. Why do you not mention that there was something that happened on the 6th of January 2025 rather? And now that I think about it, I didn't think about it then, but now that I think about it, it was unusual because after I had prepared A1 affidavits, they came to my house late at night and they said the affidavits have to be changed. Why did you not mention that?
Commissioner, to me it was a case of we're going to do the affidavit better, we're going to break it into 4 pieces, and that was it. It was only after what I saw here, and I laid a charge, and the reason I don't address it in my affidavit was because I wasn't going to comment on the issue because it's under investigation until Commissioner Madlanga cleared it up for me that no, we're going to speak about this.
You know, Commissioner Baloy used the word and she said machinations. That's what it's starting to look like now. That somehow you were part of a scheme at all costs to bolster these cases, even when you knew that they were not strong. And you would do anything to assist in that regard, even when you could see that whatever was going on, if not improper, then it was suspicious.
Commissioner, for me, when I said that we can do it next week, I was told, no, man, it has to be today. I said, okay, let's just do it, let's get it done. So I do say that that's not regular, even for me, who works late hours. But as far as this case these cases are concerned, I was willing to play whatever part I need to. And I'm not saying that I'm playing for IDEC or I was playing for IDEC. If I was, I would have shut up right here. I'm telling you these events as they happen. Thank you.
I'm not a handwriting expert, but I just want to understand some matter of detail. Can you please go to the preamble at page 3477?
3477.
Yes, please.
Oh.
Are you there?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay, I'll be with you just now. Uh, 3477, I'm sorry.
Yes, Commissioner?
Yeah. The corrected one.
I'm not with you, Commissioner.
There's a preamble. It comes.
Is that what I'm looking for?
Won't help you with the signature, but yes.
Yes, I'm there.
Is that the correct one?
No, the one that has A1 and 2 in brackets.
Yeah, A1 and then bracket 2
yes.
At the top in manuscript.
3476. 3476. Yeah.
Yes. Do you have it now?
I have it, Commissioner.
Yes. Now, I think you've owned that signature, and that's the one where you say, when you were in Johannesburg, you said,
yes, sir.
This was brought to you, and you met, and you signed. What I've noticed with the signatures on the preambles, if, for example, we were to think in terms of angles as in mathematics, that part of your signature that comes down, do you see it? In this signature, on this preamble, it's slanting to the left. So if we're talking an angle, it would be an obtuse angle, slanting to the left like that. Let's go to page 3481. There as well, you see that slanting to the left, which would again be something like an obtuse angle if you look at it in conjunction with a dotted line at the bottom. You see that?
I see that.
Yeah. Okay, now let's look at the signatures on the affidavits themselves. Let's look at 3476. Do you see, are you at 3476?
Yes, I am, Commissioner.
Do you see that that line is slanting to the right? If it was an angle, it would be an acute angle now. And let's go to 3480. There as well, same thing, slanting to the right. And then we go to 3484. Same thing, also slanting to the right. I know that when you sign, like if I were to sign now, even if I were to sign immediately after having signed, I sign my signature, and immediately within seconds I sign. Those may not look exactly the same, I know that. But what strikes me is that with all the preambles I've referred you to, we see what approximates an obtuse angle. With all the affidavits, we see what approximates an acute angle. Can you explain that?
Yes, Commissioner, I can.
Yes.
I signed that while I'm sitting in the car. They brought the paperwork down. It was a case of this. That's why I can tell you the signature is mine. The date is not accurate. I can tell you that without a shadow of a doubt. It couldn't have been that date. But they brought it to the car for me. I signed off and I drove off.
And how were you holding the document?
In my left hand. In my left hand, signing with my right hand. That is why, even for my scribble, that is terrible.
But the paper was not slanting. It was.
Commissioner, I wouldn't be able to tell you which way I was leaning. But I do remember I was holding it in my left hand and signing on it. And that is why, if you look at my signature, I don't have a pretty signature. And that is even slightly uglier. So that's the reason for that.
Okay.
So I will own the signature. It's mine. The date, that does not belong to me.
Yeah, I just had to raise that because there are lots of issues around these documents.
No, I understand.
And therefore, if I notice something that's off with the signatures, I just had to engage you on it.
I understand, Commissioner.
All right, thank you.
I just take you back to these affidavits that you, in this conversation with Mr. Perumal, that Advocate Johnson wanted that the topics or the complaints to be broken up into 4 parts. You've already at that point given the team of 3, Perumal, Ramsamy, and Mr. Rapesu, you've already given them 4 different, separate affidavits.
Yes, ma'am.
What does Mr. Perumal say to you now you're supposed to do? Why are you now required to do four separate, to deal with what now? Because you have 4 separate affidavits already.
Yes. So I gave them 4 separate affidavits, and my understanding was that she wanted it done another way because she wanted to break it into separate cases. I don't know if it was 4 or 6 matters. So that was my understanding of the situation, of which I was willing to comply. I was willing to comply.
Yeah, what I'm trying to understand is you already have 4 separate cases, remember? And that's what those affidavits that you gave earlier in the day to the 3 of them, the supplementary affidavits, they deal with 4 different cases.
Yes, ma'am.
What was explained to you is going to be the difference in the content, because it must have had something to do with the content. He must have said to you, now we need to exclude this for reason ABCD, or we need to include that for reason ABCD, for his approach to you to make sense. What does he say to you?
My understanding with the affidavits that I gave them was that it was going to be 3 cases.
Even though you gave him 4?
Even though I gave him 4.
Okay.
That was my understanding. He then said to me that, no, the auntie wants it in 4, which I didn't argue with because she's the senior prosecutor.
Yes.
So he said to me, the auntie also wants a little bit more meat to the cases. And this is where we sat down, and this is where we started writing.
Yes. And do remind me, because I've closed the pages here, do any one of the ones that Mr. Perumal takes from you in the evening, do they deal with your allegations about the PKTT?
Let me just see.
I see that the one speaks about General Cele and General Kuma. If you look at the one at 3475. 3475.
Thank you, ma'am.
That deals in paragraph 2. It says something about General Masemula and Cele and General Kumalo. And then in the next paragraph, it talks about top secret clearance for many years. That's the one. And then the second one at 3479 speaks to General Madondo and the documents that you found under your door.
Which page are we at now?
Sorry about that.
I'm sorry, I just lost track now.
3479.
3479?
Mm-hmm. You'll see in paragraph 2, it deals with General Madondo.
Yes, ma'am.
And the documents that you found. And then if you go to 3483. 3483.
Oh, 3, fine.
It deals with Brigadier Mukwele's appointment.
Yes, ma'am.
I think there was an earlier one. Ms. Mubet, do you want to remind me?
The 3. We only have the 3.
Okay, so we have these 3. None of them speak to the PKTT matter that you've covered in an earlier affidavit. None of them speaks to the forklift, as far as I can see, that you had dealt with earlier.
There was a 4th one relating to the forklift. And when I questioned Chief Perumal about the PKTT,
yes,
he said that will come at a later stage.
Did he explain why? I mean, it's an important topic to you at the time.
It's very important to me, and still is. But at a later stage, I didn't like it, but I'm not going to argue as long as it comes.
He said, you say that he said the auntie wants it to be done
dockets.
this way.
This is what he's been seen to come.
Okay, thank you.
I must say, Mr. Adams, and this is my last point on this, what you've just told us about the supplementary affidavits, the A1s, and how they came about, makes me doubt what you said earlier about your Section 27 referral, because it now makes me suspect that at a later point, you were handed a document which is a new 27, and you signed it at a later point, because that would be consistent with what happened with these A1s.
If I may,
yes.
Commissioner Kumalo. This happened on the same night. That section 27 is the only one I signed.
I understand that part. I'm talking about affidavits having been prepared before, and then late at night or whenever somebody comes back to you and says, we need to add this, we need to take this out, we need to do this, sign new affidavits. That is consistent with you having prepared a Section 27 referral, and then at a later point, somebody coming to you and say, we no longer want PKTT or forklift in this, let's take them out, sign a new Section 27 referral. Because if that is your signature in the document that we looked at, it does not explain why it does not look like the original that you say you submitted. And the only logical explanation is that at a later point, you were presented with a different document and you signed that document.
No, Commissioner Kumalo.
Because we're going to live here not knowing how your signature ends up in this document that starts on page 5112 of file 2. Because your signature is there, and we don't know how it ends up there. And we're going to live today not knowing that. And that's my parting shot on this.
Commissioner, I'm only answering you as I can. For instance, if I may, that, did I forget it again? The introduction?
Preamble.
The preamble. The easiest thing in the world would have been to deny the signature on the preamble. I'm telling you as fact, it's mine. As I'm telling you with the Section 27, I did not do two. And when I heard there was a second one, I was confused. And now when I look at what Mr. Nsame is saying, and I'm going back into what's left of my memory bank, I'm leaning towards her. And that's not that's not even a place I want to be. I'm answering it to you as you asked me the question. And as far as the Section 27 is concerned, whoever did whatever, they must come and explain it to you.
Sorry, Mr. Yazmawe. If you've already testified on this, please forgive me. What time in the evening did Chief Perumal contact you for this second set of statements to be made?
Commissioner Madlanga, the time, it was late. I can't be very specific.
How late?
It was definitely after 9.
After 9?
Yeah.
That's when he contacts you?
That's when he asks if he can come quickly.
Yeah. So he goes to your place around 9. And you sat together until roughly about what time? When the affidavits, sorry. When the affidavits had now been commissioned, roughly about what time do you think it was?
He had a cup of coffee afterwards and he left around about 11:30 to 12. I didn't check, but it would have been late because we sat a while. Okay. Because he was taking instruction and he was phoning and it was a back and forth.
3 people had traveled from Gauteng to Cape Town to consult with you and to take your statements, and now only one of them contacts you that late in the evening at 9, and he goes to your place all by himself and is with you until 11 or even after 11. Were you not suspicious about this conduct?
Not at the time, Commissioner. I'm speaking to an officer of the law. On the phone, he's got an officer of the court. I'm comfortable.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Adams, Ms. Ramsamy, while you were giving this evidence, sent me a message to say that at that stage, by 6 January 2025, nobody in IDEC was referring to Ms. Mokwele as Ms. Mokwele. They had only known her as the BMW lady. And if you go to one of the A1s, the Mokwele A1.
The Mokwele A1?
Which is on page 3483.
Yes,
do you have it?
I have it.
If you look at paragraph 3, I was informed that there were several highly skilled and qualified senior police officers who applied for the post but were overlooked by the CI management who favored Mrs. Mokwele over them. The generals involved are Kumalo, CI Head Lushaba, CI Madondo, and Lekalakala. And she says at that stage, it was just known to all of them, including Advocate Johnson, as the BMW lady. In fact, later on when they have a meeting, she even, and this is after 6 January 2025, when they eventually get the details, her CV and all of that. Before that, she even misspelled her name because nobody knew her as Ms. Mokwele. So for it to be in this affidavit on the 6th of January 2025, and remember in your consultation with Mr. Rapesu, Ms. Ramsamy, and Mr. Perumal, you don't even talk about the BMW lady.
Yes, ma'am.
You agree?
Yes, ma'am.
In fact, it's not a complaint of yours when you have that meeting with them.
100%, ma'am.
Yeah.
So I can't speak about who knew who as Mrs. Mukwele. I was asked to have my ID number ready and just to help out with details. I saw the Ms. Mukwele, I didn't know. I can't answer for that, ma'am.
Well, not your ID number ready, because they had met with you earlier that day. So what are you saying?
I'm using it as an example, man. I was there, and you'd ask me a question, and I would answer, and you'd call the auntie, and the typing would go on. I don't know. I don't know what Ms. Mukwele's first name is. I wouldn't know that nobody knew who she was, but this is what happened.
But did you know who she was?
Yes, I knew who she was.
Did you know her as Mrs. Mokwele?
No, I knew her as the BMW lady.
Yes, because everybody at that stage knew her as the BMW lady. They wouldn't know her as anything else because you are the source of their information. So if you don't know her as Ms. Mokwele, how would they know?
Let me answer you like this, ma'am. This is not my typing. So when we're talking about BMW and the person that got the job, and they refer to her as Ms. Mukwele, I'm accepting it as Ms. Mukwele. I'm not arguing, I'm not asking, do you know her as Ms. Mukwele? The person who will answer this is Chief Investigator Perumal.
And she also says that nobody even knew at that stage who was on the panel, the appointment panel, by the 6th of January. Nobody within IDAC knew that.
I was outside of IDAC. I was assisting with the affidavit at the request of the auntie.
And both Ms. Ramsamy and Mr. Rapesu testified that Mr. Perumal, they didn't have this Pretoria stamp that you see on the affidavits that Mr. Perumal commissioned. They didn't have it in Cape Town.
Ma'am, that part I cannot agree with, because those affidavits I signed in their presence and I left. I didn't check the stamp.
No, not that. If you go to one of Mr. Rapesu's, so 3486. 3486. Do you see?
Just give me a second, please. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Rapesu's affidavits that he commissioned doesn't have the stamp. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
It is the affidavits of Mr. Perumal commissioned that has the stamp. So 3478.
If I may ask, ma'am, that perhaps Mr. Perumal must come and tell you as well that this thing was stamped. I don't know what Mr. Rapesu is saying. I can't argue with Mr. Rapesu. They've got, as we all know, they've got their own internal war. But this thing was done this way.
It was stamped in your presence.
In my
house. Is that what you're saying? Okay.
What was stamped in your presence? The ones that Mr. Perumal did?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But that's why I'm saying to you what Ms. Ramsamy and Mr. Rapesu say is that the stamp was not with, they didn't travel with the stamp to Cape Town with the Pretoria stamp.
If I may answer you this way, I don't know what was in whose bag, and I don't know who's got the knife out for who, but I'm telling you my version of what happened, ma'am, and the commissioners will make a determination.
Why do you think you were chosen by whoever made the choice for sticking this envelope under your door? Why do you think you were chosen?
Commissioner Khumalo, I think I'm easily the most outspoken and active person regarding fighting gang violence and drug abuse on the Cape Flats, easily, by a mile. And people know that this is my passion and this is what I live for. And I've been making noise in that police committee since day one. Somebody thought I'll either take it to the media or to the SAPs, but when I saw the confidential part, I knew the media wasn't an option. Somebody probably put his money on, now this guy will lay a charge. I understand that now. I 100% understand, as Commissioner Kumalo put it rightly, the machinations, and I don't see the whole picture. I don't see the whole picture because I've got many question marks and many questions. I'm even starting to doubt things that I did myself. But let me give you the assurance, Commissioner. If tomorrow another envelope comes under my door, I shouldn't, and my wife will be angry with me, but I'll probably do the same thing. I will go and lay charges because we need to turn the ship around by any means necessary if you want to.
You see, that very narrative about an envelope under your door, the unseemly haste with which you acted moving between Cape Town and Orlando, there's several imponderables that we have engaged you on. The very fact that you yourself say you have a number of questions which of course you may have because you are now faced with the imponderables that we are raising with you. All of that from where I am sitting seems to suggest at least two things. Either you were part of a concerted effort to lay these charges for whatever reasons which may not necessarily have had anything to do with a genuine belief of the existence of criminality. So you having been part of that, or, as I said, at least two possibilities, or that you were used to achieve this purpose, that is the purpose of laying these charges for whatever reason. Do you want to comment on that?
If I may comment, Commissioner?
Yes.
Most of the cases that we have before the court and that are under investigation, we actually don't know who the sources are. Well, not most of them, some of them. So we are used. Many times there's no merit in it. Like you can receive 10 things and there's only 2 things worth reporting. So I do believe I was used. I believe that what I saw was real. However, the courts have, the NPA has made a determination. You will soon make a determination. I will respect both.
But to the extent that there are a number of questions that you can not answer on issues that you yourself participated with your eyes wide open, one could say that those are indicators that you were a willing participant in all of this. What's your comment?
Commissioner, the one thing I'll take away here, besides the hiding you gave me on day one, is that I need to pause sometimes. I need to not react immediately, and I need to do better timekeeping above all. But I wasn't a willing participant in anything. There was nothing in it for me. This has cost me big time. As you can see, I don't even bring an attorney with me because I can't afford to house him here. So I understand that there are people that might have benefited financially who sat before this commission. I'm not one of them. This madness that I got myself into, it was only because I want to see our boys live. That's the only reason. And I tell you now, Commissioner, someone told me last night, Madlanga is going to kill you. I said, why would you say something like that? He said, they need a sacrifice. I said to him, Buddha, not to you, to him. I said, Buddha, if our children are going to live longer on the Cape Flats, forget prison, they can send me to hell. And that is why I'm here.
And I'll give them the assurance that I don't kill anybody. Thank you very
Commissioner,
much.
if I may?
Yes,
If I may?
yes.
I really need to get to the bathroom. I've had a lot of water.
Let's adjourn, but we will come back. We are not taking the lunch adjournment now.
Thank you.
Let's adjourn.
Just 5 minutes.
We are ready to resume. Please switch off your devices. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Sigal-Ncube.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, two brief matters. The first is that Mr. Adams has now given us the recording of General Sentimule's evidence at ad hoc. It's a 2-minute clip that he wants us to place on the record, and we'll just play it quickly. And then there's one last topic that I want to address with him.
Is it audible enough? Or
It is audible, yes, Chair.
Chairperson?
Yes, Mr.
I just wanted to bring you to your attention. I lost track of time earlier. It's Friday. If my mother sees me on TV at 1:20, I can't go home. I need to be in mosque. So if we can please expedite this out. I understand the Commission's responsibility. I'm hoping that the Commission understands mine.
So that's 7 minutes only.
I don't know if it can fit.
I will be done by then.
I'll keep my answer
yes.
short. Thank you.
No, I don't think that you'll be able to elaborate, but let's see.
My capacity as the DevCom, I did not have to know the contents of the dockets. And transferring dockets for me, it's not about police information. It is actually law enforcement information. So if IDEC writes it down and says these are our dockets, I am not the one to say.
Where were these dockets kept?
They were in General Jacob's office.
Safe.
In his safe, yes.
Where do you normally keep dockets?
Dockets are kept at a station.
Why were they in a safe at someone's office?
And I think that's what General Jacob.
Are these dockets the dockets of Honorable Adams?
I checked yesterday. Sorry.
So it's Honorable Adams' case that was kept in a safe?
Yes.
Do you think that he is justified to think that you were sabotaging his cases?
Not his cases. He was not the IO. As you can see, the dockets actually
is the complainant. That's the point. He went to open cases, 3 police stations. He went to. And he says to us, he was testifying, he's still going to testify today. He was testifying that he has went to 3 police stations on the basis that he felt that you, police of South Africa, are sabotaging him. That's the reason he even went to an extent of going to IDEC. Yeah. And you come here and confirm that the dockets he opened a case on at police stations were kept in a safe of someone's office, not where dockets usually get kept at SAPS.
I was not part of any sabotage, and I think I wouldn't accede to that. And I would agree with you, and I did say this over and over again, that in my capacity as the DevCom, I did not have to know the contents of the dockets.
That's the clip that Mr. Adams wanted us to play, Chair. And
Commissioner, I apologize. You know I'm here willingly. You know I'm trying to be as cooperative as I can. May I ask of you, Advocate, if you could perhaps allow me to answer whatever it is you're going to ask in a supplementary. I have to go to mosque. I can't.
Okay.
I love my life, Justice.
Chair, I'll just then place on record, since I have 4 minutes left. It's the document at page 3527, which is a section 28.6 summons that IDAC sent to the Acting National Commissioner, Lieutenant General Dimpani, asking, in May 2026, asking for the details of the PKTT that traveled to Cape Town to arrest Mr. Adams. And that is what I wanted to ask him, whether he had any, and the information is at page 3531, where it says particulars pertaining to the PKT team that traveled to the Western Cape for the arrest of Mr. Fadil Adams, MP. And I wanted to know from Mr. Adams, what business was it of IDAC to know which members of the PKTT had gone to arrest you, and were you involved in asking IDAC to get this information of the members of the PKTT?
I was in prison at this time.
It's on the 11th of May.
Oh, okay. No, I never had a discussion, not with anybody about this. I don't even know if this is IDAC's business, but surely the IDAC can come and explain. I would just like to, Commissioner, if Advocate Lee is okay, if I can just, there's a Pretoria case that I would like this Commission to look at. It's 561. 7 of 2024. It relates to the murder of a covert intelligence of a CI. There are allegations that
Mr. Adams, you've given us limited time, so we've got the case
I thought
number.
you were
We'll
done,
deal
sorry.
with it. Thank you. We'll take down that case number.
If I may.
But you said
I
you
know,
needed to go.
if I may. It is alleged.
Can't you make your point in your supplementary affidavit about that?
I just want you to
Please,
hear
please.
this. I just want you to hear this, Commissioner.
Okay, all right.
God is going to hit me for this, but I just want you to hear this.
All right.
It is alleged that Brigadier Johnson, who I now know is related to Andrew Johnson, was involved in the cover-up of that murder, and it is believed that that cover-up goes all the way to General Khan at Crime Intelligence. So I'm asking you to please have a look at that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, I have nothing further for the witness.
May I just comment on the clip that was played? My sense listening to that and having the background of the evidence that we went through, my sense is that Mr. Ngola and General Sentumule appear not to have been aware of the background of the investigation that was being done by, what's the rank of Philip?
General Chase.
Oh, that was being conducted by Colonel Philip.
I think
if they had that background, I doubt that the questioning and answers would have gone the way they did. I just wanted to make that comment.
Am I released, Commissioner?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Sorry, let's adjourn formally. Let's adjourn formally.
What time, Chair?
Yes. What time will we? What time do we? We'll come back at 2:20, and what's the final word then about? It's just a supplementary from this.
Correct, Chair.
Yeah.
Yes.
You'll communicate with the evidence leaders about the timing and everything. Let's adjourn and resume at 2:20.
May I? Thank you, Advocate Salo.
Good afternoon, all. It is 19 minutes past 2. We said we would resume at 20 past. Please make sure that your devices are quiet, that your cell phones are on silent or they're off. Switch them off.
Good afternoon, Mr. Shaskelson.
Afternoon, Chair.
Can you please place your name on record?
Good afternoon, members of the panel. I appear for the witness before the Commission. My initial is A, surname Nepal, spelled N-E-P-A-U-L. I'm assisted today by my assistant, Mr. Mshaka.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Nepal. Thank you. And good afternoon to you too. Is it Colonel? Yes, Colonel Govender.
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Good afternoon.
Chair, Mr. Nepal and I have had a bit of a back and forth over the last few days. We've received a series of affidavits from Lieutenant Colonel Govender. One of them is the subject of an in-camera application. And I think it's important to separate that which can be dealt with publicly and that which may have to be dealt with in camera. In relation to that which can be dealt with publicly, Lieutenant Colonel Govender is still promising us an additional affidavit, and we have two thus far. We've suggested that what we will get is a consolidated affidavit, but it's not here yet. And in relation to the in-camera application, we have agreed a process where the fact of the in-camera application will be publicly notified today. It will be notified together with what was Lieutenant Colonel Govender's, let me call it the original in-camera application, which doesn't provide any detail of the evidence, well, which doesn't provide the evidence which is sought to be kept in camera. But we've explained to Mr. Nepal that we can't, as evidence leaders, consider our position until we've seen the whole affidavit setting out that which Lieutenant Colonel Govender wants to testify to in camera. And what we are proposing is that by Tuesday, the 25th of August, that's next week Tuesday, at 2 p.m., Lieutenant Colonel Govender will file both his, let us call it the possibly confidential affidavit, together with a supplemented in-camera application which the evidence leaders in the Commission will see, but which the media won't see, because it will have the information which is sought to be kept confidential. The fact of the application and the broad outline of what it seeks to achieve, the in-camera application, will be publicized today in terms which don't disclose the confidential information. If the Commission, after seeing the full application, or if any member of the media wants to oppose, they will do so by Wednesday at 2 p.m., in other words, 24 hours after we see the supplemented application. And Lieutenant Colonel Govender, if there is opposition, will file a reply by Thursday morning at 9. If it is necessary for argument in the in-camera application to be heard, we'll seek a direction from the Commission that it be heard at some stage from either after hours on the 27th of August or some stage before Monday the 31st of August, because Monday the 31st of August is the next free day which we have, or next available day for the hearing of Lieutenant Colonel Govinder's evidence. We would like to use this afternoon to take Lieutenant Colonel Govinder through his non-confidential or one of the non-confidential affidavits that he has furnished to us, so that we can use the time rather than wasting it and having to traverse that in the consolidated affidavit on the 31st of August. So we have agreed to those arrangements. Obviously, it's subject to the Commissioner's consent. What I should have done at the very beginning is handed up this draft so that you can have it in writing in front of you. But can I do that now?
You confirm the arrangement, Mr. Nipol?
Thank you, sir. Yes, we do confirm those arrangements and the timeline stipulated in it.
May I ask you to, thank you, Mr. Nipol. May I ask you to please read it into the record, Mr. Shaskalsin?
I will do so, Chair. One, the evidence leaders will ensure that the original in-camera application of Lieutenant Colonel Govinder is published to the media on 21 August 2026. Two, any media organization proposing to oppose the in-camera application of Lieutenant Colonel Govinder will file an answering affidavit on or before, it's Tuesday 25 August 2026 at 2 p.m. Lieutenant Colonel Govinder will file a supplemented in-camera application together with an affidavit containing that evidence which he proposes to give in camera on or before Tuesday 25 August 2026 at 1400 hours. The supplemented application and the affidavit referred to should be in paragraph 3 above, not paragraph 2, will be filed with the Commission but not disclosed to the media unless and until the Commission rules that the relevant proceedings should not be held in camera. 5, if any member of the media or Commission wishes to oppose the in-camera application, 5.1, they will file their answering affidavit on or before Wednesday 26 August 2026 at 1400 hours, and Lieutenant Colonel Govinder will file his replying affidavit on or before 27 August 2026 at 900 hours. If it is necessary for argument in the in-camera application to be heard, the Commission will hear argument on or after 27 August 2026 at 1630 hours, meaning on or after 4:30 on the 27th of August. But not necessarily on the 27th of August if it doesn't fit in with where the Commission is. Lieutenant Colonel Govinder will file his consolidated non-confidential witness statement on or before 900 hours on 28 August. Lieutenant Colonel Govinder's evidence will continue on Monday the 31st of August at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw. But can you please explain paragraphs 2 and 5.1? Aren't they addressing the same subject?
You're absolutely right, Chair. So,
except that, let me just look.
Yes.
Except that 5.1 read with the intro or the main part of the paragraph also refers to the Commission, whereas 2 does not refer to the Commission.
Chair, I think if we change 2 to will give notice on or before Tuesday 25,
Okay,
then
right.
I think that is what I originally had in mind. But
all right.
If I'm trying to salvage
Thank you.
my dignity in this process.
Thank you. With those changes, a ruling is made in those terms. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. At this point, might I ask to be excused? Mr. Musikidi will be leading the evidence of Lieutenant Colonel Govinder.
Thank you. Can you please, Mr. Shaskalsin, arrange for a proper ruling then to be made for signature by the Commission Secretary?
I'll do that shortly.
Thank you very much.
Thank
You are excused. Good afternoon, Mr. Musagiri.
Afternoon, Chair. Afternoon, Commissioners. Chair, Lieutenant Colonel Govender will take an oath, Chair.
Thank you. You will be swearing.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Thank you. Do you swear that the evidence you are going to give is the truth, the whole truth? The evidence you are going to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. If so, as you've done already,
yes,
please
sir.
raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Colonel, you should have with you a file, written file 1. Chair, will be using one file with possible reference to file 2, but for now, let's concentrate on file 1. The only reference that the Chair might want to have to file 2 is if the Commissioners want to check the Regulation 10.6 questions that he's speaking to in his affidavit. But anything else will rely on file 1, Chair. In file 1, Chairperson, there's one preliminary affidavit, and then there will be a second statement that also called the first supplementary statement by the Colonel. Colonel, can you confirm that you have file 1 with you, which is a statement file?
That's correct. I do confirm, Commissioner.
Yes, and then if you flip over to the first page, you will see that there's an index to statement, and it will say preliminary statement of Colonel Govender.
Yes, that's correct, Commissioner.
Thank you. And then you will see that when you go to the next page, being actually page 1, then that will be the start of the statement. And then if you go to page 28 of that document,
Sorry, page?
28.
28, okay.
Yes.
And what do you?
Yes, you'll see there on the top right, there is a signature on top of deponent. Can you confirm that to be your signature?
I do, Commissioner.
Thank you. And then you confirm that the contents of the statements here are correct and you still abide by.
Yes, I do, Commissioner.
Thank you. And then I want you to go to page 1. Thank you. Because he still has to supplement his statement. Some of the annexures are not attached. We haven't been finished with them. So some of the paragraphs we'll have to skip because they will not make sense without those annexures. But I will guide the witness when we get to those statements. And also, Chair, you will see that part of the first pages of the statement deals with the administrative exchanges between the attorneys, and that will not make any sense to read that into the record because we have now reached an agreement that was read into the record by Mr. Charles Carlson, Chair. Now, Colonel, I want you to start at, so I want you to read your record into the name, into your name into the record, and then I want you to start reading into the record from paragraph 1, and I will stop you when you get to paragraph 4, and then I'll tell you where to go to from there.
Okay, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Commissioner, my name is Dina Dayalan Govender. If I may spell it for the Commissioner, it's D-E-E-N-A-D-A-Y-A-L-A-N, Govender. I do hereby make this oath and state as follows. The contents hereof are, unless otherwise stated, or where the context is clearly indicates the contrary, within my personal knowledge and belief, are true and correct. I am presently a Lieutenant Colonel employed by the South African Police Services. I am attached to the DPCI, DPCI's Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation Unit, Serious Organized Crime Unit, Durban, and currently the Acting Unit Commander. I am also the head of DPCI Provincial Tracking Team in KZN. I am properly known as Dina Govender. Number 3,
I deal with my appointments in a greater detail to set out in my CV, and later on this affidavit, due to the time constraints, I shall prepare a bundle and documents upon which I rely and deliver it separately as soon as possible. Number four.
Yeah, thank you. So, Chair, when you get to paragraph 4, it starts with the events of the 10th of June, 2026, and really it refers to the engagement between Colonel and this commission in preparation of his testimony, Chairperson. And from paragraph 4 to paragraph 14, can you confirm, Colonel, that deals with the engagement? Maybe you can just summarize. Can you confirm that paragraph 4 to 14 deals with your engagement to the commission? And just summarize the essence of that without going through.
I confirm that, Commissioner. I had engagements with the Commission's investigators, and I reached out to the evidence leaders as well.
And, Chairperson, when you go to paragraph 15 on page 4, so from paragraph 15, Chair, to paragraph 23, there what's contained is a reference to correspondence between the attorneys, Chairperson. And Chair will see that file 2, it contains the actual correspondence letters between the attorneys, and it will not serve any purpose for the witness to traverse those correspondence.
You said up to which paragraph?
To paragraph 23.
2.3.
Chair.
Thank you.
Colonel, can you confirm that from paragraph 15 to paragraph 23 on page 7, there deals with all the correspondence between your attorneys and the commission?
I do confirm that, Commissioner.
Yes. Now, I want us to pick it up from paragraph 24 then on page 7 in terms of your evidence.
May I proceed?
Proceed to read into the record paragraph 24, yes.
Thank you. Paragraph 24, I respectfully submit that it is in the interest of justice and for a fair, proper hearing that I be allowed the opportunity to supplement this affidavit when the latter documents become available. I shall, however, attempt to the best of my ability to furnish as much detail as I can at this stage in response to Regulation 10.6 notice. Paragraph number 25. At the outset, I wish to record that I feel that I am being unfairly targeted by Mr. Len John of IPED and for ulterior purpose. For the reasons that I will appear hereinafter, it is my respectful view and submission that I am being used as a pawn to discredit Lieutenant General Nkonazi, the Provincial Commissioner of KZN. It is common knowledge that this commission was established pursuant to the allegations made by him. Paragraph number 26. On Sunday, the 16th of August 2026, I received a telephone call from a known person. The importance of the call was to request me to implicate General Nkonazi in the shootings which John referred to. I have the recording of the phone call. I have requested a transcription of it, and I will make them available to the Commission. From there onward, Commissioner, if I could, while I'm at paragraph 26, is to refer to the supplementary affidavit 1.
Chair.
On the same file. Page number 2, Commissioner.
Chair.
Commissioner,
the supplementary statement is a separate statement. I'm just trying to make sure that the Commissioner has found that statement that the witness wants to make reference to. And you want to start at page 2 of that document?
Yes, page 2, paragraph 6, Commissioner.
Perhaps before you do that, Colonel, can you confirm on page 5 of that document the signature there too, to be your signature?
Yes, actually page 4.
On page 5 of the raid, top right.
He's correct. Page 4, and then on page 5 is the Commissioner of Oaths.
That's precise, yes, bottom right.
Yes.
And do you confirm that to be your signature?
I do confirm that, Commissioner.
And you confirm that this is your statement?
I do confirm that, Commissioner.
And you stand by the contents there too?
Yes.
Yes. Then you wanted to take chair to page 2
Yes,
of the document.
I want to take the Commissioner to chair to page 2 and paragraph number 6. And I'll proceed, Chair. On Thursday, the 13th August 2024, I was approached by a certain known persons to have an informal meeting outside the building in which IPOD offices in Durban. I duly did so. They told me that I should look to protect myself and not anyone else, that I should give evidence to the Commission on this basis, that I act on the instruction of Lieutenant General Nkunazi for the police shootings, that policemen, businessmen and drug dealers and politicians wanted me to throw him under the bus. I was threatened with being arrested for 172 cases and bail denied and being poisoned. He telephoned the Minister of Police, Minister Senzo Nkunu, in my presence. He also told me that he is very close to John from IPOD. Paragraph number 7.
Colonel, before you go to paragraph 7, can you give us the name of the person that called you on the 13th?
Yes, the person that approached me, Commissioner, his name is Mabuso.
Can you give us a full name, Colonel?
I can give you his full name. It's Mabuso Tandani. I could be wrong with the pronunciation.
And then how do you know him? Because you say he's known to you?
Yes. Commissioner, I've known him for a few years, and I've known him to be close to Minister Senzo Nkunu.
Sorry, can I go up and down? When you say close to, you know, we've had many allegations in this commission. Brown Mukhosi is close to this person, so and so. You've seen them together. Why do you say they are close to the minister?
Commissioner, I'll come further on.
You'll deal with that later.
Yes, yes, okay. Indeed. Yeah.
All right, we'll take that for now then. Please proceed to paragraph 7 then.
Paragraph 7. On Sunday, the 16th of August 2026, at approximately 10:14, I received a telephone call from one of the persons who had met on Thursday before. In this conversation, he made serious allegations against Lieutenant General Nkunazi, and again sought to influence my evidence to the Commission to falsely implicate Lieutenant General Nkunazi in police shootings. I attached Mark DG1 and independent transcription thereof. Paragraph number 8. On Wednesday, the 19th of August 2026, the aforesaid caller phoned me at 10:36. He continued in the same vein in his previous conversation, and the independent transcription thereof is attached here, marked TG2. 9.1.
Sorry. In paragraph 6, your use of they did not make me think that you were talking about more than one person, because these days that's what people normally do. They will be used so as to cover all persons, including non-gender conforming people. So I understood your they to mean that. or to refer to that. Now I see in 7 that you are referring to more than one persons.
Yes, Commissioner.
So who were the other people that you are referring to in paragraph 6?
It's a good point, Commissioner. For clarity, there was another gentleman that, I don't know his name, that accompanied Mavuso.
So that, were you seeing that person for the first time?
No, I've seen that person before as well.
But you don't know who
I don't know his correct
who they are. And do you know where they work?
Commissioner, they in business, according to them, but in political circles as well.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Now, in 7, was it Mavuso that called you, or was it that other person?
It was, Commissioner, always Mavuso that called me. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
We at paragraph number 9.1. Earlier today, being Thursday, the 20th of August, 2026, at approximately 6:47, the caller called me again to call me to a meeting. I attended. The caller was in company of another person, and I'll refer, as Commissioner said, to the same person that he always accompanied with. The meeting lasted approximately 1 hour and 20 minutes. In this meeting, the caller continued to persuade me in line of what I have described herein above. In order to convince me, he made a phone call to Minister Senzo Nkunu. The Minister of Police who spoke to me, I recognized the Minister's voice as I had other occasions spoken to him. 9.2. The Minister inter alia asked how I was, told me that this is a very nice country. We must not let anyone ruin this country. He comes from the struggle. This reminds him of the apartheid days. I should tell the Commission that I'm getting instructions from Lieutenant General Ngunazi for the police shootings. 9.3. The caller called me at 15:54 today, told me inter alia that...
Sorry, Colonel, today would have been the 20th.
Yes, that's correct.
Of August.
That would have been the same day. Yeah. The caller called me at 13:54 today and told me inter alia that Lieutenant General Ngunazi's contract would be terminated as it was not awarded properly and things are going to be bad. Attached hereof marked DG3 as an independent transcript thereof. Paragraph 10.
Colonel, the meeting in paragraph 9.1, where was that?
Can I mention it, Commissioner? I'm willing to mention it.
Are you going to mention it? Okay.
Yes. Commissioner, it was at Coastlands Musgrave. Coastlands Hotel, ma'am.
Just clarify, Colonel, how did the last part of 9.2, you say the minister said to you, you should tell the Commission that you are getting instructions from General Mkhwanazi regarding police shootings.
That's
so
correct.
How did your conversation with the minister end?
Commissioner, there is a recording that will be played. But in this conversation, Commissioner, what happens is I'm respectful towards the minister. So he speaks to me for a lengthy period, and that can be transcribed here as well. You could hear. And I listened to him, and in there he asked whether I have kids. I said, yes, I got 2 kids. Do I live in 2 countries? No, I live in 1 country, South Africa. That's our conversation, and towards the latter part, he ended off with that.
What I'm getting at is, did you agree to do as he said, or you just kept quiet and said bye-bye? So how did it end, the conversation?
I said yes. I said yes, Commissioner.
You say a transcription of that call, the call referred to in 9.1, may be played. Did I understand you correctly?
Yes, Commissioner.
How would you lay your hands on that? Or how did you, because it was the other person calling the minister, so it's on their phone, not yours. How did you come to have a transcript of that?
So what had happened, the meeting I had recorded between myself and the Mavuso and the second person.
Okay.
But that call was made from Mavuso's phone that he always called me on. And when he spoke to the minister, you could hear before that he spoke in Zulu. And if I could recall correctly, he said, no, I'm Saba, I'm scared. And he thinks that...
It was he who was scared?
Me.
Oh,
he's referring
he
to
said
me.
You were scared.
Yes, he's telling the minister that I'm scared.
Okay.
Saba. And he said to me that I'm under the impression that Slansla, which is General Kunazi, is close to the number one, which is the president. So, and then he thereafter passed his phone to me, where I spoke to the minister, but it wasn't on loudspeaker. So I was just responding to the minister talking to me. Now I recognize his voice because I've met him twice before, and I know him.
So what the transcript would show is what you said, not what the minister
No,
said.
it don't show what the minister said.
Okay.
It's what I said. My response, Commissioner.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Does the recording carry his voice?
No, Commissioner, because it was not on loudspeaker from Mavuso's phone. I didn't want to tell him put in loudspeaker. It would have become suspicious then.
Okay.
Because it was in a sort of a restaurant and people were around us, a bit of noise. Some of the recordings are extremely clear and some were in places like, example, outside iPod was a bit noise of the cars. For example, this here was a restaurant and you could hear people close to the kitchen making noise. And
No,
you
thank
could hear,
you. I am answered. Thank you.
Yes. So 9.3. Sorry, I finished the number 10, paragraph 10, Commissioner. May I proceed?
Yes.
I have retained an audio recording of the phone calls received from the 16th of August 2026 and the meeting of earlier today. I wish to give evidence about these calls, the meeting and the meeting. Play these recordings to the Commission. Well, there's some typographical errors. I have obtained an independent transcription from Sneller recordings of the content of the phone calls to me on the 16th of August 2026 at 10:14, 19th of August 2026 at 10:56, which I attach here to mark DG1 and DG2 respectfully. I have requested for an independent transcription of the meeting held earlier today and the other recordings. I will make those audio recordings and transcriptions available to the Commission and evidence leaders. I am also attempting to ascertain video surveillance footage of the meeting held earlier today. I will also make such evidence available, which I did, Commissioner. It came through today. Paragraph number 12. Okay, I'll stop right there, Commissioner.
Yes, Chair. So what we have, so we have the audio of the 16, that's DG1, and the one on the 19th, DG2. Those have been transcribed. We have tried to reach an agreement with the Kenya that we can at least play one of them. I think the shortest is 4 minutes that we can play. Alternatively, we can just go through the transcript. But I'm in the chair's hands, what the chair prefers, which will be more efficient. My first prize will be to do the audio, Chair.
The 4-minute one.
The 4-minute one.
Okay, let's do that.
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, before we forget, in that last sentence where it says, I'm also attempting to ascertain video footage, I understood you, Colonel, to say you have provided it.
Yes, indeed.
That's in the last sentence.
It was fetched today, Commissioner, from the hotel.
You have it, Mr. Msikiti. And
Chair.
if you do, should we not be giving it a number, as in DG3 or whatever?
We do. You will see that on the index, it's the reference to Commissioner. So the video will be item number 27. And we can, I'm just not sure on the numbers where we are on the CJCs, but it's itemized on the index. 7 years, that will be the video recording. So that's on the supplementary statement. May I propose that because we only have 6 items, then we see how we can marry that to the supplementary affidavit or consolidated affidavit when he brings it in, then we can just align it properly there so that we don't misuse or duplicate the CJC numbers. But I think for now, because it's 6 items, we can manage.
For purposes of identification, though, you see the transcripts themselves are DG1 and DG2, but what about the video clips themselves? For purposes of identification, don't we have maybe exhibit numbers or whatever?
Yes, what we can do, Chair, when you go to the index, what we can, so it's DG1, DG2, DG3, so we can continue from there so that at least we don't lose the exhibit, Chair. So we can do item 5 being audio recordings as DG4. So these are annexures, Chair, to his statement.
Yeah. Yeah, seeing that we went up to DG3, then we just say 4, 5, 6.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. That will make sense. And then when the consolidated affidavit comes, we can deal with it in terms of the CJCs, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Then you play your first one.
Thank you.
Safety necessarily now. Because they say you can't do this alone, and you were given instruction to someone. So now you can't let yourself suffer alone and your family. So why?
So who is saying that someone is?
Sorry?
Who is saying that someone is? Instruction.
They say maybe the big man here in KZN, you see, because they say you can't do this alone and you're not going to go down alone.
Yeah, but which big man, Baba?
That if one needs to follow with the transcript, it's on page 18. You will see that it just mentioned unidentified male. Okay, Colonel, this big man. Is that correct, Colonel? Is that where we are?
That's great.
Thank you, Chair.
Which 18? I'm looking at 7. I'm looking at 7.
Yes, Chair. Sorry, my apologies.
7.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, the recording, Commissioner, you were saying it's 18, page 18.
7.
Oh, page 7. Yes, that's correct.
Yes, no, 1 to 7.
Yes.
You're talking about. There's 2 here. There's 2.
Yeah.
It's Sonona and Ngunazi.
I think both of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, both of them. Even they say even you put them under the bus, you're gonna come free. But if you don't put them in the bus, they will make you suffer, and you're going to stay for your life in jail.
Yeah, I can see they're pushing in that angle there. They're pushing very hard.
I don't know what you say in your mind, but think twice I know you're gonna come out of this. If you think properly. I know you're a little bit confused because this storm just come from nowhere, you understand?
Yeah.
But if someone is in the storm, you can't leave him alone. We are here for you.
Yeah, you're my brother, you. But tell me something now. I'm just asking you. So where are you going to take me if I go? Or where about we going to?
I think on my option, on my side, because I have the connections on direct to number one of the country. I think number one of the country must take you and sit down with you without telling anyone.
Yeah.
Please, because everyone knows you are doing good job in KZN. You're doing good job in KZN. Everyone is happy now because of you put your life on the line because of to save people, right? Community. So the mother stuff there, but it's gonna. But please, let's meet tomorrow so that you can facilitate this thing. You understand?
Yeah, no, but what they're gonna ask me what I must do? I don't know. What I must do?
No, let's talk it tomorrow,
Okay.
Kenneth. I'm with you. You're gonna come out, but as long as because now, Kenneth, you can't suffer alone. You understand the point?
You know, it's so unfair what they're doing to me. You can see what they're doing.
Yeah, it's unfair because
Putting-
this case is Kenneth, they're 172.
Yeah.
So 172, each case is life sentence. Each case is life sentence.
I know.
So they're gonna make you serve, and they're gonna block the bail for you, or even the whatever. But you can't go alone because we know who you are.
Yeah.
You understand? KZN has got a peace right now because of you.
Yeah.
Yes. So you mustn't just treat you like you are like anyone. You understand my point?
You know, I've never done anyone anything. And you know what? Everything I help people. But for what they're doing now and trying to set me up, it is sad. It's hard so, brother. It's hard so.
That's why I say I'm with you. As long as you come back to a sense of understanding.
Yeah.
Because I know you are going through a lot and you are frustrated, and there's a lot of things keep coming out. You see.
Yeah, but who's doing this, Baba? Who's McBride? Who's? I know it's coming from McBride. So who else, Baba? It's right on top. Maybe it's bigger people.
It's a bigger people, business people, politicians, drug dealers, all of them.
But they're after Nkonazi. Why are they fighting with me?
Actually, they say all these things you were not doing it for your own instruction.
Yeah,
you understand?
But what I'm saying, why are they fighting with me? I never do nothing.
See tomorrow what time you're gonna be free because I need you to see agent early in the morning.
Sharp. Right.
What time am I gonna
I'll phone you, Baba. I'll phone you.
Okay, Kenneth. Keep well, eh?
Sharp. Bye.
Thank you, Jay. And then you'll see that on page 12, it's the next transcript of the conversation of the 18th. And then you'll see that on page 13, that's on DG2.
Sorry, Colonel. The recording that we just listened to, who is speaking there?
That's Commissioner Mavusu. He's speaking to myself.
Okay. All right.
Colonel, just to be clear, when you mentioned the word Commissioner Mavuso, is it Commissioner Mavuso or are you saying Commissioner
No, no.
Mavuso
I'm
speaking.
so sorry. I'm addressing Commissioner. It's Mavuso. No. Sorry for that.
The
I have a
last one.
photo of him here, Commissioner, if Commissioner allow that. I do have it on my phone here to see really who this guy is.
You described the second person at the meeting as, I think you said a business person, you said, or not?
Yeah.
And Mavuso, did you describe? I must have forgotten if you did.
Yeah,
I'm using the first name, I'm sorry, which may be disrespectful because I did not quite catch the surname. But what does he do?
Commissioner,
Ndandani or Ndandane?
So let me put it in this terms, Commissioner.
Mr. Ndandani, what does he do?
So they are sort of political runners in terms of business contracts. Running around fixing. They call the fixers. They'll fix any problem up.
Okay.
So that's my understanding of them.
Okay.
They're always together, these two guys.
All right.
So there is this footage that we have, which Commissioner will view at some stage, where we're sitting together with both of them and myself.
Thank you. Yes, Mr.
Chair, it seems to me that it's quicker to run through the transcript with the audio in the background. Perhaps instead of Colonel doing the blow-to-blow reading of the transcript, maybe we just play it through on DG2, if the Commission will allow us to do that.
Okay, please do.
Hey, Butta, sorry man, I'm in provincial office for the meeting.
Fine, how are you?
Hey, I was tired, but I finished up late last night, 1 o'clock, 1:30 in the morning. I came back early morning to work this morning.
So you're going tomorrow, right?
I'm not too sure what's going on. I think maybe tomorrow, maybe Friday.
Oh, okay. You are not alone. You are together, Colonel.
Hey, I'm worried, Baba. I'm telling you.
Your problem is my problem. The good news is we know what we're doing. And our province is safe because of you. You're putting your life on the line. Yes, somehow, but we know actually the good job we've done for this province.
But Baba, these guys are going to keep attacking me. How are we going to fix this problem? They keep attacking me for what? How are we
They want you to expose big people.
Yeah, but what can I say? Well, I mean, why are they doing that?
They say they say you're not doing this alone. There's instruction. As you wake up early in the morning, there's people you report to.
Yeah, but I don't know who I report to. That's the problem. I keep asking you that over and over. They got the wrong perception.
Yes, maybe we report to Sinona or to PC. So I think if you report to Sinona report to PC. So both of them, there must be account. So you become a state witness.
Hey, Baba. My head is spinning, Baba. My head is spinning.
No, this thing is...
But why they after the big man PC so much like that? That man is doing his graph. Why they hate him so much? Ngonazi.
They don't like him because he's always honest, same as like you.
Yes.
Yeah, so they want you to put him under the bus, and also Sinona.
Yes.
Yeah.
But that man is no more here now. He's gone now. He bought his discharge. He's gone. He's sitting somewhere in a farm, in a Slati Indian farm.
Yeah, but you must account. You must account. So I don't know. But what is in your mind? Because you can't fight this battle alone, Colonel.
Papa, I only had 2 hours sleep this morning. 2 hours sleep.
Sorry?
I only had 2 hours sleep this morning because I'm preparing, for all lies. The allegations against me is frivolous and lies. I'm preparing from last night. 2 hours sleep I had. I didn't have nothing to eat.
Ish. So do you think you're going to win?
Yeah, but it's iPad guys should all work in one syndicate. You can see what they're doing to me. They're going there and lying. If you had an allegation, why didn't you call me and ask me? But you're calling me for other matters. Why do you go and go and the whole world is watching, go and put my bank statements up? For what reason? You know, why didn't you call me first and ask me whether you're going to account for it? Or, you know, whatever the case may be. But you liaise with me every other day for different matters.
No, it's jealous. It's jealous, and also I can see there's something behind this.
Yeah, but who's behind these guys in the iPad then? Who?
I think it's also Mark Bright.
I told you the other day, Baba. I told you.
Yeah,
I told you.
Yeah, it's Mark Bright, and also yeah. But it's gonna be.
But my bride is not working alone. My bride is not working alone.
They say, yeah, there are a lot of people there. They say 172 dockets, it was stage played.
Hey, I don't know where they got that figure from.
No, I think it's got that thing. They say they got that proof.
Yeah, but if you got the proof, then why don't you come and arrest me? Why is going and putting it in the national television? You know, you're going to the commission and you're going then. How? These are old matters, Baba. It's not new matters.
Yeah, it's old matters. The old matters. Yeah.
Baba, who has beside McGrath, Baba?
I think there's some other drug dealing politicians as well.
Yeah, but if you tell me, at least I'll be able to figure it out. My head is not right now. I'll be able to figure it out.
I don't know when I'm going to see you. Can I see you tomorrow morning?
Yeah, I can see you tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning is Thursday.
Yeah, come and see tomorrow morning, yeah.
Yeah, come in the morning. We'll have a breakfast there.
Thank you, Kenneth.
Bye.
You're not alone. Bye.
Thanks, bye.
Thank you. Kenneth, I think you've made the point. We can reserve maybe part of the remaining audios, including the video, for when you return. But I think you've made the point about the calls that you received. Are you happy to proceed on those bases?
I'm happy.
Can you just confirm that in the second audio, it's the same person or it's the same people as in the first one?
Commissioner Kumalo, I can confirm that. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Then can you go back to your statement? You should go to page 8. And then you pick it up at paragraph 27 on top.
Yes, indeed.
Thank you.
I have also ascertained that during 2013, John had requested the State Security Agency to reject General Gunazi's being granted the top secret clearance. This was at the point in time when General Gunazi was put on special leave by the National Commissioner. John accordingly obstructed the top secret clearance to be issued to Nkunazi at the time.
Colonel, at this point, are you able to provide, even when you provide your consolidated statement, any proof to substantiate this?
Yes. Commissioner, I have spoken to General Nkunazi and he indicated that he will come back and he has the proof. There was some sort of letter or email that was sent for the very same John to the state security agencies, and he happened to be the only lieutenant general at the time that never got the top secret clearance because of John.
So the proof you're referring to, it will come from General Nkunazi,
That's correct,
yourself.
Commissioner.
Not yourself.
Not myself.
Okay. So for now, we can just not to expect anything in this regard from your consolidated statement.
Noted, Commissioner.
Okay. Then let's move on to paragraph 28.
John has failed to entrust the Commission with the information regarding the number of task teams and their activities in KZN region, namely the eThekwini District Task Team, which reports to Major General Keswa, the eThekwini Infrastructure Task Team.
Sir Colonel, maybe as you go along, if you could just say what each task team deals with, because the second one you do say it's clear it's an infrastructure task team, but the others it's not apparent what they're all about.
And perhaps while you do that, can you just explain when you say fail to entrust,
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
Yes, Commissioner, let me give some clarity there. So when Mr. John came to the Commission, he only spoke about 3 task teams. And even if you look at this page 8, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's much more than 6 task teams in KZN. And as Commissioner Bolo indicated, I'll go slowly through each one and explain so we understand. Sorry I'm going so fast, I'll go slowly, Commissioner Bolo, as well. 28.1, the Tikweni District Task Team, which reports to Major General Keswa. Now this team, it falls under the District Commissioner. So maybe I could go back first to give you a better understanding. None of any teams fall directly under General Nkunazi. So, and I'll highlight it as I'm going past. So 28.1, a Tikweni District Task Team, which reports to Major General Keswa. This team is set up to address infrastructure. It also deals with violent crime. Those teams are also involved in shootings. 28.2, the Tikweni, sorry, the first one was the District Task Team. I'm sorry for that, Commissioner. That was not. So the District Task Team is doing exactly what the Provincial Tracing Team is doing. So they just called District Task Team, falling under the district of Tikweni. So they trace serious and violent crime suspects, police murder suspects, house robbery suspects, trio crimes, and they quite often in contact shootings as well. And Mr. John very well know that he's got all these matters at his unit from these very same unit, but he doesn't talk about it. 28.2, the Tikweni Infrastructure Task Team, have spoken about it. It also falls under General Keswa. And they're also doing the similar job and also involved in shootings. And those matters are dealt with at IPED itself. Then we have the Inanda Task Team, which reports to Brigadier M. Keys and General Keswa. Now, this team is highly active than most teams. And Mr. John has maybe 4 or 5 times more dockets than the 3 teams he mentioned and mentioned to the Commission in terms of shootings. They deal with the greater part of Inanda and surroundings, which is extremely volatile, and violent suspects, often hiding there. King Shlashwayo Task Team, that's Commissioner around far north, the Impangeni, doing the similar job, set up what the other task teams are doing as well, and also involved in contact shootings, engagements with suspects. The Tikweni Metro Police Task Team, which reports to Commissioner Nkunu at the Tikweni Metro Police, and some of these teams are integrated with the other above-mentioned task teams, including my task team. And quite often, they are also involved in many shootings, which Mr. John himself and his team is carrying those investigations. Doesn't talk about it. The Amajuba Task Team, which reports to General Alexandra, and that none of the above task teams report to General Nkunazi, I mention again. And there again, those teams are also involved in police shootings. But what I'm trying to draw here and explain, Commissioners, is that John has specifically targeted the tracing team, which I command, the team of Pedro Rodriguez. Now, I want to give an understanding who's Pedro Rodriguez. Commissioner, this policeman is one of the bravest policemen you'll ever get. I don't know how many times he's been shot. Now, I'll give Commissioner an example. He was conducting a cash and transit operation around about 2019, and he was accompanied by a special task force member. There were many task force members, and there was a cash and transit that's going to happen towards Longoma. Now, they had the information on hand, and the commander of the team, Carl van der Pfeiffer, the late Carl van der Pfeiffer, was ambushed in that operation not far from the tactical members and subsequently fatally wounded. In that vehicle was a female who will bear testimony, and she's living today, that they shot her and she played that she was like she was dead. Then they didn't fire more shots, she's alive. That shooting was gruesome. Pedro was there. There's another shooting that I can talk about. This is the longest shooting, commissioners, in history. 4 hours and 24 minutes, non-stop. I was there in the shooting. I was investigating the docket where they had killed the police murder suspect. And we in turn had information they had gone to escort. And there was a full load of Kumbi with heavily armed guys with rifles and ammunition. And this fight ended up into the mountains. And I would tell you, this was a long fight, and Rodriguez was there as well. A task force member got shot as well there. Mr. John doesn't speak about all the policemen being shot. He just says no one's got shot when he came here. This is the caliber of the policemen that we work with, including Pedro Rodriguez. And he's not who he's perceived to be as a thief or a rogue, and I'll defend him. Commissioner, if I can tell you, go back to another incident recently, let's say maybe a year ago.
Before you move on, Colonel, are you willing to accept for a moment that at least Pedro Rodriguez is at least notorious for being a shootist, for being trigger happy? I mean, for example, if you look at just this incident involving Bevan Loftus, he discharged most rounds out of the guys who were there. So that kind of action seems to precede him in terms of him being very quick on the trigger. Would you accept that proposition at least, whether it's justifiable or not?
Respectfully, no, Commissioner, and I'll explain why. So we're coming back, we'll get back to the Morningside. Can I go back to Morningside? Now that you speak about the Morningside, let me get back there.
We'll come to Morningside.
Okay.
Let's stay on the track. We'll come back to Morningside. I just mentioned that
please,
to deal with.
Okay. Please answer the question in whichever manner you see fit.
All right.
And if you are, I think in fairness, Mr. Musigiri, if he thinks he can address your question by referring to Morningside, he should do so.
Let it be checked.
Yes. We can go back to Morningside later.
Can I
Please answer the question you want in the way you want to.
Thank you.
You've been given the license. Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner. So coming back to the Morningside, you know, Commissioner, this information of the Morningside incident did not come from me or my team. And later we'll refer in documents to show that this anti-gang task team, how it was set up, and none of my members or myself shot there. But this information came from Pietermaritzburg, Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation Unit, Constable Matt and Colonel Nelson Naika. The information relating to the Morningside, and we'll get there now. There was an informer claim put there as well. I don't know who's the informer, but he was paid out.
Are you at some point going to focus on the shooting, because I think the...
Yes, I'm getting there.
All right, because the focus of the question is about...
I just want to give the Commissioner a small overview.
All right, okay.
Small overview. All right. So, there's two claims put, crime intelligence gather information as well. Now, there was a build-up before this shooting, Commissioner. The focus was not Bevan Loftus and others. The information on hand they were working on was a triple murder that was in Green Park case where a couple and a 9-year-old child were shot dead. So that vehicle that was used there was somehow flagged with the sniper cameras, information gathered. Subsequent to that, on the vehicle was coming down the M13, and the police members that were there with Pedro Rodriguez and the other members stopped that vehicle. And in that vehicle, there was a guy called Ayanda Nzumela. In that vehicle was the AR-15, which was taken in a business robbery in Eastern Cape. After that, he has pointed out his premises in Ilkres, where there was an R4 taken from the military.
Sorry, Colonel. I have no idea whether Officer Rodriguez will be called. Do you know, Mr. Msigidi?
Chair, not at this present moment. We don't have him lined up.
I'm raising that because perhaps it would be better to traverse this question with him. I think we are spending a lot of time on this now.
Yes, Chair. That's the reason why I don't want to go to Morningside for two reasons. He was not part of the group that did the shooting in any event, so he can't really answer. And the proposition really to him was a factual account that when the ballistics were done is that he did shoot, and in his own statement it indicates that he shot most shots. But maybe let's not get lost.
Why don't we just not ask the direct question, and then the conclusion about being trigger happy and so on should be a matter of inference. Do you know or don't you know, Colonel, whether Officer Rodriguez fired the most shots compared to other officers who were part of the operation? Do you know or don't you know?
Commissioner, I don't want to speculate. I must just go back and see the shooting report.
So you do not know off the top of your head. I think let's leave it there.
Let's leave it there, Chair. Otherwise, we won't finish the statement.
Commissioner, I just want to go back where I finished off. So there was another incident that the bombers...
No, I think let's follow the statement in the way in which we were. Otherwise, we'll be all over the show. Yeah. 31?
I think, Colonel, yes. So on page 9, paragraph 31.
31, yes.
Yeah. So maybe start from then, read that.
Statements and financial documentation. I will deliver a supplementary affidavit explaining those transactions as soon as I am in possession.
Maybe please start at 30 because you are addressing the Rule 10 notice in 31.
Noted, Commissioner. Will do so. Furthermore, I was surprised to hear that John's evidence at the Commission, when it was televised regarding the financial affairs of my wife and I in regard to the acquisition of our property and deposits made into various accounts. I was not contacted by any police officer from IPID, any fiscal authority questioning these transactions. I was not given an opportunity to answer those allegations to IPID before it was televised. I intend dealing fully and comprehensively with that aspect in John's evidence and the Rule 10 notice.
Before you continue, maybe you want to comment just to be fair to Deputy Director John, and you can take it for a fact that he did, Chairperson, provide us with a very detailed statement mentioning some of these task forces, and also where he gave us detail on the statistics regarding the conduct of the other shootings. It's just that we had to confine his statement to what we consider to be relevant for the purpose of the terms of reference and giving evidence. So please accept it that he did take us into confidence, and it's just that we had to reshape his statement to confine it to what we needed for the purpose of presenting evidence. So I don't think it's quite accurate to say that, I think the word used is to say that he has failed to entrust the Commission per se. He would testify and say that he did provide a very detailed statement, but we had to chop and change to make it more confined.
Yeah.
So please accept that in whatever criticism that you are entitled to attribute towards him, but please accept that he did give us a detailed statement, but for the reasons that I've just given to you, his affidavit came the way it is.
No, I accept that, Commissioner, but I just want to go back, because if I hear what Mr. John said, rifles were not recovered on scenes. Now, I brought statistics to give bundles to the Commissioner to bring forward. A lot of rifles where I was present was recovered. Explosives, I can quote different incidents where explosive was recovered. He says no explosives.
Yes, you deal with that later on in your evidence, but I just wanted to say, take that into account, what I'm telling you.
Noted, Commissioner.
Thank you. Let's proceed then where you deal with the financial transactions on paragraph 31.
Yes. However, due to the time constraints, I am not in possession of all my bank statements and financial documentation. I will deliver a supplementary affidavit explaining those transactions as soon as I am in possession of those documents. In these regards, I beg the indulgence of the Honourable Commission to allow me a reasonable opportunity to obtain the source material before responding to the request made in Regulation 10 notice. Paragraph 32.
Before you go there, Chair, just to give context, in this regard, Chair would remember that there was evidence to the effect that Colonel has to explain some transactions to his account, and one of the amounts, at least the total, was 2.3 million, that was somehow linked to the payout for the alleged hit on Bevan. So we had asked him to explain those transactions. And here he says that he hasn't had a chance to consider his own bank statements, and he will do that in due course. And
I would just say there wasn't necessarily a link. It was a link made by Mr. Bevan Loftus himself. But there was no other objective basis for saying there is a link. Am I mistaken?
That's correct, Chair.
Yes.
But the question is that he had to, for maybe various reasons, to be fair to him, to explain those transactions.
No,
but you're quite right. There was no direct linkage that we can work on the link, on the hit.
I understand that.
Yes.
Commissioner,
and
may I respond, please? There isn't, I can stand before the commissioners, there even a single transaction coming from Mr. Clive Naika to my bank account or anyone else. And I will explain that in due course.
Yes, no, we understand that. That's why we want an explanation, because we want to know where they come from. Let's deal at paragraph 32, and then we can take it from there.
My attorneys had requested the Commission to provide me with copies of the bank statements on which it relies and make their affirmance against me. But the Secretariat has advised that the issue is referred to as the evidence leaders who will revert to my attorneys. At the time, deposing to this affidavit, there has been no response from the evidence leaders. I am therefore severely handicapped and cannot deal with those allegations at this stage. Suffice to the record and the source and advancing of the funds, to me, are all lawful and legitimate.
And Colonel, at this stage, you will at least accept that the position has changed, because we have provided you with this document, and your attorney can confirm that.
Yes, indeed, Commissioner. I can confirm that.
Thank you. Then we can move to paragraph 33.
33. Furthermore, John is not the initial investigators at IPAD, who multiple dealt with any of the complaints of the police shootings by members of these teams under my command. The complaints were previously investigated by other officers. He therefore has no first-hand knowledge in respect of those investigations and explanations by the members of the teams that I was in charge of. Paragraph 34. John misled the Commission when he stated that the teams that I was in charge of made no recoveries. And I think I addressed that to the Commissioners just now. There's substantial recoveries, Commissioner, which I'll give a database some point in time to the Commissioners. I will include a schedule reflecting substantial recoveries, weapons, ammunition, drugs, explosives, monies, etc., and the rest in the bundle that I will deliver. 35.1. Furthermore, John referred to the telephonic conversation between Naika and Bevan Loftus. Bevan. A transcript, therefore, was produced and tendered to the Commission. The voice recording was played at the Commission. A listening of the voice recording contains the name Puff. Yet he sought to have the Commission to rely on what, with respect, is clearly an incomplete and therefore incorrect transcription. The importance of this doctoring of the transcript and evidence will appear therein after. 35.2. My attorneys have secured an independent transcription of recordings, which was televised after being flighted in the evidence before the Commission. The independent transcription was done by Sneller Recordings. In it, the late Bevan is yet to have also said, as part of his utterances, "You and Puff." Referring to the Naika and Puff, it bears mentioning that some 2 days after that phone call by Bevan, employees of Nika operating a tow truck, which were shot during March 2023, Kalicharan Puff, his wife and his child were shot and killed, and Bevan was identified as one of the shotters.
Chair and Kennel, so what the Kennel has done, Chair, was to take the audio that we played, that was a recording between Mr. Nika and Mr. Bevan, and gone through it and picked up some of the things that we didn't pick up, and he has done his own transcription, and what I would like to do, Chair, while we have had the video, the audio, I would like us to play it with a specific attention to what he says we did not transcribe properly in what we were provided with. And then he can tell the Commission the relevance of that part that he says is important to his testimony, Chair.
Just remind me, I know from the transcript itself it was not long at all. How many minutes is it? Do you remember?
It's less than 2 minutes, Chair, if I remember well. So Kenneth will play the audio, and then you'll pick up what we say is not appearing on the transcript, and then you can inform the Commission why you say that it is relevant in relation to your testimony.
Noted.
Okay. Chair, before we play it, I've been corrected to say that it is not the Commission that transcribed that audio. It is what we received from Mr. Gregory Loftus, being the father, Chair. So
I thought so.
Yes, Chair.
So.
Thank you, Chair.
The roadster, Mr. Clive himself. How are you?
Yeah, I was here.
Like a lot of money, 2.5 on my head now, eh?
Who is here? Evan, you.
How you can phone Dane? How you can phone Dane to tell Dane to set me up? Me, I never ever fought with you. I got no problem with you, but look like you after me. You paying dinner, governor, you paying all the carols. You and Puff to do all these things to me. I never had nothing to do with you. I never minded your business. I got no flop with you. But Bali, you went out of your way to do all these things to me. You want to kill me and all. What kind? Bali, where's the numbers?
Are you making allegations against me, or are you telling me the truth?
I'm asking you, where's the numbers, Bali? I never do fuck all to you. Check your word, I'm fuck all to you.
Telling the people I killed Regan.
See our Bali? See our checker? No flop, you want to kill me, right? No flop. The fastest lives the longest. Right? Laka.
So the Colonel is the only, I'm not saying it's not important, but is the only exclusion Puff, or is there anything else that you had to add in your own transcription?
No, Commissioner. The importance of Puff, why it was left out.
Is it the only thing that was left out? Is
Yes.
it just Puff only?
Yes, Commissioner.
All right. Now its importance is?
Yes.
Give us the full sentence that had the Puff.
Yes. So Puff is also alleged drug dealer. And he lived in Unit 11, Chatsworth. So him and Clive were friends. Clive Nika. So the importance here, he says the fastest live the longest, because the threat was made against Puff as well. Within a short space of time, Puff and his wife were going to buy.
Let's start here. I asked you to just either looking at whatever.
Yes.
Just read us the sentence that has Puff in it.
Okay, let me do that for you.
As is.
The voice recording contains the name Puff. That's on paragraph 35.
I want the full sentence.
The full sentence, I'll give you right now. A listening of the voice recording contains the name Puff. It's line 4. Line 4, Commissioner.
Where it says you and Puff.
Yes, Commissioner.
What we should have done, I thought I did hear this you and Puff, but I forget what the sentence was. Maybe we should have asked you to ask for us to pause it where it talks about Puff, so that maybe we could go back a few seconds and
Yes.
just replay that. Okay. But what's your recollection of the full sentence? You and Puff, what? Put 2.5 on my head or what?
Yeah, something like that, Commissioner, when I hear the...
So, Chair, just to assist, the sentence would say that we started saying, you are paying Dina Govenda, you are paying all the girls, you and Puff, to do all these things to me.
Okay, all right, thank
so the previous version, it said, you are paying all the girls to do all these things to me.
Okay, all right. Now, you were telling us the significance or the importance.
Yes, Commissioner.
Yes.
So, the parents...
Thanks, Mr. Musigidi.
So the parents were taking the young girl to buy doing birthday shopping, to have a party, and they subsequently were shot.
Puff being one of the parents.
Correct.
All right.
They were shot in...
The name is where is it now? Yes.
Kalicharan.
All right. Please continue.
Subsequently shot with the high-powered rifles in Springfield Park area, together with the 9-year-old child. And that case, the anti-gang tasked him because Puff was also alleged drug dealer as well. So we had taken the investigation over, and I explained earlier on the information came from Crime Intelligence Covert and Pietermaritzburg NPVC.
And as you say in paragraph 35.2, this is only 2 days after the phone call.
Commissioner, that wouldn't be 2 days. Is Commissioner referring to
35.2.
No. I see the 2 days is referring to another incident.
That's another incident of,
okay, all right.
of another tow truck, Roadster.
All right, okay,
Yes.
all right. Is there anything else you want to say about the significance,
No,
or are you done now? All right,
that's it.
thank you very much. Yes, Mr. Musagiri?
And then you proceed, then let's go to page 11, where you deal with ad seritem to the parts of the aforesaid notice to the best of your recollection. You will see that on top it says at paragraph 2.1.
Yes.
Can you pick it up from there? Maybe if you leave it there and say that you will submit your CV in due course, then you can start with 2.2.1.
Yes.
So what we usually prefer is to have the question itself read and then the answer, because otherwise the response will be out of context, or we won't understand what there is.
I accept that,
Yes.
hence I said file 2.
Oh.
But the way they have answered, Chair, it does give context to what he speaks to. Perhaps we can do 1 or 2 questions, but if the Chair insists that we read the question, then we will do that.
Let me just look at 2.2.1 then and see.
Yes, Chair. So, okay. So, Chair,
Our preference is still for you to read the question yourself, and then the Colonel will read his responses.
well, let's do that, Chair.
Yes.
So the questions themselves, or the regulation 10.6, it's on file 2.
Okay.
And it will be item 2, Chair. And that will start on page 2 as well, Chair, of the...
Thank you.
Yes, Chair. And then, Colonel, I'm going to read the questions to you, and then you will then read your responses there too.
Yes.
Yes, but if you want me to repeat the questions, let me know. So, Chair 2.1 deals with the details of your subsidies. Thank you. So 2.1 we've dealt with, Chairperson, which deals with your subs, DPCI career, and your current rank. Then we go to question 2.2, which says details in relation to the anti-gang unit, cash in transit task team, provincial tracing team, in the brackets the task team. Then the question being, are the task teams separate units or one specific unit? So that's 2.2.1. Can you read your answer to that question?
So, must I read 2.2.2?
2.2.1.
Your paragraph,
okay, thanks.
your paragraph 37.
Sorry, Commissioner. The anti-gang task team and the DPCI provincial tracing teams are separate units. There is no cash and transit task team. Cash and transit, police murders, and other serious and violent crime were also attended by the DPCI provincial tracing team. For convenience, I shall refer to the first mentioned task team as the anti-gang task team, and at the latter, the tracing team.
And then 2.2.2, when was each unit formed and what was its strategic objective? And you give your answer at paragraph 38.
Yes. I shall deliver copies of the written authority establishing the anti-gang task team and the tracing team. It records the dates and persons appointed to each of those teams and the strategic objective of each team, the dates when each one was formed, and the persons appointed to it.
Go to the next paragraph.
38.2. In summary, the anti-gang team was established on the 17th of October 2022 and was to be dissolved on 20th September 2023. 38.3. The tracing team was established on 6 June 2023 and was to continue until further notice. With the establishment of the tracing team, the anti-gang team was dissolved.
The next question is, what is your role in each unit? That's paragraph 39 when you give an answer.
I acted as the commander of the anti-gang team and the head of the provincial tracing team.
And then to whom does each unit report to?
The anti-gang and the tracing teams report to me. I reported to Brigadier Nuswa on behalf of the teams. Brigadier Nuswa in turn reported to Major General Sonona, who was the provincial head of DPCI KwaZulu-Natal. Brigadier Nuswa had 5 units of serious organized crime unit, including the CATS unit, Crimes Against the State, the TRC, Truth and Reconciliation Commission, reporting to him. The task teams are not a permanent structure, unlike the other units.
The next question is, what criteria are used to select the members of each unit?
The proposal to establish the anti-gang was made by the provincial head of organized crime investigations, KwaZulu-Natal, namely Brigadier P.T. Mbele. He therefore identified the members of the anti-gang team that he wanted to serve in it. Upon approval of the recommendation, a call-up notice was issued on the 17th of October 2022 for members to report to the anti-gang team.
Please proceed.
42. Although the information requested therein is not within my knowledge, but within the knowledge of the management of the SAPS, Brigadier Nuswa, in his capacity as the Provincial Commander of Serious Organized Crime Investigation, Directorate for Priority Crimes, asked me for recommendations of officers when he intended forming the task team. I made recommendations on inter alia expertise in investigation, tactical penetrations, canine expertise, tactical response, crime intelligence, analytical monitoring, sniper cameras, and profiling. He also recommended certain officers from his section.
Colonel, question 2.2.5 and your response there. These two units, so the anti-gang unit and the tracing teams, are they subs or DPCI? What are they?
Commissioner, good question. Those are integrated teams.
They're integrated?
Yes.
So they comprise both subs and DPCI?
Correct, from the provincial commissioner and from the provincial head at the time, which was General Sonona.
Now, do members of the Metro Police form part of any of these units?
That's correct, Commissioner. Later on, we'll explain as we go along of the tracing team how they incorporated with different role players and external role players as well, how we incorporate them and for what purpose.
But all of them reported directly to you and you reported to Brigadier Nyuso?
That's correct, Commissioner Mala.
Colonel, just while we are there, let me take advantage of this. Pedro Rodriguez, where would he fall?
He would fall under the Durban K9 unit.
And in terms
he
of
was not part of both teams, the tracing team or the anti-gang task team.
So he's not part of it?
No, Commissioner.
Okay, let's continue. We'll pick it up later then. Go to paragraph 43.
I'm with you, Commissioner.
Yes, please read that into the record because it's still answering the same question.
On the 2nd of June 2023, Brigadier Nyuso, in this capacity of Provincial Commander, Serious Organized Crime Investigation, Director for Priority Crime Investigations, KwaZulu-Natal, applied for the establishment of a tracing team. His request was approved by the provincial head, DPCI KZN, Major General Alias Sonona, on the 6th of June 2023.
Continue.
44.
Yes.
I was appointed in writing as the head of KwaZulu-Natal DPCI tracking team. The document also dealt with movement of Lieutenant Colonel P.K. Majola and contains details of the movement of Lieutenant Colonel P.K. Majola from Crimes Against the State to Durban EPR, which is Economic Protected Resources. They deal with kidnappings and so forth. Sure.
Then the next question is, how is each unit funded?
45. There is no extra funding of the teams. Members retain their ordinary benefits in accordance with their conditions of employment. Those are funded by the state. There were no extra costs incurred by the state in members serving in the anti-gang task team and the tracing team. Members seconded to the provincial DPCI tracing team remain administratively attached to their respective components and continue to utilize the physical resources, operational equipment, vehicles, allocated budgets of those components whilst performing the tracing team functions. Consequently, the establishment and operation of the tracing team did not require any additional financial resources from the DPCI as participating in the components provided necessary logistically and operational support from their existing resources and budgets. I would like to explain this, Commissioner, if you allow me to. So, for example, this unit of the tracing team, we have a whole platoon of Pietermaritzburg K9. Although they work in our operations as arrangement, but administratively they fall under Pietermaritzburg, with their code, their finance, their vehicles, their firearms, and administratively. For example, Metro Police, they would come on board and they're funded by Commissioner Nkunu, Metro Police itself, but they come with the resources, the cars, and simultaneously the tactical response team, they will fall under the Provincial Office of Tactical Response Teams. Everything is done administratively by them. They causes funding, equipment, vehicles. So that's what I'm trying to explain. There's no additional funding where you have to buy vehicles specifically for this team. Yes.
Thank you, Colonel. The next question, 2.2.7, the fatality rates in respect of task team operations in respect of which you have been involved, including the total number of suspects arrested in task team operations in which you have been involved, the total number of suspects killed in task team operations in which you have been involved, the total number of suspects wounded with gunshot injuries in task team operations in which you have been involved, the total number of SAPS members killed in task team operations in which you have been involved, and the total number of SAPS members wounded with gunshot injuries in task team operations in which you have been involved. And you give your response at paragraph 46.
Yes, Commissioner. At paragraph 46, I am currently not in possession of the detailed requests therein. However, information is sought can be obtained from the Priority Crimes Management Center, which is commonly known as PCMC. KZN, presently the person in charge is Colonel Mangule. And if I can also elaborate on this here, Commissioner. So every operation, every arrest, everything is accounted by PCMC. It is, we have to give a detailed report and they capture it at the province. From the province it goes to national. So we are going to access it from them. They would have the accurate account of exactly what's required, Commissioner.
Then for the purposes of this question and incidents that we mentioned that you were involved in, do you need assistance from our side to help you retrieve some of this information so that they can form part of your comprehensive statement?
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Commissioner. If we could get something in writing from the Commission itself and given to the acting provincial head, which is Brigadier Mulligan, she would gladly release those details, or information rather, to the Commission.
Yes, and we're only interested in the ones that you were involved in. Then can we go to the next question, and this deals with the Morningside 5 shooting incidents. Question 2.3.1. Can you elaborate on the environment of the unit in the investigation of Brendan Puff's Kalicharan and family killings? Who was Puff and what criminal activities was he involved in?
Members of the anti-gang team did investigations consequent to the triple murder of the Kalicharan family. Puff Kalicharan, his wife and his child were killed in a drive-by shooting. The detail of the members of the unit in the investigation is contained in the police docket relating to 3 murders. I'm not in possession of the docket at this stage. Such information cannot elaborate further. Intelligence suggests that Puff lived in a unit in Chatsworth Unit 11 and was rumored to be a drug dealer.
And then the next question is, what evidence were you aware of in the dockets against Bevan in Ebele case number 7? There's a case number there. I don't think I need to read that to the record. There's 2 cast numbers.
Yes.
Yes.
So I do not have access at this stage to 2 police dockets referred to. I am therefore unable to respond meaningfully to the request made in some paragraph and access the dockets and answer the questions.
And then the next question, what were the reasons for the raid on the Loftus family home on the 13th of December 2022?
I filed a comprehensive affidavit in the interdict proceedings.
Sorry. Yes. Shouldn't you read 2.3.4 and 2.3.5 as well?
Yes,
because the response is responding to all 3.
That is so, Chair.
Yes.
So the next question, keep in mind the question that I asked before. What were the reasons for the raid of the Loftus family home on the 3rd of February 2023? And then the details of how you identified the location of Bevan Loftus in Morningside on the 1st of April 2023, and how you gained access to the flat where the suspects were hiding. And then you deal with all of that in one response at paragraph 49.
Yes.
Going forward.
Commissioner, I did give Commissioner a small background as to how we got there and to the premises and where it started, what led us there, and who led us there as well.
Are you
Please,
proceeding?
Just read from 49 all the way.
No problem, Commissioner. We'll do that now. I filed a comprehensive affidavit in the interdict proceedings instituted by Mr. Gregory Loftus against myself and others under the case number D3437/2023 in the High Court of South Africa, KwaZulu-Natal Local Division. I do not have a copy of that affidavit at this stage. I am uncertain whether it has been made available by Mr. Loftus or Senior, Mr. Len John to the Commission, or to Mr. Len John to the Commission, sorry. My attorneys have requested the Registrar of the High Court in Durban to make a copy available. She is presently trying to ascertain the court file. I also attended upon the State Attorney and emailed the State Attorney the request, a copy of the affidavit. My attorneys also requested it from the attorney who represented the applicant. I have still not received a copy of it. However, my receiving a copy of it, I shall forward it to the Commission as it constitutes the important evidence contradicting much of the evidence laid before the Commission regarding the Loftus family.
Colonel, at this stage, is it fair that as you sit today, you have obtained this affidavit, the complete application with the affidavits?
Yes, indeed, Commission. The Commission provided it to us.
And we can deal in detail when you submit your comprehensive affidavit on Tuesday, yes?
Yes, indeed, Commissioner.
Thank you, but nevertheless, please proceed to read into the record paragraph 50.
Yes. Paragraph 50. Without the benefit of the aforesaid affidavits and access to the police dockets, I record hereunder to the best of my ability and recall matters of relevance in regard to the Loftus family and their allegations.
Yeah, please proceed.
51. To my knowledge, no member of the Loftus family have been intimidated by any conduct by members of the SAPS. Obviously, if any such conduct had been engaged upon by other members of the SAPS, not in the anti-gang team, for any other reasons of which I have no knowledge, I cannot comment thereon. I make it clear, however, the members of the anti-gang team had not yet engaged any such conduct in relation to any member of the Loftus family. 52. As far as Bevan is concerned, I do believe that he did own a tow truck business called First for KZN, but I have no knowledge of his threats, assassination made against him, or information that was a contract to kill him. It is obvious that the insinuation is that such occurred at the instance of the members of the anti-gang team. I deny the same. I should also inform the Honourable Commission, when a member of the police is engaged in untoward conduct of any nature relating to their occupation, persons affected thereby are entitled to lodge complaints with, inter alia, the provincial commander of the unit concerned, the provincial head of the Hawks, the Provincial Commissioner of the South African Police Services. The Crime Stop Hotline accepts anonymous calls, all of which are internal remedies, but they can also lodge a complaint with the external remedy provider, namely Independent Police Investigative Directorate, IPID. The judge is appointed to oversee matters involving the Hawks and the South African Police Service. This is a retired judge, Commissioner. I accept that I was the provincial commander of the anti-gang team, and therefore complaints, if there were any, would not be expected to be made to me. But there are clearly still several other persons to whom the complaints could have been made. Certainly, internally, the above-mentioned provincial commissioner and provincial head are my superior officers for that matter if a complaint was dissatisfied with the provincial structure approach, a complaint could have been made to the national head of the Hawks and higher up, the National Commissioner of the South African Police Services. I am not aware of any complaints relating to harassment, intimidation, threats, and the likes by Bevan in his lifetime or members of his family.
I think about roughly halfway through the paragraph, the line starting the Hawks, you said South African Police Service instead of South African Human Rights.
Oh, yes, indeed, Commissioner.
So I assume you mean the South African Human Rights Commission.
Yes, indeed, Commissioner.
Commission. All right, thank you. Paragraph 54.
I also respectfully point out that Mr. Gregory Loftus Sr. is a former policeman holding the rank at the time of his leaving the police of a warrant officer, and he was employed in the specialized unit at the time, being the South African Narcotics Enforcement Bureau, which now falls under the jurisdiction of the Hawks, and he will therefore be expected to know his entitlement to lodge complaints. 55. Furthermore, in interviews given with either social or media or ETV, Loftus Sr. stated that he was being assisted by seasoned ex-police officers, who I submit will also know how to lodge complaints. Yet no complaints were actually lodged. Copies of the newspaper reports pertaining to the interviews given by the first applicant and a copy of a clip of the interview of the first applicant gave to ETV, which was aired nationally, will be made available to the Commission. 56. On 1st April 2023, Bevan and several of his colleagues were at the flat on the 6th floor in Morningside flat, Durban, when members of the SAPS called there to investigate a report of receiving illegal firearms being held at Morningside flat, to investigate a report of the persons in Morningside flat, alleged to be Mr. Bevan Loftus and members of the gang controlled him, were planning an assassination in Morningside flat if the circumstances required it to arrest such persons.
Did you mean a gang controlled by him? So you said alleged to be Mr. Bevan Loftus and members of a gang controlled him?
That's correct, Commissioner.
While you're there, Colonel, can you just explain, you say they were planning an assassination in the Morningside flat. Whose assassination, if you have knowledge?
I'm not sure of that, Commissioner. It was information received, I think, to the local police at the time because they were carrying rifles.
Okay. You can proceed on paragraph 57.
The information received aforesaid arose in consequence of the white Isuzu Baki subjected to have been utilized a triple murder of Puff Kalacharan, his wife and his child in Springfield Park. Approximately 1 week earlier was identified on cameras. Monitoring the traffic reported in SAPS, the Crime Intelligence Unit of SAPS in turn contacted the SAPS Durban K9 Unit and Pietermaritzburg National Priority Violent Crimes Unit and informed them of the same. I should add that I was aware that the vehicle was being monitored for a few days before 1st April. 58. Acting on information received of foregoing police units together with the National Intervention Unit apprehended the vehicle on the roadway and found the driver to be in possession of the illegal drugs and an AR-15 automatic rifle. That rifle was stolen during the robbery in Eastern Cape. However, questioning the suspect indicated that he had additional firearm in the flat in Hillcrest and he was taken there by the said police. 59. As I was the provincial commander of the anti-gang team at the time, and bearing in mind that the rifle found in the vehicle had been used in a gang heist robbery, and my unit was investigating the triple murder, which was thought to be the gang-related, I was notified by the opposite police units as to what was happening, and even before they tracked the vehicle and apprehended the suspect.
Colonel, just there, when you say the vehicle was used in a gang heist robbery, are you able to provide us at some stage with further details?
With the rifle, in respect to the rifle, Commissioner?
The rifle, yes.
Yes, indeed.
Linking it to that.
To Eastern Cape.
You will give us something there.
Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you. You may proceed to paragraph 60.
Paragraph 60. However, I did not accompany them at the time, nor did any member of the anti-gang team. Even when they arrived at the flat in Hillcrest, I was not there. I was told by the said police of further rifle at the flat, and I was asked to come there as soon as I could. I did so together with a member of my team, Warrant Officer Thanasekaran Naidu, who is also known as Sivan Naidu, Warrant Officer Naidu. As soon as my duties allowed me to, other members of the anti-gang team arrived. I arrived there and questioned the suspect in the premises of other policemen. We ascertained that the R4 rifle handed over at Hillcrest flat had been stolen from the military. The suspect realized that he was in serious trouble and faced a long period of imprisonment. He then indicated that he wanted to come clean, obviously hoping that he did so, he would be treated more leniently by the court when it sentenced him. He furnished the important information about firearms and the gang of Bevan planning an assassination it could take place, including Bevan, but turned out to be the Morningside flats.
Again, when you were now talking to this suspect and he informs you, and you say he provided important information and about the planned assassination, at this stage now, because you are talking to the suspect,
yes, Commissioner.
Did you then become aware of who's the target or targets?
No, Commissioner.
And any details around that assassination, when it was planned?
No, Commissioner.
What exactly did he provide to you, except what you...
So, from the time he's providing the information, it was a quick operation, meaning which we had a short time to go to the flat. And that is why you notice there were less members and not more members. En route, I could recall that Captain Rodriguez was calling, for example, members who could assist for that operation. One being Captain China from Metro Police, who happened to be on duty that day, and one of the shotters. So he came at short notice. So it wasn't a planned thing where we waited for a lot of members. So it was a quick response to the flat.
So basically, okay, but we'll pick it up when you do the cross. But the point is that at this stage, you didn't know who the target was, and you didn't have any details as to when was this assassination planned, but you regarded this information as important.
Yes, Commissioner.
So there was no meeting at which the members of the task team were briefed about the operation. It was a matter of finding out that Bevan and his team are planning something, and you called whoever was available to accompany you there.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Thank you, Colonel. Let's go to paragraph 61.
So if I can give Commissioner Kumalo one more example. Sorry, Commissioner. It won't take long. Captain China from Metro Police. So they work shifts. On that day, he happened to be on duty. That's why he was there.
All right, thank you. Yeah, you can proceed on paragraph 61.
On learning of this, it was obviously to us that such persons were dangerous persons and needed to be apprehended urgently, as the suspect had been arrested and was in custody of one of the other above-mentioned units, they, so to speak, charge confirming that he had seen proceeding where the additional suspects were in Morningside flat. In any event, being tactical response unit, they would make the first entry. Warrant Officer Naidu and I accompanied them in our own vehicle with the suspect who had been arrested. We left members of the anti-gang team at the flat in Hillcrest in case of anyone arrived there, in which event their presence could be investigated by those members. Now that will be the detectives of the Addy Gang task team, Commissioner. That's it. That is how the police units mentioned above and came to be at Morningside. Although I had amplified letter herein at Warrant Officer Naidu, and I did not enter the flat until the shooting had taken place. 64. What I have indicated above will confirm by Constable Alford of Pietermaritzburg National Priority Violent Crimes Unit, who was involved in the shooting, involved in the interception of the vehicle and the subsequent events set out by me, can also be confirmed by other policemen involved.
Colonel, can I ask you, and you must tell me if my proposition is not correct. My fair understanding is that at least Bevan has been in your radar, i.e. has been a person of interest in your work.
Yes.
For various alleged crimes.
Yes.
Now you arrive at the scene and you are told that he's upstairs, and you chose to stay downstairs. Can you explain why you chose to stay downstairs with Warrant Officer Naidu?
Yeah, Commissioner. So the tactical members, because the information given on hand that they possibly could be harmed, going to conduct an assassination, and they would always penetrate the house first. Now, very importantly, as indicated earlier, Pedro is from ex-NIU, Shabalala is from NIU, Megan Munsami is from NIU, Matt, which Captain Houston said that he's from a detective. He's not a detective. He comes from public order policing, and he advanced towards his task force selection. So he's also a tactical member. Captain China also underwent training with the special task force. These tactical members naturally will go first. We are detectives, so they'll penetrate the house to see if suspects are secured.
And you say that you only went up after the shooting had taken place?
Yes.
As far as you can recall, could you hear the shots from where you were?
Certainly.
You were standing?
Yes, I could hear the shots.
Were they all at the same time, or there were some pauses between them?
When a shooting happened, you can't really, Commissioner, to know exactly which shot, before, after, during, it's loud bangs.
No, my question is, for example, by the time you were going up, there was no further shots being executed.
Now, I can't recall that, Commissioner. I can't comment on that day. It was just shots went off.
Okay. The simple point is that the shooting had stopped when you went up.
Yes, indeed. Shooting had stopped. Oh, that was the trying.
And then on that score, lastly, and taking it up from the evidence by Captain Houston, he suggested that Warrant Officer Sivan Naidu stopped him from entering the premises. Do you remember that incident?
Yes, indeed, Commissioner.
Can you explain, to the best of your recollection, what was happening there?
Yes. Normally, if an incident like this happened, if it's a shooting incident, we would secure the scene and prevent anyone from coming into the scene. Now, I know Captain Houston. He's a hard worker. So he's the first responder. And naturally, I said to Captain Sivan Naidu, well, he's now captain, you ought to allow him in, which I did.
And then there's an allegation by, or at least there's a testimony by Captain Houston that you said to him why he should be allowed so that he can identify the suspects.
That's correct.
Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Can you explain the context around that conversation with him?
So Captain Houston also deal with gangs in the surrounding areas of Wentworth and Newlands and Sydenham. Now, those suspects at the time were not identified. No one knew who they were. So Captain Houston, I think at a later stage, I recall, managed to assist in identifying them.
I think that's what I find a bit unpalatable, Colonel, that it seems to me, at least on the face of it, you shot, not you personally because you were downstairs, but people were shot, that they don't even know who they shot at, to an extent that you had to rely on Houston to identify them. What do you make of that? I mean, is that a fair observation, at least on the face of it, from where I'm sitting?
Yeah. My response to that, Commissioner, is that these were suspects in the flat, and they opened fire, and the police, Section 49, police defended themselves. Not to say that I'm looking for a specific person that I want to shoot someone.
Yes, no, we don't want to go into the purview of Section 49 because that's something else that we don't want to deal with. As Chair was saying, we're not investigating the extent and whether those were extrajudicial killings or not. I found it very disturbing that you would ask Captain Houston to identify those deceased, but that's just my observation. Maybe we can visit when we do cross-examination.
Yeah.
But keep that in mind, that it is of concern to me.
Yes. In all scenes normally we go to, we'll ask the neighbors, whether it's different places, can you identify the person? If someone is around, that's one of the things that we need to do, is identify the person. If we can't at the later stage, we go to the mortuary and they identify at the later stage. That's for profiling suspects, yeah.
Perhaps I would have been comfortable with the word confirm the deceased or the suspects, not identify. But let's keep going, and we can deal with that later.
Noted.
As to why I'm saying that. But you may comment before you move if you want to.
No, as I indicated, Commissioner, this is straightforward. The suspects, whoever were in the flat, opened fire, police returned fire. And Commissioner, while I'm there was a substantial amount of firearms that was recovered. About 3 hours into the forensic examination, iPad, which Mr. John didn't say.
So is that not in the statement somewhere?
It's not here.
Oh, okay.
So I just while I'm here, it's so important, Commissioner. I would like to.
I'm not stopping you.
Sorry. Yeah. So iPad, a senior assistant director in Mobo, was with the forensic team, and they found 4 additional firearms in the secret compartment. There's 2 AK-47 and 2 pistols. And Ngobo came out and said to me, "Hey guys, did you see what we found inside?" I said, "What?" He said, "More rifles." So there's about 7 firearms, a large amount of money in small denominations, drugs as well was found in the flat.
Yeah, but those were not used in the shootout, in the alleged shootout anyway.
One of those firearms came up.
Those that you say they were stashed.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
One of the firearms came up ballistically matching for the triple murder.
Yes. No. But I'm saying they were not used in dealing with the purview of Section 49. As far as I'm
not sure which firearms were used there.
Yeah, but I can tell you from what we have.
Yes.
As you said, those were found hidden somewhere else, so they couldn't have been used in any encounter at that stage. Let's go to paragraph 65.1. Are you there, Colonel?
I'm here, sir.
Yeah, let's continue and read that into the record.
After the shooting at the Morningside flat, 197 rounds of ammunition, a large amount of drugs, an automatic R5 rifle being of a state issue and therefore not being allowed to be possessed by civilians, 2 AK-47 automatic assault rifles, 4 pistols, and almost 400,000 rand cash were recovered from the Morningside flat. These were entered in the SAP 13 register at Durban Central Station, reference number 2240/2023. 65.
Before you go there, just a quick one. Did you yourself observe this amount of cash and the firearms referred to there?
Commissioner, that was collected by the forensic team, if I can recall.
Did you observe
I didn't process the scene.
You didn't observe it?
No, I didn't process the scene.
But you went inside the building?
I did.
The question, did you see any of that?
I just had a brief appearance inside with Houston, and that was it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go to...
Can I just ask a related question? You've given us the reference number of the SAP 13.
Yes, Commissioner.
So we should expect, if we look at that SAP 13 register, we should expect to find these items.
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm only asking you because the pictures that we have seen, and probably will play during your cross-examination, the amounts that were discovered, it's a huge difference from what you are showing us. We've seen 10 rands and on all of that, but we'll deal with that at the later stage, but also compare that with the SAP 13. Yes.
As indicated, I didn't process the scene and enter the exhibit scene.
It's in your statement, but let's proceed to 65.2. Please proceed, Kenan.
65.2, as there are rumors circulating that the anti-gang task team was responsible for the killing of Bevan and others with him in the flat, which is denied, it is necessary for me to inform this Honourable Commission of the procedure that is undertaken when dangerous persons are sought, to where information available suggests that there are dangerous arms and equipment present. The investigating officers of the units involved in investigating a crime do not generally speaking make first entry or first penetration of the premises. This is left on specialized units which are known as the tactical response teams. On the day in question, the flat was approached by members of 4 separate tactical units. These were units from the National Intervention Unit, South African Police Service equivalent to the famous Special Weapons and Tactical SWAT unit in the United States, the SCPS Durban K9, the Tikweni Metro Police K9, which had been summoned for backup by the SCPS K9 unit, and the Pietermaritzburg National Priority Violent Crime Unit. It was their responsibility to penetrate the premises to secure the same, meaning that it would then be relatively safe for us to, as investigating officers, to enter the premises to conduct investigations.
Kenan, something for you to also consider, and what I find, I need you to balance me when we deal with this. I understand your role is that you did not go in with the operation, but is it fair that you remain in charge of the whole operation, or is that correct?
That's not true, Commissioner. As I indicated, that information came from Pietermaritzburg. There will be Matt Alford and Captain Rodriguez.
At the moment you got involved, and at least when you got to Morningside, who was in charge?
It was Captain Rodriguez. He was leading the team.
The one who doesn't have a specific unit?
He has a unit that's Durban K9. Not the one that's sitting on the roadside that Captain Houston said, no.
Okay.
Yes, yeah.
All right, but also what I also want you to deal with, but consider, when at least remarks are made, and I suppose in some instances, when accolades and awards are given, you seem to be acknowledged for this kind of work, to say you have done a good job, as if you were in charge of this thing. So you specifically, you are being called up to say you are doing a commendable job. But now, as we sit here, it seems to me as if you are trying to create some rift or distance between the incident that took place here and the overall operation.
Not really.
But before you answer, can we just clarify, Mr. Msiki, did that happen in respect of this operation? Because you sound like you're speaking generally, and is it something that has happened with this operation, where he has been acknowledged as the owner of the operation?
We will have to go back to, that's my understanding, on 2 occasions at least. And on the recording of General Kele, and there is also a further recording where there's award ceremony, and perhaps not specific to this incident, but to this kind of work being acknowledged, Commissioner.
Can I suggest you deal with it in cross-examination?
Indeed, Commissioner.
It may be that you need to reframe.
Yes, no, it's fine. We'll do that, Commissioner. Kenan, Then can we move to paragraph 67?
Yes, indeed.
Yes.
Whilst the tactical units made their way to the Morningside flat, we were initially in the basement parking of the building in company of the suspects, and we went to the 6th floor near the lifts, awaiting clearance from the tactical units that were engaged in the penetration of the flat. Other members of the police attached to one more of those units were also in the vicinity of the building, but not on the 6th floor. 68. I was told by members of the tactical units that when they attempted to entry, they were fired upon by the occupants of the flat, that they returned fire, and in the process, the occupants were killed. One of those occupants was Bevan, the others were Chase Finn, Michigan Hippolyte, Ryan Santos, and Sichle Zondi, all of whom were allegedly suspected to be members of the gang of Bevan.
Is there a name for the gang of Bevan?
The Hollywood gang.
Hollywood gang.
Yes. I have a photograph that, a picture, depicting where Bevan is part of the photo, and we'll provide to the commission. I think it's in the bundle. Next to him is a guy called Dane Majority, and currently right now there's 2 warrants of arrest. He's been convicted, Commissioner, and he's on the run right now. Police are looking for him. Amongst all the other guys, some are even deceased from the gang.
All right, let's continue on 69.1.
I must reiterate that when the gunshots rang out, neither Warrant Officer Naidu or myself, nor the other members of the police that I have referred to were in the immediate vicinity of the flat. We thus do not know firsthand what transpired in the flat when the shootings occurred. 69.2. It is in this incorrect for the persons to spread rumors that the anti-gang team was responsible for the deaths of those that died in the flat that day. I am aware that one such person spreading such malicious rumors is the Loftus Senior, and I say this because he has said so on national television, ETV, where he has named Warrant Officer Naidu and I. Paragraph 70. Yes. Constable Alford made a successful informer fee claim for the information leading to the detection of the Kalicharan triple murder suspects. In addition, Crime Intelligence Durban also made a successful claim for its informer locations. Ayenda Nzumela, the driver of the Isuzu Baki used in the Kalicharan shootings. 71. I do not accept for one moment that Bevan feared for his life in consequence of his conduct involving the members of the police. I wish to point out to this Honourable Commission that there does not appear to have been any report made to the police at any police station in the country by or behalf of Bevan relating to his harassment, intimidation, threats, and like, and I can state that no such report had been brought to my attention as the provincial commander of the anti-gang team. If such report had been made, it ought to have been brought to my attention. Even though I am the provincial commander, investigation to such complaint would then have to be taken to course in which I was not directly involved. 72.
Is it not fair to say at this point, even you knew that there was an interdict application where the father said, I fear for my son's safety. I believe that these people want to kill him. So in light of that, is there a need for a report to the police that he fears for his life? If you are aware that there's an application where such allegations are being made.
Yes. Commissioner, that would have been after the fact, because that application, if I can recall, was granted on the 5th. That was after the shooting.
Forget about when it was granted.
Yes.
When it was launched, I think it was the day before the shooting, if I'm not mistaken.
That's correct, Commissioner Kumala.
So at least on the day of the shooting, I don't know if it had been served on you at that point.
No, Commissioner.
It had not.
No, we only came to learn about it on the 5th.
No, then that's fine. But I think we can accept from the application that at least the day before the shooting, the
Yes,
father
indeed.
feared for his son's safety.
That's correct, Commissioner.
May continue.
Thank you, Commissioner.
72, I think.
72. Crime is, as is commonly known as in this country, widespread but violent crimes in the Wentworth area were not within the areas where investigations were conducted by any of the members of the anti-gang team, including myself. I must, however, mention that one of the reasons for the establishment of the anti-gang team was that suburbs of Wentworth, Sydenham and Newlands in Durban were hard hit in respect of the drive-by shootings, emanating from the gang rivalries, drug trade, turf wars for some 10 years prior to the establishment of the anti-gang team. As the commanders of the anti-gang team, I am aware of this. 73. Upon its establishment of the anti-gang team has been furnished with in excess of 150 cases dealing with the incidents which have taken place past where the cases have been closed, so-called cold cases, from various police stations and are busy investigating the same. Considerably, a progress had been made in investigating many of the cases. This was a time of consuming exercise and required several members of the anti-gang team to investigate, and some incidents being investigated were years old. These cases were in addition to active cases where investigations were being undertaken. I should mention that Bevan had been implicated and was thus a person of considerable interest in several of the cold cases. The then active investigations to which reference will be made at a later stage. Year under 74. I have read the transcription of the telephone call between Nika and Bevan provided to the Commission. I do not see confirmation of any hit on the life of Bevan. In fact, all that I read thereon is Bevan talking about money being placed on his head, but at no stage there were confirmation from person with whom he is speaking, namely Nika. If anything, I read the last words of Bevan on that transcript, the fastest live the longest, right lacquer, as being a threat of against Nika. Nika is the owner of a tow truck business called Roadstar. I have listened to the recordings played at the Commission. Transcripts is inaccurate and that it omits a material aspect which Bevan refers to as puff. I refer to the independent transcription from the Sneller recording, which I will deliver to the Commission.
Chair, we've dealt with this transcription earlier on, so we don't have to deal with that. Are you happy with that? We've dealt with that.
Yes.
Yes.
75.
Let's move to paragraph 75, yes.
As I indicated earlier, approximately 2 days after the aforesaid telephone conversation, a tow truck driver working for Nika together with the passenger were shot by 4 armed men, and both of them were seriously injured, being shot in the head, and they were hospitalized. That was on the 25th of June 2023. The anti-gang team has been looking for Bevan to arrest him.
So that we understand, are you linking this to the telephone call to say that, or what are you saying here? What is the inference of this? And also in that, can we, in your affidavit, provide details of this incident in terms of the docket and so on?
Yes, indeed. This is the threats made on Roadstar, and subsequent to that, after that, the drivers were shot in this incident.
So your inference for mentioning this is that it could have been Bevan responsible for the shooting?
That's correct.
Okay. And you'll provide us with the details of that?
Yes.
Thank you. Let's go to paragraph 76.
The anti-gang team has been looking for Bevan to arrest him on more than one charge in different cases. Since December 2022, we were unable to find the precise location of Bevan, even when confidential information of his whereabouts was furnished to us, such as he was at home on the night of the 13th December 2022, he managed to flee therefrom. The information on hand at all relevant times was that Bevan was not living at that residence and had taken a temporary residence other locations to avoid his arrest. 77. I should also mention that when Loftus Sr. was arrested on 13 December, I personally requested him to bring Bevan to the police station so that he could be arrested, and if he promised that he would do so, but never did. Furthermore, he inquired from me as to which case Bevan was being sought for, and I gave him the details, same by identifying that it is related to the incident in M7, which had been reported at Bel Air police station, and where they're being investigated by the anti-gang team. I suppose I could say no more than a short while later, on 20th December 2022, the complainant in this case was shot and killed outside the Moses Mabhida Soccer Stadium in Durban, together with another gentleman who was present and tried to mediate a settlement which he thought might have resulted in a case being investigated against Bevan, withdrawn by the complainant. 78. In the 10 years preceding 2022, shootings and killings in the Wentworth area had been on the increase. This was one of the reasons why the anti-gang team was established. Now, if I could explain to Commissioner here. So, there was an outcry from the communities and escalation of gang violence between Sydenham, Wentworth and Newlands. And it is because of this reason, the station commanders of, for example, Newlands, Colonel Mbele, Sydenham, Blose, and there was Wentworth, branch commander, was pushing for a team to be formed because the stations could not handle the sporadic shootings. Now, Commissioner, if I can explain, on one night, you would have 7 to 9 shootings between the 3 bases. And there were lots of other people arrested, Commissioner, and I will provide this to the Commission. Prior to the shooting of Bevan, there were lots of people being shot. There were innocent people getting shot. For example, at Nando's, there was a young girl, she was 19 years old, and in that shooting, she was shot dead. And Bevan was identified as the shooter in the car. That's another matter, just give an example. But it wasn't only about Bevan, there was other people shooting as well, rivalry gangs. So they've been arrested by the police, some been, there was a shootout between the police. So that's the reason the anti-gang task team was formed. It was a request from the mother body, which is the police, SAPS, to the DPCI. 79. It is true that there have been a number of shootings and killings in the Wentworth area involving drug gang known as Cartel. The leader of the Cartel gang, one Kyle Pretorius Para, was shot and killed in one of these incidents, 15 December 2022. But when the anti-gang team commenced investigation of several of these shootings and killings in Wentworth area, the name of Bevan kept cropping up. I know this as I was the commander of the anti-gang team and had access to my members to information of what they were investigating. He was certainly a person of considerable interest and shootings and killings, particularly as he was the leader of his gang, which was called the Hollywood Gang. On available information, the Hollywood Gang was seeking to take over the drug trade in the Wentworth area and found the Cartel Gang to be the obstacle in its part in that regard. 80. Bevan was responsible for shootings in that area according to the information supplied to the anti-gang unit during this investigation. It is certainly not any narrative started by the anti-gang team. In addition, I must inform the Honourable Commission that members of the Cartel Gang are not involved in tow trucks industry, own no tow trucks. Since the death of Bevan, a number of shootings in Wentworth dropped significantly to virtually zero. I have been...
What do you base that on? Is there a document that you can provide to back that up?
Yeah, this is what really happened. I'm talking about the gang, not only Bevan himself now, I'm talking about the gang itself. Remember, that includes Ryan Santos. Now, in one of the videos that we'll play to Commissioner is here, Ryan Santos got an AK-47 and he's firing amongst kids, rapid fire, at a place called Newlands. and that's a video clip that I'll submit to the Commission. So it was his gang, and the gang violence dropped drastically. That is why, and one of the reasons that they decided there was a new threat of cash in transit, and now the threat has to move to CITs. And this tracing team was now formed as a result. If the threat was still greater with gangs, we would remain with the anti-gang task team.
So for now, are you saying this is based on your observation, or there's something that you can provide?
There is some stats that I will be able to provide.
Okay.
Yes, and as I indicated, there are other station commanders that still at their respective stations will come here and testify independently to say they have first-hand knowledge about Bevan, they have first-hand knowledge about Ryan Santos and all the other people. They would phone me at 1 o'clock in the morning and 2 o'clock and say, hey, Captain, sorry, there's a shooting, come out here. I get home, I have something to eat, I'm back again, because that's how they were shooting. These guys weren't sleeping. So most of the crimes were even late at night.
Yes, no, it's fine. I found it very interesting that you would say just a shooting of one person or his gang.
No, it's not one person.
Or his gang, because
Yes,
you're saying
yes.
since the death of Bevan, the number of shootings in the entire Wentworth dropped.
Yeah, I say it's gang. I meant it's gang.
Yes, there's no gang there, but okay,
Yeah.
I'll take gang as well.
Please, thank you.
You can proceed to
82.
82 years.
I have been informed that ballistics examination of the AK-47 rifle recovered at the Morningside crime scene has been positively identified as a weapon that used in the triple murder and shooting of Puff Kalachar and the family in Springfield Park, Durban. 8.3.1.
Okay, before you read that, let's read the question that you are speaking to.
Just a moment. Do you need to address the chair? No.
Honourable Commissioners, I've lost feed on the headset and I can't hear the evidence and questions being asked.
Okay.
I think the technician is on the way to try and sort of, if you kindly bear with me.
Let's take an adjournment. We'll come back to you soon.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you,
Yes,
Chair.
yes. Is it working perfectly now, Mr. Nipol?
Thank you, Honourable Member. It's now, battery's been replaced. It's now back working.
Thank you. All right, thank you.
When he said honourable member, I got worried. Colonel, we are about to go to 2.3.6 at paragraph 83. The question is whether IPID was immediately informed of the incident, and if not, why you did not notify IPID immediately after the shooting incident, and why you allowed members of the task team involved in the shooting incident to leave the scene before the IPID arrived. You deal with that at paragraph 83.
Yes. Paragraph 33. Furthermore, John is not the initial investigator at IPID who multiply dealt with any of the complaints of police shootings by the members of the teams.
Wait.
Sorry, paragraph 83.
83, sorry, I'm so sorry, Commissioner.
Yes.
It's a long day.
27.
Sorry, Commissioner, it's long. I'm with you, Commissioner. 83.1. The protocol is for the police officers involved in the shooting to telephone radio control 10111. They would in turn contact IPID to the best of the knowledge on the day of the shooting. Radio control was in fact contacted. A team of IPID investigators arrived on the scene. I was not in charge of the operation. It's being led by Constable Matthew and Captain Rodriguez, together with the other members of NIU and Metro Police. I cannot recall now exactly who telephoned radio control.
Can you please explain this? My understanding is that you are the commander of this team. Why is it that you were not the person in charge, or am I mistaken in understanding that you are the commander?
Yes. Commissioner,
why, if you are the commander, would you not have been in charge?
Yes. Commissioner, if you could recall earlier on.
I remember you touching on that and saying even when this was happening, you were somewhere downstairs and so on, and that you were not leading the team. I just want to understand this.
So the information emanated from Pietermaritzburg for that information for the suspects. So they would naturally take precedence and be in charge of the scene. In terms of the tactical part, it will be in Captain Rodriguez. He is the most senior tactical member that will be in charge of the scene. That was his scene. But when the other role players arrive from the station, for example, the station duty officer, branch commander, they will now take over the entire scene. If it was my information, Commissioner, then I'll take full responsibility to say, well, from the beginning, it is my information, my responsibility. I am the commander of that scene. It is my operation.
Maybe, Colonel, the most difficult thing to understand is in any operation, why is the most senior police officer in that operation not in charge of the operation? Because you would accept that you were the most senior officer.
Yes, I will accept that, Commissioner.
At the flat?
Yes.
So because of that, why then were you not in charge of the operation as the most senior officer?
Commissioner, I facilitated and assisted and coordinated it after the fact. But in terms of the operation itself, that would be Captain Rodriguez who led the operation. But
it still doesn't make sense.
Can I maybe ask the question differently?
Yes, Commissioner.
You referred to Constable Matthew and Captain Rodriguez.
Yes.
And then you have mentioned the information came from or belonged to, I think you said, Pietermaritzburg?
That's correct.
Can you just locate Constable Matthew and Captain Rodriguez in the two entities that you say it was their information?
Yes,
Who was Pietermaritzburg?
Yes.
Who was from Pietermaritzburg?
Constable Matthew.
And then Captain Rodriguez?
From Durban K9.
Okay. And was Captain Rodriguez senior to you? What would have made him in charge ahead of you? Maybe just explain that for us.
No, he wouldn't have been ahead of me, Commissioner. I'm the senior person to him. But for that purpose of the operation, it was their information. If you go back onto the M13, He was in charge of the operation, the firearm was recovered. When you go back to Hillcrest, he was in charge and present when the firearm was recovered. When he got to the flat, after the incident, he was still in charge. But I will assist from my point of view as coordination or further assistance.
Thank you.
What's the relevance of the Maritzburg information for purposes of who is in charge?
Normally, Chair, is that when the information derives from a certain unit, they will register an inquiry. It's their information. They're in charge of that information.
I'm not talking about, I'm talking about being in charge of the operation, not just the information. Fine, the information comes from Peter Maritzburg.
Yes, Chair.
But now it's here and it relates to what's being done in Durban.
Yes.
So what's the relevance of that information if there's now an operation in Durban? That's what I want to understand. Because you emphasize this thing about information from Maritzburg. When I asked you the question, why is it that you were not in charge of the operation? You said the information was from Maritzburg and so on and so on. So what's the relevance of that information when we have an operation in Durban?
Yes.
What's the relevance of the Maritzburg information?
So, Commissioner, it's a, may I explain, continuous operation emanating from Pinetown, which the doctor was registered, Hillcrest, and back here. It was a continuous operation.
But then Captain Rodriguez is Durban, Canine Durban.
Yes, that's correct.
So, and he is the one who ultimately becomes in charge at the Morningside flat, correct?
Yes.
So, meaning the fact that there was information from Maritzburg did not result in him not being in charge.
Yes.
Do you see what I mean?
Yes.
So he was in charge even though the information or some information originally emanated from Maritzburg.
That's correct.
So which would say to me that Maritzburg information was irrelevant for purposes of who became in charge.
Yes.
Correct?
Put it that way, Commissioner.
Now, back to my original question. Why was it not you that was in charge? Because this Maritzburg thing that you are telling us above has, as you've just admitted, become irrelevant.
Yes.
Why were you not in charge?
The Commissioner, in terms of, as I explained, I go back again, this is what happens in practice.
But please forget about Maritzburg now.
Yes.
You've accepted that it's irrelevant for purposes of who's in charge.
Yes.
So, yeah.
So it's a continuous operation, Commissioner. One don't want to interfere if it's running from one area to another area. If it's stopped at one stage and, if it's another operation another day, I'm just giving you an example. Now, it was managed quite well by Captain Rodriguez himself before I got there. I'm not saying I don't take any responsibility. That's what I'm not saying, Commissioner. I assisted in every way I could as being a senior person there. But in terms of the incident itself, I'm not taking myself away from there. It's what was emanating to the scene. I assisted where I could. But naturally, it started there and he managed it very well.
I'll leave it there.
Is there an operational manual or national instruction that governs what we have just discussed with you? Because I'm not saying you are wrong or I don't believe you. I just have serious difficulty understanding how a junior officer, you would have to take instructions from them if they were in charge of the operation. So if they said shoot and you happen to be there, you would have to take instructions from them.
Yes.
And that I have serious difficulty with. If they said, let's leave the scene and not call IPID, you would have to follow their instructions since, according to you, they were in charge. And I have serious difficulty with that. So is there an operations manual or a national instruction that we can read for ourselves to ascertain what happens when police go to it's not a moving scene, it's a flat. Yes. And they go there because they believe that suspects are hiding there and are planning a different crime to the one that started somewhere else. Is there a manual that we can read that can give us an answer to this question?
Commissioner Kumalo, so let me put it this way to you. Even if the guy is a constable, the member itself, if it's his inquiry and his docket, no matter what the circumstances are, if you're going, for example, whether it's Komashi or Effingham or wherever it is, he will remain in charge of that investigation. That's his information. Although I might be the senior guy, he will request assistance from myself to say, well, I need this, I need that.
I think you've said that already, and I hear you. My question is there an ops manual or a national instruction that says what you are telling us?
I can look into it, Commissioner.
Because there has to be a source document or a prescript that says this is how things work.
Yes.
Will you provide that to us so that at least going forward?
I'm going to look into it, Commissioner.
But can you answer some of the questions that are implicit in what Commissioner Kumalo says? So if that junior officer, who, as you say, could even be a constable, were to say, retreat, and you, the colonel, do not believe that you should retreat, you would retreat based on the instruction given by the constable.
So that
can you please answer the question directly?
Sorry, Commissioner, I'm just engaging with Commissioner.
Okay.
That happens in, for example, POP. Now, a junior member cannot give an instruction to a senior member, public order policing. For example, if they're having a standoff at a right or something. But in circumstances of investigation, a junior member can guide you, but he can seek assistance from a senior member in terms of administratively.
Please answer the question directly in relation to an operation of this nature. There's a shootout, the police are deciding whether to shoot back or to retreat and run away, and the constable says, let's retreat, and you do not believe that retreating is warranted under the circumstances. Do you just obey the constable? Please answer the question directly.
Yeah, Commissioner, in circumstances, we must do that, Commissioner, if the guy is tactically trained, for example, so we must listen to what he's saying.
And you say that if we get a manual, it's going to pay you out on this.
Commissioner, I'll go and look into that. That's a bit of a grey area, but this is my understanding of the yes.
No. There can't be a grey area. Surely there must be a command structure. And basically you are saying a constable can command you under those circumstances. Surely there must be a command structure.
There is a command structure, Commissioner. It has to be the hierarchy.
You know better, but I'm not willing to believe that there's any grey area on this issue.
So there is a command structure, Commissioner. As indicated, the senior member is a senior member.
Yes.
But administratively, if the junior members require assistance from the senior member.
I'm not talking assistance now. I'm talking because you say the junior officer is responsible for the operation. So I just want to get an idea of how far that goes. Does it go even to the junior officer instructing you?
Yes.
A constable instructing a colonel. Is that what you mean? Is that what you want us to believe?
Depends on what investigation we speak about, Commissioner.
No. I'm not being general here. I'm asking you about a specific one like this Morningside operation where there was a shootout. Let us say instead of Captain, is it Rodriguez? Yes. Let's say instead of him, it was a constable that was responsible.
Yes.
Are you saying that constable could have given you instructions or orders, underline instruction or order? Is that what you are telling us? And that you would have had to obey that instruction or order. Is that what you are telling us?
Commissioner, with regards to the shooting,
the entire operation and an order could have manifested in whatever
in different ways
and for whatever purpose it could easily have manifested.
Yes, Commissioner.
So you would have had to obey that order or instruction from a constable.
If it's in his inquiry and his investigation. That's correct, Commissioner.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel. I think the difficulty, Colonel, is that it appears as if you're trying to distance yourself from this operation. And the question will be why. I mean, for example, the simple question is, do you accept that your anti-gang unit was part of this operation? What's your response to that?
That's correct. Myself and Warrant Officer 7 Naidu.
You were part of this general operation?
Yes, that's correct.
Yes. And you say technically for the purpose of, I would accept if you said for the purpose of house penetration, you would send the most technical person. Remember, I would have said to you, my proposition is that Rodriguez will be your sharpshooter. You would send him to be in charge of the shooting. But the general operation, you will still be in charge. I think that's what we're trying to get at.
That's what I tried to indicate earlier on. Sorry, Chair, if I mixed my words up. I did say operationally it'll be Rodriguez.
No. Remember, let me give you an example.
Yeah.
And I'm trying for the last time. Think about a bank robbery.
Yes.
There are guys who are going to go inside and do a stick-up. There are guys who are going to be like, you wait outside. And the person who's waiting outside can still remain in charge of the whole operation. So the fact that someone else went inside and be in charge of the stick-up does not necessarily mean that they are in charge. The boss could be waiting in the car in a similar fashion that you are waiting downstairs. That does not excuse you to say that you send the most, I'll say your best shootist upstairs. You remained in control, and you had interest in any event because you were looking for Bevan. But that's my last attempt. Otherwise, we'll have to leave it for cross-examination. What's your comment?
So my comment once again, Commissioner, I could be totally wrong. We do this every single day, and administratively, yes, I am there. Operationally, the most senior person will be in charge. That goes in the operational plan as well. When you're doing an operational plan, as to who's in charge, whose operation, where it emanated from, Commissioner.
Let me ask you a different question. These guys that are at the scene, have you worked with them before in other operations? Rodriguez, China, and
that's correct.
And in those operations, who was in charge?
Depends which operations. If they worked with me in my operation, I was always in charge.
But you've worked with them, so
yes.
Depends on operation. And it's correct that in your statement you say, in fact, you seconded their referrals or to be appointed as part of your team.
Not Captain Rodriguez.
Not Rodriguez, but the others.
I'm talking about the anti-gang detective members.
Yes, detectives. Okay.
Yes.
All right. No, we'll pick it up from when you do the cross, but please keep that in mind because it's still concerning.
I'm not distancing myself away from. Okay. I did indicate administratively, yes, I would assist him.
Yes. No, remember all of this, it's said with also the background that in your statement you say that there are rumors that your unit was involved in the shooting on the operation, and you say that's not correct, and the proposition is that you were involved. Whether you were sitting downstairs, your unit was involved, whether you're sitting on the basement or you went up, is one operation.
In terms of the shooting?
No, in terms of the whole operation, because
yes, we are part of the operation. That's correct.
Yes. Okay. And in any event, my understanding, at least from our chats, is that you were not equipped yourself to go upstairs anyway. You know, is that correct?
Yeah.
In any event.
In the day in question, I was wearing a short pants, Commissioner.
Exactly.
I was wearing a short pants with my tackies. I wasn't prepared for such an incident.
Thank you. Let's move on, Colonel.
Is it what, 83.2? or
83.2. I've put a question to you. Yes, we're answering on 83.2 now. You've read the first paragraph.
Please read 83.2. The police officers.
The police officers that approached and entered the flat and who fired the shots were not members of the anti-gang team. They were accordingly not my members, neither Captain Sivan Naidu or being members of the anti-gang team played any part in the shooting. 83.3. Both Captain Sivan Naidu and I remained in the scene, even when I put the LCRC and Provincial Commissioner and the National Commissioner paramedics and local police station duty officers, district duty officers, DPCI Provincial Commander, Brigadier Nuswa, Colonel Jacobs, Provincial Commissioner, Lieutenant General Nkunazi, the National Commissioner of Police, Lieutenant General Masamulu, and the former Minister of Police, Honorable Minister Tele, attended the scene. We were accordingly on the scene for a very long time.
Before I go to this is my very last attempt. Do you accept that, for example, remember in the robbery example I gave you, if people were to be charged with common purpose, the driver sitting outside, not doing the shooting inside the bank, will also be implicated as part of the enterprise.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Yes. Now, when you go to paragraph 83.2, I want to suggest to you that it doesn't make any difference to insist that your members, as you say, your members would have been you and Warrant Officer Naidu did not do the shooting because you form part and parcel of the same operation. Will you accept that, at least on that level?
Yes, I do accept that. Because, okay, I'll accept it.
Okay. And then...
In fact, IPID is investigating this matter.
That's correct, Commissioner.
And
correct.
You are one of the people that you and Mr. Naidu are part of the people that are being investigated by IPID.
That's correct. We're suspects in this matter, Commissioner Bulai.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And then question 2.3.7, why did IPID and its investigating officer were not allowed immediate access to the crime scene when they arrived at the flat? And you deal with that at paragraph 84 of your statement.
Yes. I was not in charge of the crime scene. It was managed by the detectives from the local police station, to the best of my knowledge. The allegations made in this subparagraph is incorrect. Now, Commissioner, if I may explain, we also here, we're responding to Gregory Loftus when he put out the, and that's the reason we're going hard. For example, he said that, for example, if we shot, we didn't shoot. So this was a response here as well. Some of it were a response to his application for the application for the interdict. And if you look here, that's why we directed, when council was drafted in senior council, some of this it's directing towards not as if we're not taking responsibility, but it was drafted in such a way to respond to Gregory Loftus' allegations.
Okay. And then we go to 2.4. Chair, we've had discussions with Kennel, and you will see that questions relating to 2.4 and 2.5, they form part of the application that will be submitted for in-camera for reasons that will be fully provided. But Kennel, and only if you are comfortable for the purpose of, because I know from what we've discussed that it's not everything that relates to Mr. Naika that will form part of the privileged or confidential information. And there's only one incident that was put before this commission really, which involved you using Mr. Naika's vehicle in one of the cash in transit operations. Is there something that you're willing to talk about?
Yes, indeed. Commissioner, so around about, I could be wrong of the year, you correct me if I'm wrong, 2016, 2017, and so there was a cash in transit information, and yet again we come back, there was a Colonel Carl van der Pfeiffer, who's late now, who died in the last CIT. He was the coordinator and operational commander of this information. So we had staged up an area in Springfield Park next to Metro, and information was that the robbers would come in a certain car, and they would rob the van as soon as the cash van arrived. And we had about 26, 27 NIU policemen around, National Intervention Policemen, a big team. But suddenly, so we were in the Mercedes-Benz with a guy named Neil Tomlinson and two other members. This car was identified already by one of the spotters, so we had to leave it aside. And subsequent to that, a A200 Mercedes-Benz speed right into the van, shots fired, they grabbed the money, whole hell break loose, the members are disorientated, suspect is shot down on the floor, shots are still flying. It's in a built-up area in the mall. It's like a, what's it called? It's the opposite Macro, Value Center. Now there's three members in the Golf 6 that comes off from NIU and chases A200. During that time, the purpose of this Bulletproof, the guy that's driving Nike's Bulletproof, he had some tow trucks as well that were sort of spotting the robbers. That was discussed the day before with Colonel van der Vyver, that because his tow trucks are there, it won't be conspicuous. We'll use it there and we'll keep surveillance. No one's really going to see if it's... So, in doing so, the A200 is opening fire with the rifle. They shot his tow trucks, but he's sort of holding the back. The only other vehicle that could assist this Golf 6 was his Bulletproof at the time. So we had jumped into his Bulletproof. It was myself, Warren Sapande, and Neil Tomlinson, ex-dog handler, part of CI, was in that vehicle. And whilst the chase was on towards Parlock, suspects opened fire and they shot the tires off the Golf 6. And this vehicle was going on rims. And we started to push hard with this Bulletproof vehicle to keep the pressure on. And they went into a dead end. They took a wrong turn. And subsequent, the Golf 6 managed to catch up with the 3 NIU members. A long shootout. Commissioner, 4 suspects were shot dead. Firearms recovered, and all the money was recovered as well. It was a long crime scene. So I had indicated to the source, this is the crime scene, or I indicated to the NICA. And you cannot move your vehicle because this is a crime scene. So it was there for like about 12, 13 hours. It became a problem later, Commissioner, where there was a big investigation as to, they didn't know the real story as assistance, how he was assisting the police in this incident.
And I think that the whole story about it, that the nub of it really was that you used, or at least the police used Nika's vehicle to chase down.
Yeah. So if I gave the real events of what occurred, in my best of my recollection, that's exactly what happened on the day, Commissioner. If it wasn't through Nika's vehicle, I can tell you these members would have been probably injured very badly, or something bad would have happened, and the suspects would have got away.
When you say then there was a lot of misunderstanding and investigation, was it about the use of Mr. Nika's motor vehicle?
Yes, at the time, Mr. Nika, so why did we use his Bulletproof in that operation? That was, other members were not happy with that, with Nika. So later we were called and there was an investigation, and I explained and said, no, listen, now we got the right story, you know. This was Carl van der Vyver's operation. He had met with Nika the day before to sort of plan this operation and see how we can curb it, prevent it.
Would there be a report of that investigation?
Commissioner, I can see if there's a report somewhere and get back to you.
Will you please make those inquiries? Thank you.
And to be fair to you, Colonel, when we continue on the next stanza, the difficulty is that the Commission had some evidence to suggest that Mr. Nika might be involved in the drugs. So it's not just using a civilian's vehicle in such instances, but because there is evidence that was put before the Commission that he is potentially a very prominent figure in the drug business, and that's where the difficulty comes in the bigger scheme of things, not necessarily just using a civilian's car, as it were.
So there's something that we applied for in camera that's a little sensitive, that I will elaborate more as to who Mr. Nika is, and maybe the Commission will allow me, if the application is allowed for that purposes. He played a very important role very recently. Very important role, Commissioner. If I can tell you, this is part of the Commission, that the Commissioner was dwelling onto it, and it's because of him there's something that happened. But we'll hear from Commissioner or the Chair if he'll allow this in camera.
Chair, we have reached the end of the statement on page 28. Chair will see that when you go back to the regulation 10.6, I have mentioned item 2.4 dealing with Mr. Clive Nika and his relationship, and 2.5 Mr. Tini Meromotu, and all those two will be dealt with in camera. And then what remains is 2.6, which deals with the Colonel's financial information. Colonel, perhaps let me leave it to you to explain that, because obviously it does not appear on your statement. What is the position there?
So all those funds, Commissioner, is legitimate. It wasn't a single cent from...
Is it not going to be dealt with in some statement?
It's going to be dealt with.
Yeah, so, yeah, let's leave it.
Yes, the long and short of answer is that he will deal with this in his comprehensive...
Commissioner, it was so hurtful for me. The whole world is watching what Mr. Len John said. With no proof, he accused me of taking money for HIT and put in my bank account, which was never verified. He could never ever come up with a single transaction, but with unverified information. And I speak to Len John, Commissioner, on other matters. I got emails and trailing emails of other matters, so I'm very polite with him. But it hurts me because I've got a wife and I've got kids. I didn't steal the money from anywhere, Commissioner. And I will account before the Commissioner to say where I got the funds from. But right now, I'm so embarrassed. If I go, any of the people are laughing at me. My kids go to school, but I don't think so. It was very fair and premature for him to come right here, Commissioner. I'm not saying to Commissioner and the Commissioners, I'm saying but for the rest of the world to watch. I've been in the police 30 years right now. It's the first time that I've come across allegations of the nature, especially by Mr. Len John. And I've also got charged recently for the Nangi matter. And it's the same people that want to charge me here again. And I'll prove to the Commission. I was exonerated after so many months for 37 charges or maybe more. Because the same people again, I appeared in head office. I got attorneys which I'm still paying for now and I won my case. But these are the same people which I'm going to bring out to the Commission that are doing this to me now again.
Thank you. We'll see the detail in your supplemented statement.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. We will adjourn now, and the hearing of your testimony will continue on 31 August 2026 at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And,
Thank you, Chair.
we resume at 9:30 on Monday.
Indeed, Chair.
Yes. Let's adjourn.
Do you have?